All right, good morning. Have we hit the record button, Alani or Robbie? Awesome. Good morning. Thank you all for being here 8:30 on a Friday morning after many of you have been here for much of the week. Just want to say we're super grateful for you being here. To our panelists, we'll get to introductions in a minute, but just want to say, we're really appreciative of you taking the time and helping inform this overall Resilient Lee plan that we're trying to build for Lee County. Before we get into some introductions, what I would like to share is that this is being streamed live and recorded. So you all have microphones at your tables. So for our friends on Zoom, please make sure you hit the little button and the light goes from red to green and you hold it close to your mouth so folks on Zoom can hear you when you're speaking. We have a large panel. And we have about 2 hours together this morning. So we have to make sure that we don't have to answer every question unless we really want to answer every question. So this will be a facilitated back and forth conversation around financial incentives for attainable and resilient housing. Branch members, this is to help inform some of the initial priority areas. So this is intended to be a back and forth conversation. You are part of the conversation. So don't feel like you have to raise your hand or whatever. If my colleague on the other side and we will make sure that we see if folks do want to participate. To branch members that are on Zoom, please drop any questions or comments that you have in the chat for the panel, and our colleague Harrison over here, he'll make sure that those questions and comments get to the panel. Today's solutions focused. We're talking about solutions, big picture, long term. Yes, Hurricane Ian has created this opportunity to have this conversation, but this is thinking about resiliency from a long-term perspective. What does resilient Lee County actually look like if we were to think 20 years from now, 10 years from now? And so this is the level of conversations that we've been having all week. So with that, we'll do some quick introductions. Hey, Alani, can you get me on the slides, please? Thank you. So we'll do some quick introductions. We do have one panelist on Zoom we'll grab at the end, but my name is John Romine. I'm part of the support team for the Recovery Task Force. I'm also part of the team here at Collaboratory. And I'm, again, just super grateful that you all were able to make it today. And we'll start with you, Jeannie.
Good morning, Jeannie Sutton with Lee County.
John Talmadge, I work with Jeannie Sutton.
Good morning, Frank Wells with Bright Community Trust.
Tom Rossi, Renaissance Development.
Amy Yearsley, City of Cape Coral.
Nelson Taylor of LSI Companies.
Marcus Goodson, Lee County Housing Authority.
Terry Ware, I'm helping John facilitate this morning.
And to our panelists on Zoom.
Oh, good morning. It's Joe Benora with Catalyst Asset Management.
Great. Is that the only one? Two more? The other panelists on Zoom? David? And who else? And Stan. Come off mute and introduce yourselves, please.
Stan Gemont.
Sorry about that. Dave Heidi, City of Cape Coral.
And Stan Gemont with Haggerty Consulting.
Great, thank you. And again, our deepest gratitude for all of the panelists taking their time. And then additionally, gratitude to folks that are sitting in the front of the room as well. They are the members of the branches, which we'll touch on here in a second. Robbie. All right, so we're going to do a high-level overview of what the Recovery Task Force is. So Recovery Task Force is something that happens in communities across the country after disasters. It's based on the FEMA framework. Our specific Recovery Task Force in Lee County is chaired by the Board of County Commissioners, specifically Commissioner Kevin Ruane. And the remaining 12 seats are made up of the elected bodies across Lee County. So we have the municipalities, law enforcement, the fire districts, the school board, the health system, our legislative delegation, and then a representative from our constitutional office. The structure of the recovery task force is based on these 8 branches. So you have planning and capacity, which is looking at the broader view of the entire county, specifically as it relates to that branch. They're looking at an overall resilience overlay. Economic recovery, education and workforce, health and social services, infrastructure, housing, which is the topic of conversation today, which is chaired by Gary Griffin, natural resources and cultural resources. And so all of these branches, they meet on a monthly basis. They meet here at Collaboratory. Those meetings are public meetings. Anybody can attend. There's public comment at the end, similar to today for the public. There is an opportunity for public comment at the end. All of this information can be also found on the resiliently.com website. We've been on a bit of an aggressive time frame, to say the least. So we started in late February, early March on this process. And really, we've been gathering information. So the branches have been meeting once a month and really starting to identify those initial priority areas that are the focus for those 8 different branches that they see as a need in the community. The branches are made up of members of the community, and I can't say that enough, that the goal of this overall plan that we're driving towards is intended to be informed by the community. We just exited a massive community engagement effort across all of the planning communities in Lee County. We'll touch on the details of that a little bit, where we gathered additional information at the community level, the neighborhood level, to understand what their priorities are for a more resilient Lee County. All of this work is driving towards a December 5th Board of County Commissioner meeting, where they will vote on the recovery and resiliency plan for Lee County. And so we're now in the solutions mode. So taking all of the information, taking everything that we've learned from the branches, from the community, from some of our online engagement, to really start to identify what are those priorities, what are those solutions for the long term for our community. And that's what we're going to spend a lot of time talking about today. The panelists were recommended for the most part by the branch members. These are the experts, subject matter experts from whether it's locally or across the country, to really start to inform what those solutions are for Lee County. As it relates to community engagement, we hosted between middle of April and end of May, we hosted 17 town halls. 15 of them were in person, 2 were virtual. We offered them in English and Spanish. We had a little over 1,000 folks participate across the community in the town halls, in person or online. And then we also have, it's still live on the website, the resiliently.com website, a survey for folks to weigh in and participate on what their priorities are and what some potential solutions are they see for our community. And so we have had almost 5,000 folks participate in that survey. And then on March 30th of this year, we had a region-wide event. So it included Charlotte, Collier, Henry, and Glades counties as well. It was a day-long event where folks gathered around for a meal, for coffee, and it was called On the Table, and really weighed in on what are their priorities and what are the things that folks want to solve in the community. What I will say, and I'm sure nobody in this room is surprised by this, all of the data before the storm, after the storm, housing is the #1 priority in our community. It's a workforce problem, in case you didn't know. It's an economic development challenge. It's a affordability challenge. It's a location challenge. It's a transportation challenge. It has been identified as the #1 priority. So we really hope today we can get to some solutions that will drive towards how we start to solve for that over the next several years. So this week has been all about workshops. Next week, for those of that you want to come back, is all about branches. And we started on Monday. Monday was all about critical infrastructure minus power. So power workshop, the power infrastructure workshop will be on June 21st here at Collaboratory at 2 o'clock. We struggled to get all of the right players in the room for that conversation. And so that will be the only workshop that we do not have this week. On Wednesday, we focused on supporting business and workforce. And guess what? Housing was a big part of that conversation. Yesterday was all about community resilience. And then again, today is all about housing. So the goal of the workshops is really to start to identify and understand. So, the branch members in the community have identified some of the opportunities and the priorities. It's really to help inform how we actually build those out. How do we leverage this once in a generational opportunity of funding that will be coming to our community for the foreseeable future? How do we leverage that to make a more resilient Lee County? And that's what we're here today. And so, as I shared before, branch members that are joining us virtually, please drop your comments or questions in the chat. And then for panelists that are in the chat, also, please make sure you drop those questions and comments in the chat, or raise your hand, and we are monitoring that as well. I'd be remiss if I didn't introduce part of our Haggerty team. That's colleagues here and partners that are here. Harrison Newton is really one of the key drivers of what we're going to gather today. And then we have team members that are gathering the information in real time of what you share. So Harrison, could you introduce yourself?
Sure. Harrison Newton, Haggerty Consulting on the Resilient Lee Support Team in partnership with Collaboratory, and I lead the resilience portfolio. Thanks.
So anything that you share today will be captured, and we hope that as we get a little bit later in the conversation, we will be able to start to really identify what some priority areas are. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Terry to start the dialogue around what we're doing.
Thanks, John. I know I'm sort of preaching to the choir here. A lot of good minds in this room. So I just have a couple of comments and slides I'm going to run through to help frame this discussion. I use this one often because I was looking at the agenda for the meeting, and there's a discussion about the financial component, the incentives that are available, how to finance development. There's a discussion about the availability of land and development regulations. But the two components in here that I didn't see discussed that I want to make sure that we keep in the top of our mind, the marketplace, wages, the availability of land, the cost of land, and the market's always fluctuating up and down. So that's a key component. And then the other for me, which is a major piece, is the political context in which we operate. California, Governor Newsom, they just passed regulations requiring each community to submit a housing plan. Without the housing plan, they don't get funding. Many communities are pushing back issues of local control, etc. I'm from Colorado. Colorado's governor just failed trying to push housing incentives through the legislature to try and encourage communities. And the idea behind both of those, Colorado's was sort of formed after California, the idea about by right development, as well as the issue about regional sharing of affordable housing. And, that's a tremendous thing. New York state legislature just failed trying to push together. So we can't forget the political environment in which we operate. NIMBYism, YIMBYism, those are major components. So another way of saying this, what is the property owner what to do? What will the market support? What role should government play? Which is, when we talk about incentives, most of those incentives, be it zoning, financial subsidies, etc., typically come from the public sector side. It's my belief that development primarily occurs as a result of private sector investment. So it's a combination of those two. I've played a variety of roles in state and local government as a consultant, as a developer's representative, as an architect, and sort of seen all sides of this. I was on the Denver Housing Authority board for many years, urban renewal director. I've sort of seen how this plays out. And I think, trying to make sure that we are aware of each of these components and how they play in this, I think is really important. Typically, when we just talk about, unsubsidized development, there are various components to that. You can see this is typically how it breaks out, soft costs, financing, etc. In this particular, valuation or pro forma, the construction costs were a fairly minor part of it. But if you look at the subsidized pro forma, it's construction costs typically where most of the incentives occur in terms of trying to reduce costs. Really, the goal here is to try and reduce the risk to the developer. Once again, the market plays a major component. So in an emerging or soft market, the need for additional investments on the public sector side tend to be greater. In a strong market economy, those things kind of go away, and there's the potential opportunity to get community benefits. I'm sure most of you have heard the community benefits agreements that are sort of flowing across the country. But, once again, Denver, we just had a major election in which a property owner who bought land was turned down by a citywide vote for a development in which they were promising pretty much, a chicken in every pot. And so that sort of YIMBYism thing works in many communities. And then going back to the market issue, particularly when we're talking about affordable housing, we're talking about those individuals who are renters at 80% AMI and below. And if you're talking about people in the service industry, they typically tend to be in that category of 60% and below because of the low wages component. And so now you're talking about development that requires significant subsidies to offset the cost of those development factors. And then this is the last slide. When we look at incentives, typically density bonuses are the major one, be it inclusive or exclusive zoning ordinances. It's typically density bonuses that are the major public incentive. What does that mean in a community that's primarily, low to moderate, low scale for the most part, suburban sprawl? When you talk about density and affordable housing, that's why workforce housing has now become the buzzword. We talk about teachers and firemen and policemen, quite honestly, because it's an easier way to get that discussion going in the community. Let's be honest about it. But, what does density look like? Does the market support density? The additional construction costs, because, the 5/1 that's typical in many communities requires different fire code requirements. So how does that play out? Zoning variances, reduction of fees. I mean, these are all sort of the typical and, things that we've used. So this isn't new territory. I mean, I know, given the background of many of you, you've dealt with these issues. And so today, I think we really want to dive deep into how this looks in this context, in this community. And once again, I think this is the last slide. What are those areas of opportunity? Creating a streamlined entitlement process. We're going to talk about that later this afternoon. Reducing parking. Many communities have eliminated the parking requirement, but really, how effective is that? I mean, if I'm an apartment developer providing that additional space for someone who lives in my building, you don't have to, require me to do parking. I'm probably going to do it anyway. And if you look at the share of people who use public transit, it's pretty small. For about 10 or 12 years, I worked in transit-oriented development in Honolulu and Denver and other components or places across the United States. And still, if you're talking about the home to work trip, that's pretty easy. But now we're in a remote environment where many people aren't doing that. And so transit ridership, Chicago, New York, and major centers has dropped dramatically. We talked about financing, TIF, low-income housing tax credits. As most of you know, when you're talking about affordable housing, talking about 4 or 5, 6, 7 layers of financing, bridge loans, mezzanine loans, et cetera, to put together a package. And then, your low-income housing tax credits flow out of that, but then the deadlines hit. And so now you're a developer. Okay, now I've lost that financing. Where do I go for that? Modular construction, big issue now. We're talking about container development. In preparation for this, a lot of research on that. The costs don't seem to be significantly less than stick-built development. So, is that really an opportunity for reducing costs? So I've talked enough. Really, this is an opportunity for you guys to talk and discuss these issues. So I think, now we're going to get into some of the specific issues and questions. Pardon me? Sure. Apologize. So, and getting the ball rolling, thank you. Are current financial incentives enough to offset the costs of development? And, you guys are obviously more in tune with what the local market here. Anyone want to jump in? How many people think the answer is yes? No, please raise your hands. Okay, well, I guess then why aren't they? I'm going to ask the panel, anyone jump in. Why aren't the present incentives enough to offset the cost of development? Is it land costs, construction costs?
Marcus Goodson, Lee County Housing Authority. I'll take the first stab at this. Yeah, the first thing is land costs. In Lee County, land is extremely expensive. There are not a lot of options out here in the county. In some cases, when you find land that will work perfect for a site, you've got to get it rezoned. You got to go through the rezoning process. We've had some cases over at Lee County Housing Authority where the rezoning didn't go through. We had a beautiful project teed up and ready to go. So that is a part of the issue as well. Of course, we know about increased construction costs, We know about increased interest rates. So there are a number of things that are working against us when we are out here trying to develop housing, especially affordable housing. Now, the private market housing will take care of itself because they're going to price it at a point where the rental revenue will cover their debt service. When it comes to affordable, that's another issue. So we're building similar product. We don't have the high-end appliances and those things, but block costs what block costs. The site work costs what the site work costs. And then we're out here renting the units, at significantly less prices to accommodate the families that earn 30%, 40% of AMI. So for us, it's a challenge. It's not anything that we can do without government subsidy, tax credits. We've had some tremendous success here in Lee County over the last 15 years that I've been involved in the public housing community. And we've had local support from not only the city of Fort Myers, but Cape Coral, city of Cape Coral, and also Lee County government. So the partnerships are there. The desire to build this housing is there, and been my experience. And there's a tremendous opportunity now that we have the money coming from the federal government. It's going to be a tremendous opportunity for this community to rebuild Lee County in a way that we'd like to see it rebuilt. We got to make sure that the traditionally underserved communities don't miss out on this opportunity as well. So I want to make sure that, that I highlight that point, that the traditionally underserved communities, Black and brown communities, we need to make sure that these communities benefit also from this redevelopment that's about to take place.
There's a lot there to unpack, that's for sure. I'm curious, how dependent is this development on federal subsidies? I mean, from outside money, is it possible that local communities can do this on their own?
Again, Marcus, listen, I don't want to dominate the conversation, but when it comes to affordable, we are extremely dependent on government subsidy. That's the only way it's going to work. The market rate stuff, as I said before, is going to take care of itself. When you ride around and you look at the construction that's happening in Lee County, I don't know, Dan, 95% of it is market rate. And you're talking $2,500 a month for a 2-bedroom. And again, we are building similar product where we're charging $400 and $500 per month. So you got to have the subsidies. Without the subsidies, it's not going to work. I'm excited about where we are. I'm excited about the opportunity. I hated that the hurricane hit, but I quickly realized a couple of days after the hurricane that we were going to have a tremendous opportunity to rebuild this community. I mean, I literally walked outside of my house and looked at the damage and I said, okay, it's here, but now we're going to have an opportunity. And the opportunity is here now. And so if we miss this opportunity, we will never get it again.
Other panel members, yes, sir, jump in.
I'll just add to what Marcus was saying, that I think that one of the things that's missing in Lee County is the mix of housing types. And so we build single family homes, we build garden style multifamily housing. But we have very few types in between, and we over amenitize a lot of our product and add-on costs that don't necessarily need to be in those costs for everybody. It's not that everyone doesn't deserve a house to live home with dignity, but a starter home is a starter home. And I think that the numbers that we broke out our numbers yesterday to distribute internally. Now we need about 50,000 homes, just to meet the need of people who are living in burdened and severely burdened households. The market will take care of some of that. But, right now we have 440,000 structures in Lee County, but only 1,400 subsidized homes. That's not including what Marcus built in the city of Fort Myers. But so the ratio of what's subsidized to what's market rate is, is severely lopsided. And by definition, an affordable home has to be a subsidized home, because if it's not subsidized, then it's just a market rate home. And so if you're going to look at a house that costs $300,000 a door to build, or an apartment, but you're showing your calculations, you're going to have to make up a gap somewhere. And whether that gap is free donation of land or it's a donation of grants, it has to be gapped. And so I think that that's just a realization, and we hide the fact of what we need by the different types of terms we use to define what we're trying to describe. We need We need affordable housing, whether that's low income housing, workforce housing. We have a problem with housing for seniors. There's a 10-year wait for subsidized ALF slots. How do you tell a 75-year-old elder that they have to wait 10 years to move into memory care? You don't. We have a problem with veterans housing. We have a problem with student housing. We have every category. We need to break those down and understand what communities we need to be housing for, because they all have different solutions.
Sure.
But we just sort of lump it all together. So we need workforce housing, and that masks. And I'll end with this, but our AMI is $87,000, which seems really high. Well, that masks, it's not a bell curve. It masks the high percent of that population that lives on $20,000 and $30,000. We have relatively few households that make 60 or 70,000.
Right in the middle, yeah.
So it's that, it's skewed to the bottom. And that's where those 50,000 homes are.
I see that, John.
Before you jump in, Frank, I just want to follow up on something, John. So the comment about housing choices, right? It's been sort of a theme this week in every single workshop we've had. And so when you think about, as we try to understand what do we actually need for housing, has anything been done across Lee County as a whole to understand what the housing choices are that we need for our county, whether it's for today or for 10 years from now? So, we talk a lot about at the economic, the business recovery conversation, there's this conversation, we're building housing for people that were moving here 30 years ago. Well, what are we doing for the people that are going to be here 30 years from now? And so have we done anything in Lee County as a whole recently that starts to paint the picture of what those housing choices might need? And then obviously that would start to identify what are the solutions from a funding mechanism that we could create.
And we really haven't done enough. I mean, I'm glad that Joe Benora and Tom Rossi and Marcus are here, because they really are struggling or wrestling with the housing type question. We don't use enough 221(d)(4) programs or HUD guarantees. We don't use new markets tax credits at all for housing. We use precious few of the number of federal tools we have access to that we're entitled to. I'm on the Florida Community Loan Fund Board, and we don't do any loans down here in NLP, Neighborhood Lending Partners, does precious few except for Habitat, and that's those are two CDFIs, statewide CDFIs. That's what they do. They lend to affordable housing communities, and so I think that some of the stuff that, like the project on Hanson Street, what Joe's doing in Midtown, it will have a diversity in housing product and sort of approach to what we're doing, but we really just haven't done enough, and we've always thought of North Cape and Lehigh as being our safety valves. Well, you know what? The average on Lehigh now, homes are $400,000, and the first home just sold for $1 million. And so, we take Lehigh off the table, LaBelle is the next one up.
So it's a regional approach. Thank you.
To tag on to what John said, I think it's important for us to keep in mind 50,000 units we need. We talk about $1.1 billion as if that's a practically limitless supply of dollars. But if you do the simple math, right, that maybe we need $100,000 of gap funding just for a family of 60% AMI, right? We're not even talking about 30%
per unit.
$100,000 of subsidy per unit. $1.1 billion if we dropped it all into housing gets us 11,000, right? So we're 20% of the way there. Can we just keep that for context, right? So if we don't do anything but throw money at the problem, we're not getting anywhere close to getting there. I appreciated your starting off with a comment about California, about what Colorado tried to pass and didn't, and so forth. I think it's much more instructive to look at what Montana did. Very politically similar to the state of Florida, supermajority Republican legislature, Republican governor, whose politics are very similar to ours. And they got a lot of housing reform passed from a very private property rights side of things. So they have any housing unit, any residential parcel in the state, in a city over 5,000 people, can build an ADU now, can build a duplex now. Right. So they're getting there from a whole different direction and getting regulation out of the way. They also have provisions very similar to Live Local to let you take commercial or industrial land and repurpose it for workforce residential usage. So we should be looking at, like you said, the political climate and trying to find political solutions that match our politics. I think that's a pretty important opportunity. I'll just share a couple of other things that crossed my mind as you were opening your presentation where we might find some traction. Density bonuses were mentioned, but I didn't see anything about parking reductions. I know you mentioned it in a conversation, but important, we can be thinking about things like district shared retention, district chilling and things like that, that let us use our land a little bit more efficiently. But that takes a lot of public-private partnership to really get that right. I think we should also not take the transportation piece out of the conversation. One, because it figures in people's very real household budgets, but also because it's an economic development factor for us. Our comparisons are not to New York City and Boston, right, with 100-year-old public transit systems. It's with the Charlottes and the Dallases of the world who are building new public transit infrastructure, and they're out competing almost everybody in Florida for business recruiting because they have that as a way to move their workforce around. So we've definitely got to be looking at that.
So Frank, I just want to follow up on a couple things. So you hit on a couple really great things related to land use policy, which we're going to get to in the next workshop. So I want to make sure we put a pin in that and don't forget about it. But this idea of it's not just investment and subsidies into the housing, it's also the infrastructure side of the equation that we have to make sure that we're having a conversation around. And the $1.1 billion conversation, that's just a piece of the puzzle. And we've gotten hung up on, because it's $1.1 billion, it's HUD funding, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's a silver bullet. It's just the beginning. And so we have to be thinking about beyond what we're getting for the hurricane, like what are the financial incentives that we need to start thinking about, or what are the financial mechanisms? And it is around things like the relationship with infrastructure, the relationship with employment centers, and how that starts to look. Gary?
Without getting into the weeds, the Florida legislature did pass a bill this year that I'm told is going to be impactful. And you mentioned the Montana. Did the Florida bill, at least, was that a good start?
Yeah, great start.
And I think there is momentum there. So I'd like to make sure we can get behind. Typically, the legislature will do these things in 2 or 3 steps, and we have the leadership behind us now.
I've already been in Tallahassee meeting with legislators to talk about what Live Local 2.0 could look like. One gap that's missing in Live Local, for instance, we can reuse commercial or industrial land for residential multifamily rentals, right? Doesn't give me a solution for reusing that land to promote home ownership, right? There's no mechanism there for me to build townhomes or condos for teachers and folks in that entry-level workforce to get to what John was describing, starter homes, right? So there are definitely things that are on the table where there's some good opportunity. And, let's also keep on the table some of our local politics. The Senate president is from our region. We should definitely be capitalizing on that while that's true, right? It won't be true 18 months from now.
That's a critical point. That she's pushing this hard because a company a month is moving from Collier County to Lee County. And it's continuing. And Collier County doesn't have an answer by itself as a county to try to reverse that trend. And they won't build their way out of that trend, that problem right now. But, one of the things that we'll say as the economic development director for the county is that finding a housing solution is as important to our economy as any other single thing that we're trying to address. And if we don't do that, we'll start losing our companies to other places.
If you don't mind, I'll jump in with one last thing. We did a housing affordability study last year for the city of Naples. And one really interesting thing to talk about why we need to understand what the data tells us in a little more detail. There are a million things in the study, but one thing, just as an example, when we really got down to the data and looked at not how many people do we have in what income brackets, that's a really big bucket, but what do those households really look like? 56% of renter households in the city of Naples have one person in them. 56%. So when we're talking about we need to build 3-bedroom units for families, Sure, there's a need for that, but it's about this big, right? We got to be building more studios and 1 bedrooms, but we don't know that until we really, really get into the data and look to see what's the need. You know, what's the need for seniors? How many of those?
Yep.
How many veterans do we have for whom we need permanent supportive housing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Jump in.
Yeah, so I wanted to speak to the live local part of it. So we broker a lot of land, and right after that act passed, a landowner called us expecting that his land actually went up in value because of the live local.
Right.
So he thought he was going to be able to build high rises on his property because of that. So I think one of the issues you have to look at is incentivizing it from the land aspect, from a affordable or obtainable, however you speak to it. Yeah, it's a better use of the land than a market rate guy. So when you look at the wetland impacts, fill cost, density issues, parking requirements, open space, architectural and landscape requirements, it's all very expensive. So from a different perspective is offsetting any of those, that if they went affordable, they could get a better use of it and actually pay equal or more than a market rate individual. So other than that, a landowner is not a generous giant. They're not going to sell their land for cheaper than what they could. So you have to offset that mentality.
Well, there are two comments on that. One is who pays for the infrastructure? You know, I mean, you can see it, you know, typically they're metro districts, at least in Colorado, that's how a lot of new development occurs. You know, because of the inability of public agencies to invest in new water and sewer. So a lot of those costs are pushed down to the developer. And then the other comment I wanted to ask the panel about is land acquisition. They're land trusts, et cetera, that are operating where you're basically removing the cost of land from the equation. So, I mean, other panelists, how are you? Yeah, Marcus.
Marcus Goodson, Lee County Housing Authority. Before we move too far for Frank's comments about legislature and getting government involved at the highest level, which I agree with, that they're going to be supportive of housing. But let's think about what has happened here in the state of Florida. In 1992, Sadowski Act was created. SHIP funding, doc stamp money for affordable and workforce housing. Great idea. Everybody supported it, right? What has happened since? The legislature has raided that fund almost each year for other purposes than what it was intended for. So we got to make sure that we hold the politicians on the local level and state level at their word. If that's what the funding is for, use it for that. Don't raid it. And they raid it each year. So the state legislature can be good and bad. We as citizens of the state, we need to keep the pressure on them to do what they say they're going to do. So I wanted to make that point. They can pass legislation, but if they don't enact it, then what is it worth?
Yes.
And well, before we get to, we do have panelists on Zoom, and Joe had a comment. Before we get to the next question, I'll make sure we get Joe and Dave, and I can't remember who the third person is off of Zoom. Joe?
Stan.
Yeah, you saw my hand raised there. I was trying not to jump in. I feel like I apologize for not being there, but you know what I was going to say is the Live Local Act, you know, SB 102. I think there's a lot of potential there, and it was structured, I think, pretty smartly. You know, I think you know, when the legislation the final bill came out, you know, they did a good job of balancing incentives to incorporate workforce housing into projects, while not giving it as a massive boon to developers, you know, they're just going to go out and, you know, make a ton of money off it. So I think it was good balance, but I do think there's an opportunity there to use the funds from HUD paired with Live Local to put together some, you know, interesting mixed income projects, right? Which I think I think that's got to be a big part of like the focus. It's not just doing 100% purely affordable communities, but figuring out ways to incentivize mixed income, right? Where you can have, you know, market rate, workforce, and affordable in one project and make it so that the economics still work for a market rate developer to incorporate those units into a project, right? So that you don't have a concentration of low income housing in a low income area, and you kind of incorporate, you know, different income levels into one property, into an area. So I just want to say that I think Live Local provides a big opportunity, especially when paired with these funds, right? We could put together some interesting programs that incentivize the development of mixed income, which is typically pretty hard to do, you know, using tax credits with market rate.
Yes, sir.
Better? All right. Just so people are aware, another development company, but we've been doing workforce housing more in New York, and now we're doing stuff in Florida. I've since moved down here, but we have 336 units approved, and we'll start construction soon. That'll all be 120% AMI limited, according to the HUD definition in Fort Myers off of Hanson. And we have another project, be 319 units. We're going in for PUD approval on the 20th with City Council in Fort Myers. And then we have another project under contract in North Fort Myers off Old 41 that would hopefully be 400 units. We're planning on using the live local law. But I think there's some things people need to understand about using those programs. And I think there's some experience we have doing that I think is, really relevant to this everyone here. With the workforce housing, we're building for $280,000 to $310,000 a unit for the workforce and workforce unit per unit. You're having to compete with a lot of market rate forces, whether that's, the land cost, which everybody was talking about. And you're also still dealing with a lot of different NIMBY and other things, for our PUD that we were going in for approval. We went in front of the planning board for 319 units of, we said outright 120 units, and planning board still declined to recommend it for approval in the city. So I think from an approval standpoint, and then from a live local standpoint, I'll tie these 2 points together. You still have to enter, unless the city or a county, I think, opts into the program. My understanding is you're going to have to earn into our LoRa with Florida Housing Finance Corp., which for us is not a problem, but you're going to enter into probably a little bit more like a Section 8 type process or approval process, which again isn't an issue, but we've been doing that. I used to say we've been doing that 80 to 120% AMI program. I can't touch below 100% anymore. The costs aren't there. They don't work. And now we're approaching more towards that 120. But I think that everyone here, and how I'm starting to think about it, and how the incentives are starting to structure is, the affordable LIHTC space has a whole subset of industry standards. You're going after these tax credits, you're getting these cost benefit agreements with the city, taxes. I think that everyone here should be thinking about maybe the same type of almost model for workforce attainable housing. And whether that definition is 120, 130%, whatever, if this is something that everybody recognizes that need and want, you need to kind of start removing a lot of the barriers or obstacles. Whether that's, us taking 6 to 8 months to get a DO approval on a workforce housing project, or even as something as simple as, impact fees. So you have on the affordable space, you almost have a program or an archetype on that everyone's using to put together the affordable programs. And obviously there's other issues with affordable that still needs to happen to keep that moving forward. But I think that that's something that also needs to be looked at in the county and the city, city level as well, different cities. But
Tom, can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Just for clarity? You just stated that your costs are between $280,000 and $310,000 per unit. Is that a fully loaded cost per unit?
Yeah.
From lands?
Yeah. All
And
interest rates are hopefully transient, but,
and,
yeah.
And how many subsidies do you have stacked in that?
In that one, we have live local and TIF, and then we were in an enterprise zone. So we had a significant reduction in our impact fees, but not a waiver.
So relatively on a percentage basis, how much is that going to save you?
Well, it helps you on the, there's no, maybe a couple points, because it's most of that's on the DSCR. It's on the NOI side. It's not.
So basically no subsidies, just for clarity.
A couple points. Yeah.
And you're still able to deliver 120%.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard. I think that's the other point that, I think everybody in this, if we're talking about attainable housing, which is our expertise and our skill set, I think people kind of almost lump it together, and they shouldn't, with, the standard luxury or upscale apartment. And it's not. It's hard to do. And I think, I don't know if it's, and thoughts of how you would do that is almost an overlay. If you had like a corridor, an area where you wanted to see, whether Joe was talking about the mixed use projects, or you're talking about areas where you want to see density, because you still need the density, like everyone's saying. There's just, that's the only way around these land costs.
Tom, I'm sorry, I'm driving at a comment rather than question
Oh,
here
okay.
is,
Still
yeah,
out there.
no, my frustration and challenge is you're doing at market with almost no subsidies between 280 and 310,000 a key. And every subsidized transaction that I see, the hard cost are between 320 and $475,000 per key. And so I'm trying to understand what happens within the government cluster that makes, if I only need $100,000 a key to subsidize, I've already overset the $100,000 against what Tom's able to deliver on a market based, just because of
Well,
what? Just because the government sucks and we can't literally figure it out? Because I don't think he's driving a Ferrari yet, or any of you that are involved.
you're talking
in
about
it.
LIHTC.
I'm talking about every one of them. I mean, anytime you go through any of these capital stacks, it seems like the cost associated to affordable housing is between 50 and 100% more to accomplish.
I mean, that's an industry-wide LIHTC issue, right? I mean, they make, it's a fee-based development model where, there's no incentives to keep construction costs under control. There's no incentives. The developer makes all their money up front. I mean, that's an issue with that model.
Yeah.
And I think for my project where I was just talking about 2010 Hanson, I was also able to very smartly use density. We have about a 6-acre site. And it was a future land use of a high intensive zoning. So it was 30 units an acre. And then City of Fort Myers, I like this part of their code. If you have a 1-bedroom under 750 square feet, you can count it as half a dwelling unit. So then from a dwelling unit standpoint, I'm at like 60 dwelling units an acre, which allowed me to get to that point. We're in a high intensive area that can accept and work with that density within the community, but
My driver and point that I'm trying to get at is if I want Marcus to build more units and you to build more units, I can't keep adding $100,000 subsidy and $100,000 cost and think that I'm going to get any more units. So what is the outcome that we can get to that eliminates that Jeannie can run through and get dollars down so that maybe we could, it wouldn't cost $25,000 a unit to get you to 80% AMI.
him and I are taking the same risk on this approval, land entitlement, NIMBY, which is maybe half the problem. I think when he goes through a year or two of approvals and it doesn't get approved, I can't imagine how much money they waste on stuff like that.
I think, but also when it comes to, affordable housing and working with the housing authority or working with government agency, many housing authorities, they lack the expertise, and we have to bring in hired people to work with us as well. Dan, we were talking about this. And I think it is a model issue with the LIHTC program, and the developer fees are steep. The legal costs are steep. And I come from a family of attorneys, by the way. But they are, there are fees, I think, Dan, that you find in our typical deals that perhaps you may not find in a private market deal. It's unfortunate because we need the housing. And that's just something we gotta figure out. It's a great question. I like what Tom is saying. But that is a hurdle that we got to figure out how to get over because lots of times my experience has been when people come in the room and developers are in the business to make money, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But sometimes they come in and they see a housing authority or government agency and they think about ways that they can, charge a little bit more than they typically would charge in a market rate deal. And so we've had those conversations with people up front that, look, we're not paying this, even though you may have gotten it from another housing authority in Florida, we're not paying that kind of fee. And there's also, Dan, there's a fee split, as you know. And so housing authorities now are in the business of making fees as well. And I'm not going to apologize for that. And here's why I'm not, because we're going to take those fees and we're going to put them back into another project, right? We're not profit driven.
Well, that's why it's okay for you. My ask over to Jeannie is say, hey, can we get control of land, take it through zoning and hold it for our housing authorities or CDCs or whatever the entity is to take the de-risk down so that I don't have to go buy a developer for Marcus to go do a deal. To me, the example is what Steve in the city of Fort Myers has done is said, hey, we'll take lots, we'll build on them and we'll sell them at cost. All risk is gone, no construction financing, that's impossible. Like, what are the mechanisms that the county can do that take this de-risk? And I don't care if you can make a fee because you're not taking it home. You're just doing it for another housing development.
Correct. Exactly.
I think to answer your earlier question, so one of the challenges about why does it cost so much for subsidized housing versus what Renaissance is doing, right? Like they're just doing it on their own. To Marcus's point, hiring a grant writer, hiring a person to do Davis-Bacon compliance, Section 3 compliance, environmental reviews, like all of those different steps that come with federal subsidy that Renaissance is not having to deal with. They can go and purchase and build. And that is beyond, local government control. That is federal legislator saying, okay, we need to remove some of the restrictions on this. And to Marcus's point, I mean, you look at a map of the parties that are involved and have to be involved in a closing for a LIHTC deal, it's insane. So those different layers that come with that federal subsidy do add to the cost of that. And those are advocacy efforts that I think we could continue to ask for, is reducing some of that red tape at the state and even federal level.
Jeannie, a quick follow-up on that specifically. Is there a model, or have you seen a model anywhere where there is a role of local government or even maybe state government to create a funding mechanism to offset all of those, or some sort of strategy at the local level to offset all of those additional expenses to build attainable and workforce housing?
Yeah, I mean, Miami is a good example. They have a food and beverage tax that is specifically for housing and homelessness services. There's some changes in the legislature that will potentially prevent that from being modeled in other communities, but there are models all across the state of different municipalities that have created renewable funding sources.
Hotel tax is pretty common.
So I have it's kind of like a follow-up to what everyone is saying. Looking at the earlier slide, talking about the construction cost of infrastructure and parking, and including the cost of land. So if those three items were identified as something that is within the control of government, because we have a land trust. If we deal with the infrastructure, the lowering the parking, that has helped quite a bit on the cost of the project. The other part of the infrastructure, like the infrastructure is one of those items that if is for low and mid income housing based on the CDG-DR and maybe with the Live Local Act, some three items that can be reducing the cost for the developer. So one of the challenges, because I deal with developers that do housing often, is that they want to take advantage of these incentives, but oftentimes they're not there to stay. They're there to do the deal, make the money and get out. Government is not going to particularly sit comfortable with that, because then you're supporting someone's development and they're not in it to stay. How do we look at it from a development perspective, from developers and from local entities? How do we resolve that issue? Because that is an issue.
Yeah, Joe, do you have some comments?
I was just going to say, having been on the market rate development side, and then also being involved on the affordable side with the LIHTC deal, just to comment on, I think, Dan's question about why is it so much more expensive. I think we had on one phone call, a conference call, 42 attorneys on one just like weekly call. And there's a lot of layers of costs added on to your typical deal. So if I compare market rate development to a LIHTC project, the amount of, as Marcus said, consultants, attorneys, CPAs, other developers that are involved, everybody's getting paid. And it just adds so many layers of cost to it. And then in addition to that, I think Tom said it, it's a fee-based model that almost incentivizes higher costs, right? So I think it's a potentially just overall structural issue with how the program is kind of operated and how the incentives are. You kind of have this incentive system that doesn't really give a whole lot of reason to developers to bring those costs down, right? So I think that's a big issue with the LIHTC and affordable space, at least from my perspective, kind of being involved in one and comparing it to market rate transactions.
Well, and one other thing too is, we've been thinking about it and we've been approached to do LIHTC projects because our experience is not that far off from that. But when I then goes, all right, so what's the project? What's the process for getting a 9% allocation? Well, cross your fingers and hope in 2 years that you get an allocation. It's just like, I can get this thing approved and started in hopefully 18 to 24 months. I might not even have approvals or you know what I mean? So you have a lot of developers, whether it's Joe or myself or others, they're kind of, you have to overbill because the risk is so high. And I think that's another part of that problem with just that process.
So we have both David, Heidi, and then we have somebody here from Cape Coral. Like, what is from a Cape Coral perspective? So we've sort of talked a little bit about the county. We've talked a little bit about the city of Fort Myers. Like from a Cape Coral perspective, like how do you all see this playing out as it relates to the city? 200,000-ish people, 4 units to the acre for the most part. How is this starting to play out from a financial perspective for the city of Cape Coral as we think long term?
So I think everyone knows that the city of Cape Coral is fairly unique, being what is in essence a giant subdivision and predominantly 10,000 square foot lots. So the majority of our problem lies in the fact that we don't have large multifamily properties. That is a very big problem for us. And the ones that we have are getting eaten up by market rate. We had 9,000 units in the pipeline right now of multifamily. Of those, 150 were affordable. So we know that that's an issue. We also know that we aren't in the housing development world, right, as a government. So we are trying to do the best we can to look at our policies and change those policies to facilitate the development as best we can. But as we said at the beginning of this, politics always come into play, as well as the public, right? So we generally have a difficult time trying to get changes to our policies put in place. In 2019, we went through a complete code change. It had everything we're talking about here. We had ADUs in the zoning code. We had increased density by right for affordable housing written in. We had micro cottages because we still regulate house size in Cape Coral. So we had all of these initiatives and we talked about it for 4 years, and it got to 2 months before and the public got wind of one thing and everything went out the window. So for us, it is an education thing, right? And I think it's actually countywide. Let's be honest, countrywide, right? Is that we have to change the conversation, right? And we have to make people realize and not say, we're having an affordable housing issue. We have an attainable housing issue. We have I've heard life cycle housing problem before. Whatever we want to bill it, right? We have a housing affordability issue in Lee County, and we have to be realistic in Lee County as a whole that the housing stock that we're building does not meet the needs of the majority of people working in this community. Period. End of story. If you look at the jobs that are coming online, they're not high paying jobs. So, from our perspective, we're going to keep moving forward by trying to bring policies forward. We were successful in increasing our density. I mean, went from no more than 16 dwelling units an acre to we now have a 25 unit an acre zoning district. With Live Local, I see that's going to make a huge impact in Cape Coral for sure. And I think because one component of that is that density component, right? You think, I think people say, 25 dwelling units an acre. Well, guess what? In South Cape, the density is 125 dwelling units an acre. That is our max density. That comes into play under Live Local as well. So I think you're going to see more opportunity with us with that.
I was going to say Stan Gamont, who I used to work for when I was at HUD. Lots of experience at the federal level. So Stan, do you have some comments?
I mean, it's been a bit of an interesting conversation to this point, hearing what the various points of view that we've got here. There are a number of different ways to go about tackling some of the issues that I've been hearing about. to the idea of, well, can there be a subsidy provided to developers? Well, there's an opportunity to do that depending on the nature of the unit you get at the end of the day. The idea of low-income housing tax credits, how long it might take to get those and the uncertainty associated with it. Don't know if anybody has talked to housing, the state housing agency with regard to the QAP about whether there's a potential for a carve out. Some states have done things like that in the past for disaster impacted areas. And again, if you need some other approaches for eligible activities to support these projects, think them through carefully and then ask HUD for additional waivers on these things. Again, lots of ways to go about this and to facilitate it. Hurdles are hurdles, but they can be gotten over in many cases. There's some things can't move, but I think that there are ways and there are examples about how to work around these particular problems. And we just need to mind those things.
Great, thanks, Dan. And Melanie, I know from an FGCU perspective and the work that you all are doing around workforce, what are your thoughts on how this relates to not just our workforce we have now, but our workforce we're going to have in the future? Are you still there, Melanie?
Let me jump in before we move too far away from the comment that was just made. When the gentleman mentioned QAP, which is acronym for Qualified Allocation Plan for Florida Housing Finance, it's basically the rules of how they're going to award the tax credits. They've established a goal for Lee County, funding. I think it's 3 developments in Lee County, I believe. So, although, and I'm not sure if it's in the QAP, but they did establish goals. Which is a good start.
Can you say QAP again?
QAP, Qualified Allocation Plan, which is the rules of how the credits are awarded. My experience with Florida Housing over the 15, 16 years I've been working with them, they have been very inviting. They will listen to you if you have a unique problem in your community and it's fair to the rest of the state. They will certainly take it under consideration. But here's where I believe we have an opportunity. And Tom mentioned, and also I would like to also say that Joe, who's commented, he has a unique skill set. He has both affordable and market rate experience. I work with Joe. He's done some good stuff in this community. But Tom mentioned, 9% tax credits are they are oversubscribed every year. And the comment about waiting 2 years, sometimes you may wait 4 or 5 years to get an allocation, right? But I think we have a solution to that. And I mentioned it briefly in a conversation with Jeannie. I didn't go into too much detail, but 4% tax credits are undersubscribed. All right, because it's hard to find the gap financing to make the deal work. Well, now we have the gap financing. Okay. So I think at least from our perspective at Lee County Housing Authority, we've certainly internally discussed that as an option. And so we're excited about working with Lee County on 4%. And you've got the Lee County Housing Finance Authority right here. Phil Burnett and his team, they do a great job. So
just to cut to the chase on that, there's a 5% additional gap that rather than going after 9%, you go after 4%, which are guaranteed. And then Jeannie, will you give me 5%? And now I've got a 9% without as much 42 attorneys.
Correct. Oh, well, no.
Maybe 20.
No,
I think we resolved the housing affordability issue.
The attorneys are going to be there. The attorneys are going to be there. But what Dan says, and he's right about that. I was on a closing call yesterday, and there were probably 42 people on the call. Not all attorneys, but a big number of them were. But no, there's a solution with the 4% credits, right? And Jeannie's going to have 1.1 billion. So we can get some stuff done. Let me make one other point, and then I'll be quiet so other people can get in this conversation. I was raised in Raleigh, North Carolina, in a predominantly African-American community, similar to what we refer to as the Dunbar community. In the 70s, we experienced white flight, right? All the white families moved out to the suburbs. The last 15 years, they moved back in, okay? We have communities that I grew up in where there are $75,000 homes. These are small homes, shotgun homes in some cases. There are $1 million houses beside them. If I didn't see it, I wouldn't believe it. Now, here's what I think may happen here. At Dunbar community, those values are about to jump. And we've got to figure out a solution there too, because people are going to be priced out of the Dunbar community. It's just a matter of time. All right. So we got to be aware of that as well. And again, we have an opportunity here. And if we blow this, shame on us. If we blow this opportunity.
So I see Melanie, so I'm gonna make one comment. Typically, in most communities, the loss of affordable housing is greater than the production of new housing, because most communities don't have policies in place to maintain the affordable housing that they have. And so it's a two-pronged thing. Yes, there need to be incentives for new development, but there also need to be incentives to maintain the stock that exists. I know Melanie's on the line.
Yes, good morning. Melanie Schmies, Manager of Sponsored Programs at the Regional Economic Research Institute. I apologize. I stepped away for a quick minute. And of course, that is the time where I had heard my name called. So happy to answer anything that I can. Otherwise, I'm happy to be part of the discussion and just listen. Thank you.
So Melanie, the question we sort of posed was, related to the work that you all are doing at FGCU around workforce, like housing is a workforce problem also. And so what we were talking about is what are you seeing both now and into the future related to that, that it's going to take for, whether it's employers, just not just about developers, but it's also about the employers. Like what is it going to take from what you're seeing related to the work at FGCU?
Sure. So my work is mainly tied to, as you'd stated, a large workforce development grant. And really the target for this grant is underserved communities, upskilling, reskilling, doing rapid credentialing for folks to get into better jobs, good paying jobs in our community. I know that even when we first were awarded this money and talking about the project, a lot of the questions we were getting were, well, even people with good jobs can't afford to live here. So like, why are we even trying to build and work on this system in our community when it became an issue of affordable housing and workers can't afford to live here. So is this even something that our community wants to focus on? And that was really surprising to hear. I understand where the comment came from. So obviously we're still working to address the issues of workforce upskilling, reskilling, creating this whole system of wraparound services, whether it be childcare, transportation, gas cards to get to trainings and to jobs. But at the end of the day, it is going to come back, and it does come up in conversations about at what point in this project and then the larger scope of what we're trying to build here, are we addressing affordable housing, and how do we bring in the right people into that conversation? So if we're touting, job growth and job placement and workforce development, we have that critical component. We have not, and I'm talking about a specific project here, not really what the university is doing as a whole, but it is something that we need to integrate into the discussion. So I'd love to lean on everyone that's also involved in this conversation to assist. And this conversation has certainly helped to bring some thoughts and comments back to the group.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. One of the questions that's on here, and particularly in the context that we're meeting, there are additional requirements for energy conservation. Obviously, climate issues, production of local energy, microgrids, et cetera. That's become, a part of the discussion. But also the issue about resilience, building more resilience into housing and other structures. How does that impact the cost of development, and is that another additional burden? I mean, you know, I joked when I was at HUD and having worked for local government, we want everything. I mean, if you look at the HUD regs regarding, you know, the DR, we want affordable housing, we want accessible housing, we want housing that's resilient, we want housing that's energy efficient, we want housing. So, I mean, in the context of all the things that society is layering on housing and housing production, you know, how does that impact what we're doing? And is that a good thing, a bad thing? I mean,
I think it's a good thing, but I think the price goes up. I mean, the price goes up significantly when you start to add all those layers in. And I'm gonna look to Marcus, because Marcus, you were around with Coconut Cove, weren't you?
Right.
That cost per unit was pretty significant, and that's a LEED platinum building, and it,
Yeah, it's, I mean, you know, Amy's right. It's great to have that, especially in a state where we have to deal with the occasional hurricane.
Only
So,
takes one.
yeah, it only takes one, and you're right, the cost is gonna go up, Dan, and so, but you've got to build structures where people are safe in their homes. And I don't think it's an option. I think in Florida, we have to build resilient housing. I just don't think I think it's non-negotiable. But it's going to increase the cost. We got to figure that out. It's going to be another hurdle, a financial hurdle.
I think you're just gonna have to, you don't have to go full blown, I'm doing LEED platinum. You're just gonna have to balance it out really and get the best bang for your buck as far as.
I'm gonna make a comment on that because that's a lot of the bulk of what I do. I'm a sustainability consultant. The building codes, the Florida Building Code has been well aligned with some of the Code Plus standards. LEED is not the only flavor. There is National Green Building Standard that is well aligned with the Florida Building Code. You have Green Gloves, so you have different choices now. And I can tell you that the regular building code has strengthened a lot of their challenges, you know, for hurricane resiliency, but also for energy efficiency. So the gap is, you know, what we talked about 10 years ago is not the same anymore, because every single housing project that is funded by HUD has to be certified green. And it's kind of like a third-party audit guarantee that we're building a quality product. So that gap is not as large as it used to be.
And I just wanted to add too, is we also did a LEED platinum apartment project 6 years ago, and it's just, you don't need to do those programs. You need to do probably just the NGBS program or whatever. And the Florida Building Code is, you know, is pretty good. So it's just adding unnecessary cost. The resiliency stuff, yeah, I agree. That's like non-negotiable. You gotta.
And I will add to that, if, I'm sorry, Gary, if we are looking at green building codes for resiliency, developers can add energy tax credits as part of their layering of incentives to their projects. So you can get up to $2,500 on energy tax credits per unit.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna thank you for bringing that up. I agree 100%. These programs are well intended, but I go back to what Jeannie was saying about doing things like Davis-Bacon compliance. It adds cost, and nothing against these programs, but I think our building code currently, if you look at the structures, they did well without those types of programs. And I did want to circle, my head's still exploding from the conversation, I think, between Dan and Renaissance about how some of these market rate costs are below the affordable, and your comment about the lawyers getting paid. I do want to challenge this group. You know, we're not here to say those lawyers are going to have to be there. Marcus said that because that's your experience, I'm sure, right? They do have to be there. But our goal needs to be to get outside of that. And all right, how do we reduce that burden so that we can get these projects going? And we shouldn't be afraid to go to the federal government. And I heard, trying to make sure I get the names right here, Stan, talk about getting relief from some of that stuff. We need to be willing to ask for relief from those things if they're going to make the projects go forward.
Exactly what relief are you seeking? Because some things can be done and some things cannot.
I agree. Administrative burden that doesn't, I mean, there's administrative burden that makes sure there's not fraud. That we never want to touch that.
Yeah.
We're sure that we're doing things that are above board. But administrative burden, again, I use Davis-Bacon as the example because we have
Yeah.
to do it as a company a lot.
Yeah.
It is a burden, and it doesn't add value to the project, to be perfect.
Yeah. That's one where HUD can't help. because Congress in providing this money said very directly, that is an area where HUD cannot use its statutory waiver and alternative requirement authority. It's a sore point, but you can ask, but that's an easy no for HUD because they just don't have the authority. Same would go for most environmental requirements.
Understood. So maybe we have to ask somebody else who can grant that authority. All they can say is no.
Congress wrote the law.
I'm going to derail the conversation for just a minute. So we're looking at financial incentives, but from a social science perspective and from a planning perspective and a historical perspective, we need to understand how we got here. And I am a pioneering family of the area. I'll just throw that out there. But the way, and Amy can speak to this, that most of Southwest Florida was built on a retirement dream. It was built on a tourism vacation destination. The Rosen brothers in Cape Coral, and I'm just going to speak from my history, were marketing geniuses. The way our area has been developed to be a place to visit and retire and then go on, whatever that means. Growing up in Cape Coral, it was called Cape Coma, and Fort Myers was called Fort Misery. And being a child in this area was typically awful because it was made of mostly people that were sold a dream to come down here after they worked their lives, bring their money, retire, enjoy beautiful, sunny Florida, whether it's a gray sky day or a blue sky day, okay? So I want to go back to the context. If we're looking at how we fix our housing problem, we need to spend some money in looking at things. And I know we're going to get to this in the next session, but we have to look at the pockets of opportunity that are there for the workforce, for the infrastructure support that can fix the problem of the people that came here without thinking of all the things that they need to live here. So I just want to also highlight the Dunbar area, the Harlem Heights area. Those were the folks that were here to grow our food, to grow our magnolia flowers that we sent out, and to support the services that we needed to come to vacation here, to retire here, to die here, okay? So let's think about the context of the problem that we have. We have a retirement community that was sold on a dream on the back of a Camel cigarette box that you came down here, you went wined and dined to buy and build in a swamp. Okay, we had people to support that, but those people, whatever they looked like, were never, the land was never planned to support a urban, suburban environment. It was never designed to support the infrastructure, the social infrastructure, the infrastructure we need for water, electricity, resiliency that we're talking about today. So I love these conversations and I'm learning so much from all of you. And I know we're going to tackle this in the next session. I just want to remind you that there is opportunity to finance from a planning perspective, from a land development perspective, the opportunities that are there to build and be resilient for what's coming, and the support services and the folks that we need to maintain that dream that drives our economic development here.
So are there, following on that, are there incentives that are in place or could be developed that would help focus development into vacant land or along transit corridors or in a way that, you know, makes sense from an infrastructure perspective and doesn't totally, you know, run up against sort of the cultural or historic development patterns that are here sort of along that? Are there opportunities for that to occur, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I think just maybe this will echo some of what you were saying, but what we were doing in New York and how we're changing it for down here was mostly urban infill. So it was old historic buildings that were vacant. And then we actually did historic rehabilitation. So we put them on the National Register, get historic tax credits. And that's how we filled the funding gap up there. You know, I think down here, at least if you're talking about the areas that are already built up and not doing the you got 50 acres kind of somewhere on the outskirts. And I think this is the same for the LIHTC affordable. There's a lot of sites, or there are sites that are, 3 to 10 acres that are not big enough for a full market rate or a luxury development. But with the right overlay, or if there was a official program that's kind of spelled out, I think then you could easily, especially getting to the point where you have kind of known path for entitlement that's not open-ended to a NIMBY, a board being influenced by NIMBY, you can then, have those infill opportunities or those kind of transitional areas to be used to make, whether it's a affordable, a mixed income, or a workforce attainable housing project. And I think that's it's a little bit of our business models. We try to go find those places and try to find those transitional areas and do that. And I think it also affects the land price comment you were making, because if it's below a certain number of acres and it's X density, you kind of don't have a great use for it outside of these types of projects. And then you start getting into how do you fix transportation and parking, and then you start looking at bus lines and that sort of stuff. And it's kind of a process we've seen done a couple times.
So this might be a good opportunity for me to jump in just in terms of some of the things that Cape Coral has developed on the incentive front. I think Joe may have been the person to mention this, that, there is a model where if we look at different levels of income within a particular project where there's some affordable housing, some market rate housing, that those type of projects would qualify for the city of Cape Coral's incentives. We've looked at the infrastructure costs of sites and put together programs that will help with all of that site development work to kind of help address those additional costs before you start to build vertical. So our programs do provide assistance to that, but right now it's primarily for mixed use. It has to be some commercial that's integrated in with that. And that gets to the challenges that Jennifer talked about in terms of how Cape Coral is laid out. We're a pre-platted community. There is kind of a battle of those properties that are available and that are large sites, because we need commercial. We need those areas where jobs can be addressed in investments for businesses. So, we've got a challenge on our hands in terms of trying to address our commercial needs, our job creation needs, as well as housing.
Hi, biggest land trust in the state right here. But it's a great question. We almost exclusively use the land trust for, we've identified a piece of property, we've identified the developer partner we're going to work with, we've identified the funding, and we're going to put the land into the trust either at closing or when we are getting underway actively with the project. We very rarely use the land trust for land banking with the idea of assembling or going through the entitlements process to tee it up to make it easier for a developer to build what we know we need to get built there. But it's certainly a tool we should keep in the toolbox. To your point also about mixed use development, I think we should keep in mind as we think about this for longer term planning. Was talking with a county elsewhere in the state about this a while ago. It's probably easier to build straight multifamily residential at whatever your market rate is, much more difficult to include that slice of commercial on the ground floor. But if we don't build it there, we're not going to go back 10 years from now when we need it and raise the building and stick a commercial first floor in there, right? So we've got to figure out ways to incentivize also. And it may be things like, saw a great project with this in Clearwater a few years ago. The ground floor retail was leased out for like $1 a foot to nonprofits. So we've got somebody in the building, we've got a little activation, we've got some people that want to go out to lunch locally and things like that. Until we get enough density, enough critical mass of people living in the area. And now we can start saying, thanks, you got your 3 or 4 years of really cheap rent. Now we're ready to bring in a Panera or, a local business to start filling up this space. So we need to be thinking about not just infrastructure support, but also probably ways to subsidize that commercial for 5 or even 10 years
You
to
know,
get what we need.
related to the mixed use, the new buzzword is the 15-minute neighborhood. The idea that, you know, you're creating these neighborhood pods where you can walk to work, you can walk to the grocery store, you can walk to a restaurant and live in the neighborhood and reduce your dependence on transportation. How effective, how much opportunity do you think there is within this context for that kind of development pattern to emerge?
Well, I think if you look at like Lee County unincorporated, it's their code for like the mixed use overlay, which I think should just be expanded. So that would effectively reduce the open space requirements. So when you do that, you go from 40 down to 20, which increases your density right away. And you also can deliver a lower parking ratio. So I think if you look at Inspiration South on College Parkway, the old goat farm, they're in the mixed use overlay. So that parcel was effectively able to reduce the 2.1 units per or parking space per units down to 66% of that. So that saves them 1.4 acres. So when you look at land costs and just fill costs in the whole 9 yards, they effectively were able to increase density up to, I think, 23 units per acre there, which is one of the higher ones in the actual county and unincorporated areas. So I think by expanding those mixed use overlays and looking at the open space requirements can actually incentivize development.
Because I think one of the things that Frank mentioned in his comments, it's not necessary that we build 20 years out today. So the idea that there is a process by which land is developed, you put that 1-story retail on, but it's built in such a way that it's adaptable for upper floors, or that it can be torn down easily and redeveloped, because our cities are continuing to evolve. But that takes, you know, I think about long-term planning. Yeah, there's the 10-year vision, but then there need to be strategic plan elements of that says in the next 2 years, these are our goals. And then the market's going to move around the next 2 years. These are our goals. So an incremental planned way of beginning to think about how the environment evolves. And so the kind of planning and incentives that we've talked about here, are those in place, or do there need to be more of that in place?
I mean, before the storm, the county had begun reviewing its mixed use overlay policies and had added quite a bit of new acreage in North Fort Myers specifically. Subsequently, we're going back and reviewing, they'll talk about this in the next session, but examining Summerlin and some of the trailer parks and how they can be brought back as mixed use development with the types, the types of densities that are required to make it work. But the other thing we're missing, from the commercial perspective, is we don't use new markets tax credits here. And so we've only had 4 projects in all of Southwest Florida. We're in this building is a beneficiary of being the third one. But we've only used them, and they've only been used for not-for-profit. So we've done no commercial new markets tax credits, which puts 25 to 30% of equity into the deal for free. Markets has been trying to pull off a project for a while now. And Dan's has tried to learn more about it, but there's no one here that has a particular competency. And they're complicated like any other bond deal, and they're expensive. The transaction costs are very high. I think Lee Health will be the next one that does one, but it's something that needs to be brought into the equation. The last thing I thought we were going to go was some of the cost, and I think the developers do this in their performance every day. And I think Frank's actually done this academically. But we're considered a deadhead community, meaning our rail and our trucking goes back empty often after it brings deliveries here, and that adds 10% of cost to our local materials. And I'm sure Gary deals with that all the time. Our rail, excuse me, our rail is down because of the storm. Can't cross the Coosawhatchee, so Raymond supplies has gone up exponentially. Labor has gone up 18% over the last 18 months, which is a good thing, but still it's a cost that, and I think, and then we've had lots of discussions with BIA, our industry, building industry association, about, using alternative materials that may be less expensive, but it's a herd mentality. To get the first contractor to decide that they're going to use bamboo, for trusses, it's going to take a regulation to make that happen. And I don't blame them, but all these sort of things go into the cost, and we haven't talked about insurance. And so, that's going to be the other, burden that we have to address. So we can have incentives, but those incentives, and I think the Florida Housing Finance Corporation did a very good job at trying to add money back to the different deals that they were in to make up for some of the material inflation that they were having to deal with. But we can do a lot of this work to create incentives, and it's just going to cover where we would have been 2 years ago. Before we had, done, to Jennifer's point, have been, sort of stayed up to date with us all along. The good news is there's so much job growth, and it's good job growth that's going on in some parts of the county. We've got 9 million square feet under construction along the Alico corridor, with 12 million square feet in the pipeline along the interstate somewhere, whether it's Luckett Road or Alico or whatnot. And we're making a historical amount of improvement, investments in our roadways to make some of those commuting times from Lehigh Acres to their job place less expensive or less difficult. We have the longest distance commute of any county in the state of Florida. And so when we talk about the 35% people pay for a housing cost, they're paying 25% of their household income in car costs, where the US average is 12%. And so when you add those two numbers together, you're at 60% before you buy your first grocery or pay for insurance or anything like that. So there's a whole ecosystem that has to be unraveled and reorganized to rationalize what we're trying to accomplish.
So that's normally you're teeing that up for my request for mixed use development, which is my consistent, but just some component of that is we've had the benefit of, it's Friday, we were here on Monday talking about infrastructure, transportation, utilities and some of these things. And so kind of an ask around the financial incentive is in a ranking mechanism and a support side. If somebody tees up all 5 components, as there's new lines of water and sewer in the area, there's new transportation hubs. If you've got cultural components and medical components all in the same area, can you increase the probability of receipt of those funds and increase the funding? I think would be kind of the ask from my perspective to say, hey, can we get some linear? And then from a functional and development perspective, one of the areas that I think the government's goal and role should be is 100-year horizon return on capital type of mindset versus an investor developer that's exposed. So if it's not needed, rather than not building it today, let the government take that role of saying, hey, I'll build the parking garage over the retail that supports the 4 businesses and the multifamily in one place, because we know that efficiency of land does increase our probability of all of those things going down the cost of execution. So even layering in where it's, hey, incentive to those groups, but also we're actually going to put infrastructure in that hub component.
If I may, thank you, Dan. That's brilliant. I love that concept of what you're talking about. This has been an incredible panel. So thank you all for sharing what you have going on. Just to give some feedback. So I work with community assisted supportive living, nonprofit developer. But what we do is we build and we hold. And we house folks that make 60% or less of AMI, people with chronic mental health problems, substance abuse, chronic homelessness, and affordable housing. So to Marcus's point, the 9% tax credit, this is such a complex business model. So here we have a project, we've secured the 9% tax credits, takes forever. It wasn't our first go around. Now we're just missing a little bit of money. If we don't get that next little bucket of money, there goes the 72 units we're trying to bring into Cape Coral. But that's how this system works. It seems kind of backwards to me. I 100% agree with you, Marcus. The 4% tax credits is how we're going to build the pipeline. We'll get more done with the 4%, because for those of you that aren't familiar with the 4%, we don't have to compete. Our last competition that we lost at Florida Housing Finance Corp, there was only, I think, 3 of us in it, and we lost to Miami-Dade. So these are really tough competitions. So 4% is really where we're going to get our leverage. We talked a little bit about green building LEED certification. We've decided as an organization that we are going to build our properties resiliently. We are putting on metal roofs. We are doing lysine in our attics. We are putting in generators because we do house vulnerable populations. We feel responsible. Plus also there's a business argument for it. Our renewal on our insurance premium, astronomical. So we're going to have to get creative as in our space as we hold these properties, because to your point, you should never apologize for your fees, because that's how no margin, no mission, we can't build a greater pipeline. So I love the idea of a land bank and a land trust. I think I'm hearing that's a great opportunity. So in order, from where I'm sitting, because I wear two hats, right? I'm also on the Lee Health Board and we have a workforce housing shortage. So what I would like to know, is there data out there in Lee County that's broken down into AMIs? Because obviously, to Joe Bernaro, dead on, we can layer the 60% AMI housing. I'm excited about it. We are doing some of that up in Sarasota. How do we know what is our do we have a strategic plan in Lee County around area median incomes, where the gap in housing is? But I want to see it translated into what those jobs are. So we sit here and we say 60% AMI. How much of our workforce in Lee County fits in 60% AMI? Maybe there are developers in this space today or out there that would be interested if we say, you know, we could master lease with a big employer. I'm looking at Chris over here, Lee County School District. There's all these different things, but until we know what that strategy looks like, till we know what that gap is. So is there anything like that, John? I'm looking right at you and Jeannie.
I mean, I think I'll let you answer the most of it, but I think, you know, about 4 years ago, the county between our Human Veteran Services, DCD, really tried to work collaboratively to begin to develop that strategy. And we've started getting pots of allocation that you can depend on if you can apply for if you're going to apply for 9% or you know, where you need a local contribution. So the strategy is emerging. I think 1.1, whether there's enough money or not, at least gives us the opportunity to create a strategy. As for the data, we have the data at the household level. I mean, you know, broken up by, you know, where you work and how much you earn, and we can aggregate that, you know, at a census tract level or census block level. You know, any AMI strata that you want, any occupation you want. We know exactly where, you know, who we're talking about. And I think the information we've gathered through the individual assistance program, you know, the 55,000, 60,000, you know, families and phone calls we've taken has given us even more insight into where those needs are. So we haven't had a chance to publish this or to really put it out because it's been so recent. But I think that's one of our goals.
Yeah, I mean, like John said, we definitely do have the data of who are these people behind these income limits. And that is some of the stuff that we had put together pre-hurricane and presented and really started the conversation about, you know, how do we create sustainable funding sources? And yes, the 1.1 billion, I super appreciate Frank's math because that is the topic of conversation. But like Frank said, it's not the solution. It's not a sustainable, you know, model. It's not a renewable funding source. So while yes, we do anticipate doing, you know, a ton of support for 4% deals, the financing gap for or subsidy gap, I guess, for 4% between 9% on an average size development like Cypress Village, it could be as much as $7 or $8 million per development. So if someone's getting a you know, CDBG DR contribution for a 9% tax credit deal, they might be getting $1 million, $2 million. If they are getting a 4% deal, they're going to need 9, 10, maybe a little more millions of dollars to make that project whole. So that $1.1 billion, even if it were all dumped into housing, doesn't provide for a lot of subsidies to be made to align with those 4% tax credits. So while yes, that is absolutely the intention, is to, you know, partner with that 4% deal for as much money as we can dedicate to housing, I think it's important to continue to explore those sustainable funding models and different renewable funding sources to be able to keep this momentum going after the 1.1 is exhausted.
Can I jump?
Just real quick. One thing that I want to say, and is related to that, is that looking at, you know, we have to look at the bigger picture, but if we have the math put together about the gap that we have in housing and in our workforce and who we are trying to attract for resiliency without the CBGDR, it's an opportunity for us as a community, as a county, to put that financial case in front of HUD and say, we need to add 1 or 2 zeros to that amount of money.
I'll just jump in quickly to say, as a potential source of sustainable funding, when we're talking about 9 million square feet of industrial getting built, another 12 in the pipeline, what a great opportunity to have a linkage fee that says, with 21 million square feet of industrial operations, boy, somebody's gonna have to work in these places, right? Oh, they gotta go live somewhere at the end of the day, right? Housing is where jobs go to sleep. And so a linkage fee, we've got a great nexus there to find a way to sustainably fund a fund that can support workforce housing to support all this kind of development. One possibility, I'll also mention, we've seen this like in Charlotte, talked to them several times about a regional housing impact fund where banks and other major contributors are funding essentially below market rate mezzanine debt for these kinds of projects. That's one more way to fill the gap between what we have for equity from LIHTC and so forth, and other pieces. I want to point out too, because sometimes this escapes us, but the reason they're called the low income housing tax credits is they're tax credits. You have to have income to offset them against. Part of what makes them cost so much is almost nobody, not nobody, but almost nobody can consume the tax credits. So you have to pay an investment banker to syndicate them for you, to sell them off, right? And that's what makes these structures so complicated. So to the extent we can use CDBGDR in a more streamlined fashion and not load it up as if it's a tax credit, we can potentially save that 30% cost premium that goes into building LIHTC deals.
I just wanted one thing on the cost, because you keep talking about subsidizing, at least on the attainable, approaching that 120% AMI. I don't know how much is necessarily a subsidy versus when we go to look at a project and we have to calculate all the risk and taking 2 years to get this deal done or not done. Having almost a pipeline or an overlay or a process that we have, certainty of execution greatly changes how we look at a project. Same thing, it doesn't matter who they are in real estate. If they're looking at buying land and it's got 50 acres and they know they get as of right X units, someone will go after that project differently. So I think, knowing that, if there was almost a program for, at least on the attainable side, and I think it needs to look different, but along the same, procedures for affordable, knowing that you're going to get this approval, it's going to be an administrative process. You're not going to have to be in front of a board. You qualify for a TIF or a CBA. There's help on impact fees and maybe building permit fees, and maybe that's where some of the money needs to come from. But that may greatly reduce the ask. And that's something that we'll have to put in the pro formas as we do the projects. But I think, that would also potentially help a lot. So some of this is not necessarily a dollar subsidy in his example where, oh, you got to put this 100,000. The attainable model may be more of a zoning planning process overlay. And that may get you a lot of the way there, but probably not all the way there, but a lot of the way there.
And a renewable potential source, right? Like if you can place the capital into a piece of land that has the assurance, and then it comes out of that position and goes into the next piece and goes into the next piece.
It depends. I think if, on some of the projects we're working on, if we knew we would be able to get through the process, when you're doing the development, it doesn't matter whether it's the affordable or not, you're trying to minimize your dollars up front until you have certainty of execution. Because if you spend a bunch of money and then it gets denied for some reason, you're just in trouble and you're going to be
just for the public's awareness. What type of dollars are you talking about? This is like the cost of a coffee cup or like?
I think on, 2010 Hanson, which, we got our building permit approval and everything, a couple months ago, we were millions of dollars. And
before you broke ground.
Before you break down. Yeah.
And hundreds of thousands just to determine whether or not the site is compliant.
Yeah. And before you get even like, let's say a planning approval or something where you would have approval, you're hundreds of thousands, if not into 7 figures. So from a developer standpoint.
So that's super high risk dollars.
Yep.
which tend high risk, high return. So if we take $2 million off the table of exposure that needs 100 to 200% type of return because you only get it back on occasion.
Well, but if there was, if go through my example of an overlay, if there was like, you knew you were going to get this amount of units, if you do this income limitation, or you're doing this type of program, those dollars aren't high risk dollars anymore.
To my point is you take something that needs 100% return down to somebody that you can go raise capital around and they need 8 to 12% return.
Yeah.
So if we land banked it and did all the entitlements and got it ready and teed up for you, your development timeline is shorter and your risk exposure is way lower.
Go ahead, jump in, John.
Because, tell them how long Hanson, Hanson has taken. Marcus, how long did Civitas take? I mean, yeah, it took a while.
So-
It took a while. It's a great investment of time and money, and there's risk involved. But again, we come at it from a different, perspective than Tom, because we're not profit driven and so, and I know they're trying to do good work in the community as well, but we invest that time and effort and more times than not, we get to an end product. I've got to admit that we've been extremely successful in Lee County, in part because of my time in Fort Myers, city of Fort Myers, Lee County government, Cape Coral, the jurisdictions have supported these projects. So they end up working.
Not all Cape Coral.
I know,
Look,
I think we're gonna wrap this up. I know John's.
no, I'm famous, so we did run into one bump in Cape Coral.
So a lot of this is like great, fantastic momentum into what we're going to talk about starting at, I think, 11 o'clock. But I do want to wrap because we do need to have some time for public comment. And then obviously we have another session starting at 11. But I do want to not lose sight of a couple things that came out of this. So there is an opportunity, and it's been kicked around for the last several years, even before the hurricane, of this idea of there are some large employers in the region. And we have to John's point earlier in this week, to the point today, we have to have really thinking about our regional employers a lot. So there's this land banking opportunity, this actually capitalizing on a land trust model. There's this idea of what are the front end incentives or funding financial mechanisms to offset some of that, you're $1 million in before you ever even know if you're going to be able to build on the property. Like, what are some of those mechanisms that could be considered or built into that? And what you said, Marcus, I think is probably one of the most important things that we can't lose sight of, and we can't avoid the conversation, is this idea of how do we keep people in attainable homes, and how do we keep generational folks in their communities and their neighborhoods? Like, that has to be a priority as part of this conversation too. And so whatever you can share with us from the success they've had in Raleigh, I think there's a model there. I know there's other communities around the country that have models where they've been successful with that, of how we can replicate that. So before we close the conversation out, I just do want to let everybody know, I don't know if the screen's still shared or not, but this is the intake form that's on the Resilient Lee website. So if you have initiatives, you have ideas, they can be projects, they can be bigger, higher level picture, this idea of an overlay, which we'll talk a little bit more in depth in our next session. But this idea of what are these things that we could really start to be doing so we can build out the actual initiatives that would be part of that plan. So before I turn it over to public comment, we only have 5 minutes left of the time. Are there any other comments or questions that the branch has, or the panel? Any last thoughts before we close that out? And then we will turn it over to public comment.
I just want to make one quick comment. And having done consulting in communities, out of all the things that we've talked about, it's my opinion that the most important thing is political consensus. Because then if you have political consensus about the direction you want to go, you can make these tools work.
Very interesting comments today. I'm really enjoying the conversation as well. I want to point out that, we're talking about subsidies and financing, but there's a big segment of the market that we really aren't touching on, which is those people who are falling in between those, either the very wealthy or the very poor, which is quite frankly the mass majority of the people who are working here in Lee County. We have communities like Lehigh and Cape Coral that are just vast land banks in themselves, and countless thousands of lots that are yet to be developed. And what we need to focus on, I think, is the continual increasing of costs due to regulations and requirements to build these homes or these structures. The National Association of Home Builders, through their studies, have determined that at least 40% of the cost of construction is due to regulation. And every year we are regulated through additional code changes or issues with energy codes, which are ramped up every year, and the building code is ramped up every 3 years. And not that it's that there's not a real a goal that we're achieving there, because I think the results is what we've seen after the hurricane, that houses that are built to the current code and to the current elevation substantially are improved and do a great job of surviving these catastrophic events. You know, where we need to concentrate on are those communities that were not built to those standards. You know, we don't have new houses burning to the ground as frequently as we do old houses because of wiring issues and other things. But if you look at the code and look at the expense for things like electrical requirements now, or fire prevention requirements, or anything else, it's just extremely expensive to build. And we need to really look at that segment of the market that doesn't have the opportunity to get the subsidies or doesn't have the funds available to build housing. You know, it's PITI, right? Principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. The insurance is a big issue. We barely touched on that at all. The insurance industry drives a lot of these code requirements. And it's an issue that really needs to be addressed for the long term. Touch very briefly on impact fees. I heard a couple comments about that. You know, in the years past, there's even been jokes about, you know, we'll have an impact fee for affordable housing. Well, that really is not a viable solution. What we need to find is other funding mechanisms for infrastructure, try to reduce the cost of housing. And we have rural sprawl, and that's because it's less expensive to build out in these rural areas. There are not a lot of fees associated with that. Still have an impact fee that's the same whether you're building rurally or not, but things like infrastructure costs for water and sewer and all these other things, when you build out in the sticks out in Lehigh, you're not paying those fees. So it's less expensive to build out there, but it's contrary to what we're trying to achieve, which is, you know, urban infill.
Thank you, Richard. And I think there's some great initiatives I heard you say that you want to put into this little form here that's on the resiliently.com website. Great, thank you. Any other comments from the branch or the panel? All right, so I'm going to close that conversation out. And if there's any members from the public that would like to share, please state your name and your organization.
Hi, my name is Betsy and I'm the coordinator for the Immigration Network. A couple of things. Insurance, thank you for bringing that up. There's a discussion recently that Citizen may raise their rates by 50%. So I think when we're talking about whatever the right terminology is, affordable, attainable, whatever, we have to take that insurance cost into it. And the other thing is looking at where we consider risk and some of the incentives we have. So after Charlie in 2005, I was working with Goodwill and United Way on building disabled housing out there, had donated land, everything we had cost covered. We could not get any of the dollars through government because it's a barrier island, because it's at risk. So when we're talking about rebuilding communities, does that mean that affordable housing can no longer, workforce housing can no longer be in the barrier islands or on Sanibel or, you know, Fort Myers Beach? I think we have to consider that. It makes sense, you don't want those dollars to be at risk, but just something to consider where our workforce can actually be.
My name is Mike Love and I'm part of the NAACP. One of the speakers, I think the lady over there in that flower dress, I don't know your name, I'm sorry. You mentioned the sociological structure, and then there's a lot of statement made about Dunbar. If we use Dunbar as an example, we're going to realize that you cannot just drop affordable or attainable houses in the middle of Dunbar without literally changing the community. That community was never built for anyone except low-income field workers, like you said. And if we're going to change that, I stop for a second. Most of our young people in Dunbar, they go off to the best colleges and they don't return. They don't return because Dunbar is not set up for a young generation. So if you are going to make Dunbar resilient, you have to change all of that. Dunbar is a food desert. Our children are not being properly fed because they can't get fresh food. So if you're going to change a place like Dunbar, there's a lot of work you have to do. And the money has to be there year after year after year to sustain it to where it become resilient.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Great. And with that, I'll close the public comment. I just want to say thank you to our panelists and our branch members. We can give them a round of applause for being here. Thank you. And for those that want to stick around, we will have 2 more sessions today. So next we're going to talk about land use and policy. And then this afternoon, we'll talk about permitting. Oh,
Hey,
Marcus.
John, just real quick to the lady's comment here. Prior to the hurricane, I was involved in conversations with Fort Myers Beach about workforce housing. So I know they've had a change at the top with the new mayor and a couple new council members, but the city manager who's no longer there, they were at that time very interested in workforce housing down at Fort Myers Beach. I don't know what their position is now with the new mayor and council.
Thanks, Marcus. All right. For those who want to stick around, we'll Hey, good morning. We're gonna get started in about 5 minutes. So about 5 minutes, we will get started. Thank you. All right. Good morning. I have to check my watch to make sure it's still morning. I don't even know what time it is. Thank you, Therese. Welcome to our second workshop today on attainable and resilient housing. The focus of this session is on land use policy and innovative solutions. And before we get into some introductions and get started, I do want to share a few things about the context of what we're trying to accomplish today. First is this is being streamed live. And so we have folks joining us virtually. It's also being recorded. It's also a public meeting, so we will have public comment at the end. And so you all have microphones in front of you, so please push the button and so it goes from red to green before you speak. So our folks on Zoom, and then hold it close to your mouth so they can hear you. We also have, we're going to touch on what it means to be a branch member in a little bit, but we have branch members here in person and branch members that are joining us virtually from the Recovery Task Force. And so branch members in person, just you can come off mute. When you have questions, it's supposed to be a dialogue with the panelists. And then for folks, the branch members and panelists that are joining us virtually, if you have comments or questions, please drop them into the chat, and we are monitoring the chat in real time. For panelists that are on Zoom, we just ask you to use the raise hand function so we can make sure that we see you, and we'll be monitoring that. So the other thing I want to say is this is about solutions. We're really trying to, we know the impact that the hurricane had on our community. It also created an opportunity for us to think about the long term of how do we build a more resilient Lee County. And so this is really solutions focused. Maybe we've done things in the past we can revisit. Maybe there are opportunities for things we can do now, or communities are doing things now that we can scale. So the goal is solutions, solutions, solutions. So that might mean we have some gaps we've identified that we need to understand more, but the goal is to get to solutions. So with that, we're going to do some quick introductions and we will get the party started. So my name is John Romine. I'm part of the team here at Collaboratory, also part of the support team for the Recovery Task Force, helping move this along. We'll touch on that a little bit more once we get through introduction. So Steve, we'll start with you. Just name an organization, and then we'll get to the folks on Zoom at the end.
Good morning, everyone. Steve Belden, Community Development Director, City of Fort Myers.
Good morning, Frank Wells, President, Bright Community Trust.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mary Gibbs. I'm Community Development Director with the Village of Estero. Village people. Yay.
I'm Paula McMichael. I'm the Director of Planning for the City of Sanibel.
Amy Yearsley, City Planning Manager for the City of Cape Coral.
Jason Crage, GIS Coordinator, Lee County Human and Veteran Services.
Ellison Taylor, LSI Companies.
Terry Ware, Senior Manager, Haggerty Consulting.
And I believe we have 4 joining us on Zoom. And then Tam, go ahead and grab a seat at the end. We'll have you introduce yourself here in a minute. We'll start with you, Brett, because you're at the very top.
Sounds good. Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Brett Pelletier. I'm with Kirk & Company Real Estate Counselors out of Boston, Massachusetts. Very simply a housing economist working in housing solutions across the country.
Jacqueline?
Good morning, Jacqueline Ginston. I am the Planning and Zoning Manager for Bonita Springs.
And Brandon?
Good morning, Brandon Dunn with Community Development for Lee County.
Is that it, Alani? One more? Is Kara on or no?
Hi, I'm on. I'm Kara Sarah. I'm with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. I'm the Principal Resiliency Planner for the council.
Great, thank you. And Tam, if you can do a quick intro.
Tamara Pygott with the Lee County Visitor and Convention Bureau.
Thank you. All right, so we are going to have a facilitated conversation for the next couple hours. And this one last introduction. I cannot forget my partner in crime here, Harrison Newton from Haggerty Consulting, and the critical role that he plays in this long-term recovery effort.
Sure, I'm Harrison Newton. I work for Haggerty, as he just said, and just happy to be part of the Resilient Lee support team. We've been working to support this workshop effort, as well as the branches and the task force too. So thanks for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Harrison. I told you I wasn't going to forget, and I did. All right, so high level overview of the Recovery Task Force. So Recovery Task Force are created after disasters across the country. It's based on a FEMA framework, and our task force is led and chaired by the county commission. Commissioner Kevin Ruane is the chairman for the task force. And then the remaining 12 members of the task force are made up of the elected entities within Lee County. So that includes the municipalities, law enforcement, the fire districts, the school board, the health system, a representative from our legislative delegation, as well as a constitutional officer. So that is what makes up the Recovery Task Force. In addition to that, the Recovery Task Force has 8 branches. And so those branches are planning and capacity. So that's really looking at the higher level countywide policy opportunities and changes that may be helpful, economic recovery, education and workforce, health and social services, infrastructure, housing, which is chaired by or led by Gary Griffin, natural resources and cultural resources. And so all of these working together to really start to make up what the Recovery Task Force looks like and this idea of creating a resiliency plan. So we've been on a bit of a, we'll stick with the word aggressive, timeline since the late February, early March. And for the past 3 months, we've really been collecting information, trying to understand what are these initial priority areas that folks have identified, whether it's the branch members, which are made up from the community engagement efforts that have taken place in the last couple of months, as well as what technical expertise we have at the local government level. Like, what are all of the things that people are starting to prioritize as a result of the hurricane, but thinking about long-term resilience for our community as a whole. So not just hurricane recovery and hurricane response, but long-term resilience for Lee County. We're moving into this solutions phase where we're developing the recovery and resiliency plan, which will go ultimately to the Board of County Commissioners for a vote on December 5th. And so really what we're trying to build towards are these solutions and these initiatives and these ideas of how do we make Lee County more resilient is the goal of what this phase that we are in now. Related to community engagement, it was a robust effort. Many of you participated. And so we hosted a total of 17 town halls. 2 of them were virtual, one in English and one in Spanish. And then we had 15 town halls throughout the planning communities in Lee County to really start to understand what folks in the community, because, you know, the community was hit differently in different parts, but what are those priorities when we really start talking about and thinking about long-term resilience? And so we had a little over 1,000 folks participated in that. And then we have an online survey that's still live at resiliently.com that if you haven't filled it out or you know folks that would like to, please share that. It will be live for a little bit longer still. And we've had almost 5,000 people participate in that and share their input on what we should be prioritizing specifically to Lee County as part of this process. And then lastly, on March 30th, there was a region-wide, so including 4 other counties, Charlotte, Collier, Henry, and Glades counties, on the table sessions. And these were a day-long effort to have conversations around what are the things we can do or what are the things we need to prioritize as a community, and what are those social issues and those challenges that we need to really be focusing on. And no surprise, in every single one of those ways we've captured information, housing is the number one priority in our community. And I will say it was, if not number 1, it was number 2 before the storm, whether it's a workforce challenge, whether it's an economic development challenge, whether it's a tourism challenge, whether it's, we can go on and on and on, but it's definitely one of the biggest challenges that not just our community is facing, but communities across the country. And so today, housing gets its own whole day. So this week has been all about workshops. And so we started on Monday, we kicked off the week with critical infrastructure. So the only infrastructure conversation we haven't had is around the power infrastructure. That will be hosted on June 21st at 2 o'clock here at Collaboratory. And then on Wednesday, we talked about supporting business and workforce. Guess what? Housing came up in that. And then yesterday, we talked all about community resilience. And then today is attainable and resilient housing. And the goal of the workshop, so the branches have been identifying opportunities or priorities or things that they want a little bit more information about. So you all are the subject matter experts, the panelists here on the left, around certain pieces of this puzzle around housing for Lee County specifically. We do know housing is a regional challenge. We do know we're not going to solve our housing challenge with only focusing on Lee County, but the recovery task force itself is primarily focused on Lee County. And so today really is intended to be a dialogue. So branch members and panelists is to have a conversation to really understand how we can get more information for the solutions to solve our housing challenges in Lee County. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Terry, and he's going to dive a little bit deeper on what this conversation will be about.
Thanks. We have a lot of the excellent panelists from this morning still here, so I'm not going to repeat myself. You know, I showed this diagram earlier and I focused when we were talking about the financial on the interaction between that and the market. But now when we're talking about public policy, land use, transportation, infrastructure, how it's built, where it's built, it really gets into this issue about community vision. Because I hope I don't offend anyone, the role of a politician is to get reelected. And so on, you know, we've got the phases of development, and then overlaid of that, we've got the 2 or 4 year cycle of the political environment. I want to get reelected. If I'm really representing the interest of the individuals in my community, what vision is it that we're talking about? Because that vision is what's then developed into the development regulations, land use, etc., that you know, determine what's going to happen on any individual parcel. But it's a reflection of community desire. You know, there we go. What role should government play? What does the community desire? And then, as we talked about this morning, what will the market support? And what does the property owner want? So, all right, we changed the zoning. Now, as the property owner, most property owners are not generally good developers, but you've upzoned. Okay, now, I'm going to make a whole lot of money, you know, and I'm going to sell it. Developer comes in and says, yeah, I'll pay that amount of money. Now I've got to go to the city or the county, get development approved. So I'm working with the city council. You know, we're 2 years into the process. You know, I've worked with the staff, the planning directors on board. Election cycle. Everything comes to a halt. Now what are we going to do? Now we've got, you know, perhaps new people who've moved into the community. I tell you, I worked in Hawaii for 4 years in Honolulu on transit-oriented development. And several times I was told, go back where you came from, because we moved here for a particular lifestyle and we don't want changes that are going to impact that lifestyle. And the elected official, right, new mayor comes in and says, well, you know, I got elected by this block of people over here who didn't like that. So, you know, this interaction of public policy with community desires, you know, we talked a lot about this stuff, so I'm not going to repeat myself this morning, but I just want to put that frame in place. And then let's talk about what typically has been done in other communities. Density is most often used tool to encourage multifamily or affordable housing development. All right, now we're back to the community vision. I moved to this community because it was low scale and big open skies. You're going to build a 3-story housing unit behind me. I thought it was interesting, not to go off on a tangent. Stephen Curry, who plays for the Warriors, and his wife live in Atherton, California. They signed a petition in objection to a 39-unit senior housing development that was going behind them. I raise that only to say, you know, having worked in Boulder, Colorado, and Berkeley, California, and some very liberal communities, NIMBYism is alive across the country. And that reflects back to our political process. So, you know, we talked about density bonuses. Where is that appropriate? Where can it happen? You know, we've talked about other zoning variances. Typically, it's reducing parking, providing infrastructure. These are sort of the typical ways that other communities have responded in trying to deal with this issue of providing affordable housing. So having said all that, as I ended the last session, it's my belief that out of all of these things, having political consensus about the direction of the community is the most important element, because then you have support for the tools and projects and activities that will move forward. So having said all that, I guess the first question is, what are the barriers that you see in this community to providing incentives for the affordable housing that the community needs? And I think Jennifer this morning mentioned the market, you know, I mean, and others have mentioned, you know, the market, the hole that we're missing is the middle market. You know, there are subsidies for the very low income per se. The market's going to take care of the very high income. And that tends to be where a lot of the development occurs, but it's sort of missing hole. So, you know, we've talked about reduced parking. We've talked about lowering financing costs, modular, different construction techniques. but all of that still has to occur in the political environment in which we exist. So the first question is, what is the political environment here? And is there support within the communities for the kind of housing that, is so sorely needed? Anyone want to jump into that, that hole? Don't raise your hands all at once. Jennifer, I thought you had some good comments this morning, so I'm gonna pick on you.
Nothing like being put on the spot.
Right. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. What we were referring to a little bit was just context. Southwest Florida was not necessarily a planned development for all the things that we look at when we look at planning. It comes from a marketing perspective of selling the American dream, of the retired dream, of a vacation destination. And when you develop a town around that, that is mostly a suburban planned development, speaking specifically in regards to Cape Coral, to just kind of drive a nexus of what the conversation happened about earlier, is that we are now at an opportunity to provide potential solutions to a planning process that lacked the planning process, but was most likely more marketing focused. We have a lot of folks here that have come to maintain that dream, just like you were saying, having a vacation home, rather than looking at the support needed to have that dream. And when it comes to workforce, whether it comes to the infrastructure, whether it comes to where you buy your food, where we grow our food, what our houses or our house products look like in Cape Coral, specifically in coast development along Southwest Florida, most of our housing or our development was around a retirement or a vacation destination. So we have an opportunity to fix that. And that was just some of the context of this morning, is kind of understanding where we came from to where we are now, and the problems that we have and the solutions that we can gather, knowing what we know now and all the people that are at the table. So just setting context. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I know there are several planning directors.
I'll
Go
jump
ahead,
in from,
in.
at
Thank
least
you.
from the city of Fort Myers perspective, barriers. And we're seeing not necessarily barriers to development of affordable housing specifically, but barriers to development of housing in particular, regardless. There's been a lot of development pressure. Southwest Florida, Lee County, city of Fort Myers, we're all experiencing that development pressure in housing in particular. We've seen an explosion of multifamily developments in the city of Fort Myers, the vast majority market rate, luxury apartments in the city. And that's put a lot of pressure on our infrastructure system. And so people are responding to that. It's affecting real lives as far as, we've got water pressure issues, you have traffic, you have transportation issues. So we're getting pushed back just on development in general. No more residential development. That's what, we're hearing. And so we talk about incentives, we talk about density bonuses. Yeah, that's a great incentive, but we got pushback on that. And it's not just not because it's necessarily affordable housing, because it's just more people. So that's what we're facing right now, is especially the last couple of years, kind of through COVID, it's really picked up with a lot of people that kind of moved down here or stayed here through the summer months, when usually you get that kind of seasonal break. Well, and now more and more people are coming here and putting more and more pressure on the systems that we have here. So it's, like I said, it's more of just a pushback on those development pressures.
It's an interesting kind of dilemma that we're in these days, isn't it? We've crossed the Rubicon into the remote world. So as Tom Friedman mentioned in his book, The World is Flat, there are two kinds of jobs: local jobs, barber, doctor, stylist, those things that require face-to-face interaction. And then there are everything else. And so in communities like this, where you have a high sense of a place value, if you will, I want to live here because of the, adjacency to water and the great climate. You have those remote people, and now they're putting pressure on the service industry, which is the other end of the spectrum. And so, from your perspective, how are you addressing this? What do you think the community vision is in line with the new economy? Anyone jump in?
I didn't want to start the conversation because I know Sanibel is a little bit different
Right.
And that it's entirely barrier island. The market pressures that we see regionally are even greater on Sanibel. People who can afford to live there can price out basically everybody else. We do have a below market rate housing program, and it is targeted towards 160% of area median income. So
Hang on, did you say 160? 60? Okay,
160.
just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly.
yes. So that middle there, it's not even the 120% that other people are talking about. We're looking at people who make a good deal of money. And that what you talked about, the remote economy and people being able to work remotely, we have seen a lot of people who move to Sanibel. There's a great school out on Sanibel. They want their kids to go to a great school. They want to live in a beautiful place, and they can work remotely. They don't have to. They can be from California and continue to work for that same company, but now they live on Sanibel. So that just increases that pressure.
It's that beautiful place issue. What's the community desire that drives people to make these location decisions? Go ahead, jump in.
I think with what we're seeing is, I think Cape Coral is always seeing explosive growth, and we kind of want to, we're having a hard time. We've always kind of had a hard time figuring out what we want to be when we grow up. And we're just starting to get there and understand we don't want to just be a bedroom community. So how can we get other types of development so our residents don't have to leave Cape Coral, but at the same time, we're starting to see kind of a slow growth, anti-growth idea as the roads fill up, as they realize, wow, we only have one hospital for Cape Coral. And so in fact, Wednesday, even at council, someone actually came and said, you should stop issuing permits for single family homes. Well, we know we can't do that, right? And it's very hard to get the average person. They said, we don't want to be Miami. Well, it's very hard to get the average person to understand that, the concept of vested rights of development and things like that. So, we are always kind of trying to look at ways to incorporate our community values, but understand that we are just rapidly growing and there's no stopping us. We know that we're going to be 430,000 people. And we're going to get there faster than we ever anticipated.
Tam, before you jump in, I know Jacqueline had her hand up on Zoom. Kind of want to get the perspective, I believe, from Bonita Springs on what was said earlier. And then Tam, I definitely want to hear the tourism aspect as it relates to this.
Thank you. My input in terms of a barrier that I have seen is the impact of the short-term rental market on our community. We've had recently a lot of multifamily developments come online, which is nice, which was great for our workforce. And we're just outside of Collier County, so we served a lot of residential needs for the workforce in Collier. But even then, some of those developments are now wanting to be used for short-term rentals. So we're seeing a lot of the short-term rental market impact the housing that was available for our workforce, to the point where now Bonita is not really affordable for some people anymore. So that's just something I wanted to share that I've been seeing in terms of a barrier for attainable housing for the workforce. So that's all.
Great, thank you.
I'll build into that a little bit. I think that, a lot of retirees are using or future retirees to our area are using vacation rentals as a way to pay to fund that. They're buying now, they're renting it short term and plan to eventually live in that property. And so it may feel like it's the tourism industry that's placing that pressure, but really it's that future retiree that's placing that pressure on that unit. How many shows on HGTV, buy your vacation home and rent it out, right? So it's a philosophy. I think the challenge for our community, and, I hear what you say about, marketing driving this. We always had affordable housing. There was always another place we could build another single family home in this community. We got good at it. We knew how to permit them. We knew how to design them. We knew how to build them. We had the right construction, all the assets in place were for single family homes and for a lack of density. And so we just kept going, right? Going. now we're at a different spot. We don't have affordable housing anymore, and we've got to change our philosophy. The one thing I would recommend is, rather than focusing on how we change not only the laws, but how do we change the mindset of our community to understand that some of that density would take pressure off the things that they're objecting to. The reason they don't want more people to come here is they don't want to be in traffic as long as they're in traffic every day. But think about it. If we had employee housing closer to the islands, in places where people didn't have to commute as far and clog the roads as much, that would be very helpful to our community, not only to the people who work there. I mean, do you think they really want a 45-minute commute to work from Lehigh to Sanibel Island? I don't think they do, or an hour-and-a-half commute, depending on the day. You know, that's not what they want. They've got a family they're trying to get home and feed and do all of those things. So if we can start having conversations about, if we did this, these are the relief points that would come as a result of it, I think we would start getting more support within the community.
So Tam, I just want to like take that for Dan's sake, step deeper. So really, we're talking about employment and housing centers around where the jobs are versus maybe what we've done in the past. And it's just an evolution of how our community has developed.
Unfortunately, as the demand for the community, and whatever way that may be, the growth of the community, however you want to say it, everybody wants to be close to the coastline, so the prices are pushed higher and higher. We might change our minds post DN. I want you to hear me. I know I'm changing my mind, but I do think that that put the pressure points on that. So you've got your workers as far away from the coastline as possible in your communities, coming to serve those communities. And so, yes, we have to we've got to turn this upside down and figure out, there's going to be a million NIMBY conversations, but if you can prove that you can relieve some of those pressure points, I think that conversation can change. And that's where I'd like us to go.
So you picked up, I think when we talk about development, it's really easy for most people to imagine the worst of development. I mean, we did, as a human race, I think we tend to go there. What techniques have other communities used to talk about the best of development? When I worked in Boulder, we did visual preference surveys, where you'd show them, see, it's not, the ghetto that's built here. It's the little 2- and 3-story. It's downtown Fort Myers, with the older buildings and the walkable communities. How do we create positive images of development? How do we do that? I mean, is anyone successful?
I think Kara on
Oh,
Zoom
okay.
has a suggestion or maybe a potential solution for this as well. And then Mary and Frank will get to you.
I don't have a ton of information about this, especially since I'm not located in Southwest Florida, but in our region in Tampa Bay, our county, Pinellas County, just recently launched basically a compact of different cities and organizations like the transit agency, who are going to work together and have agreed to really focus on affordable housing for that county.
Thank you.
Well, I think I want to talk a little bit about an interesting thing that's going on in Estero right now that kind of brings all this together. We've had the same thing Fort Myers is experiencing with all the apartments and multifamily, and it's an explosion. It feels like every nook and cranny, somebody wants to come in and do apartments, luxury. They're all luxury, of course. I think that means granite countertops or something, but we were a little bit concerned because we've only got 10% vacant land. So we want to reserve some for economic development. So you've got, jobs versus housing, and how do you balance that? So we have in our comprehensive plan, we have like mixed use development scenarios where we try to encourage higher densities, taller heights, with some incentives and density bonuses. And we've got a project that is coming up Tuesday night at my planning and zoning board that will bring all this to fruition. Does it get approved? Will there be higher densities? You've got the neighbors next door that don't want the height. We have 2-story. We only want it to be single family. We want it to be condos. We don't like apartments. We don't want mixed use. We're never leaving the site. We don't like the traffic. So all these things are kind of coming to fruition. We, in order to have people understand the densities, we have the applicant do a pattern book, which is really just the architectural, the elevations and the site plan, the design, and that kind of visually shows what it would look like. which is very helpful. It doesn't solve everything because people still might not like it, but it kind of gives you the visual of what you're going to see next door, which takes away some of that concern. So Tuesday night, tune in everybody for the,
Are you asking us to come in person?
No.
No. Oh, okay. Just want to make sure, Mary. Just make sure we were clear.
Are there other examples that you know about where it's been where you've been successful in portraying the positive aspects of development?
I'll take it on a slight tangent, but
Okay.
I think we got to be able to articulate to people who are leery of development that this is very directly a quality of life issue for you, right? The first thing I say to somebody who says, I don't want anything new in my neighborhood, I go, tell me what your favorite restaurant is. Are they only open 5 days a week now? Yes, doggone it. Nobody wants to work these days. Be willing to bet if you ask the restaurant owner, it's a workforce housing issue. I never thought of that, right? This stuff is quality of life that affects everybody at any income level, no matter where you live. And we've got to be able to connect the dots for people. The other thing I think we need to remind our elected officials of, thought it was very instructive. Orange County had a rent control ordinance. Not going to discuss the value of rent control ordinances, just going to say the vote passed 60-40 in favor, right? People are begging for any kind of help with rent. And so every time there's a county vote, I go to my commissioners and say, can I just remind you that there were 70,000 more voters in favor of doing something about housing affordability than against, but they're at their second or third job, not at the commission meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning on a weekday, right? So when 10 people show up to tell you, we don't want this in our neighborhood, please listen to the other 70,000 people that are begging you to do something about this, right? We've got to keep that in mind.
I can give an example. It's definitely not affordable. It's Tarpon Point, but it is an example of NIMBYism. And Amy, you remember this, when they wanted to develop that, it was definitely, I don't want to look at a high rise. Our property values are going to be devalued. As we sit here, there is currently a 20,000 square foot single family residence being built that stares at a 15-story high rise. So it's a great example of success, and it is a jewel for Cape Coral to have it. It's totally fabulous mixed use. And so I want to go back to Tammy's point. We need to storytell. That's our housing coalition for the collaboratory has a housing storytelling branch. And so I'm using their words. We need to show people why we need these developments. We will get the buy-in of the people that live in these expensive high rises if we say, we need a robust economy and we need housing for all. We have to house our workforce. Can you support us in this? Because the lady that's building the 20,000 square foot living home, she's expecting a certain standard of living when she moves in. That's why she chose Cape Coral, and that's why she chose Southwest Florida. So I think there's an opportunity to break those silos down in NIMBYism, not in the space that I work in. Unfortunately, that I work in the very affordable housing space. That's a little bit of a tougher ask. But in the true attainable workforce space, I really believe this community could rally around that. And we wouldn't have that issue if we just somehow tell the story. In the previous workshop, we talked about mapping what the jobs look like, what those incomes are versus the AMI. That's all a part of that storytelling and getting that message out.
Do you think the challenge is presenting enough technical data, or is it dealing with the emotional side of the issue?
For sure, the emotional side, I think, for sure. Because I think we can back up everything with data we can say, Harvard has a study on this, your property values won't go down. We've done an analysis of this, but you have to start to control the emotions that people have.
And to me, change is hard, but we're going to change no matter what right now. So this is the perfect opportunity to embrace that change, to push harder to get these things that we all as a community, as leaders within the community, understand need to happen. So, of course there's going to be resistance. I wouldn't expect anything else because, that's what happens. But right now, no matter what, Fort Myers Beach isn't gonna be the same as it was before. We acknowledge that. There's no one that's gonna be surprised that it's going to be different. So why not embrace these opportunities?
And before we go back to the table, I do know we have both Jacqueline and Brett. So Jacqueline, if you want to go first, and then Brett would love to hear from a national perspective, what you're seeing opportunities based on what the panel's already discussed and has come from the branches. What are those opportunities are? So Jacqueline and then Brett, and then we'll come back to Steve.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to share our experience with our downtown redevelopment. So the council had decided to go ahead and prepare or retain actually DPZ co-design to help us with our downtown redevelopment, and we adopted a form-based code. We finally have projects that are in the pipeline, so it's very exciting. But what they did as part of that process is there was a lot of diagrams and illustrations to help illustrate density and kind of have that discussion to educate the people what density can look like, that high density can look attractive. And so that was great. Their information was used to help go ahead and adopt a comprehensive plan map and text amendment to where we have 20 dwelling units an acre within our entire downtown redevelopment area. And then the density is further implemented as part of our form-based code, which is then divided into transects. And then within certain transects to address what I will call, or what DPZ also was calling the missing middle, which would target our attainable housing discussion, is, you know, these really unique developments called cottage court designs, where you have these different types of single family cottages all on these tracts of land, where they could range between 10 to 15 dwelling units an acre. We also implemented accessory dwelling unit policies to the point where accessory dwelling units of a certain size did not count towards your density, would not count towards requiring impact fee assessments and collections. We also established what we called an equivalent residential unit. So units of a certain size, you know, just think of studios. So depending on the square footage, it could be a 1 for 3 or a 1 for 2. And those were some of the things that we did to help, you know, address attainable housing, and also kind of have that discussion on, you know, density is not really a bad word, you know, if it's designed properly. And the amendments have passed. And like I said, we have some projects underway, and it's very exciting. We're going to have our first multifamily building, hopefully picking up their building permit soon. And then we have another cottage court design that's under review for site permitting. So we're very excited, and we're hoping it's going to be a positive impact for our downtown redevelopment.
I want to touch on what you say, Jacqueline, and this is tied to the earlier conversation that we had about financials, right? And about the length of time that a developer has to go in, and you got to go through the planning board, and you got to go through all these things. When you implement form-based code, you cut at least 8 months of that review process for the developer, which you can translate into money. So I think that looking at the financials of that, it's tangible, because the developer can go straight into the development administrative process and doesn't have to go through the planning board or any other board. And I think the challenge with some of these boards sometimes is they don't understand the regulation in detail. And so they can object to a project. And then if you take it to the city council, you have the 10 people that don't want it, and all the people that need it that are unable to come to those meetings to speak in support of that development.
So before I move to Brett, I just want to, so we have a messaging challenge around what density actually means. So we need to do a better job, it sounds like, of how we explain what density means. And we have communities that density is going to be different than other parts of the community. And so we have to recognize the nuance piece of that. So Brett, I would love to hear what you had to add to this conversation.
Sure. You know, from an outsider's perspective, I think in what's been successful in the communities that I've worked in are really intense community conversations. You've got this conflict between this barrier, this policy barrier, this public perception barrier, and the virtue of being right? You all know that these are the right policies to implement And I think there's this question of who do you make policy for? You're all very small on my screen, but I think it was Frank who said, there are the 10 people that show up to the meeting, and that's who influences policy. I think there's a point at which everybody can contribute to that conversation and that effort of asking that question: who is policy designed to help? Is it designed to continue to help a very small section of vocal folks that are already here, or is there an opportunity to expand that? And we have different problems in other parts of the country. I'm from Boston. We don't have any land left, and so there's this is always a conversation of how we create additional opportunities. And there are these tranches of folks who are really, whether they're NIMBYs or, there's the bananas out there, build absolutely nothing. That you can have those community conversations. One successful strategy I recently employed was there's a very wealthy community, and they were talking about density, and I said, here's a question about affordable housing for you, or housing affordability. I said, if you bought your house 35 years ago, if you had to buy your house today, could you afford to live in this community? And the amount of people who are on boards and commissions and say, probably not. Okay, that's a good starting. We've made a connection now to understanding how real this is to you. And the same thing we have a lot of 1950s and 1960s post-war communities. There's a huge boom in a lot of communities up here. And you say, well, we're creating the same kind of attainable housing that you benefited from 20 or 30 or 40 years ago. Why should we stop doing that? What is the real reason to prevent that from happening? And so I think it's connecting those conversations with individuals in the community that say, this isn't just some scary monster that's called density that we're going to plop 1,000 housing units right next door to your bucolic lifestyle. It really does have an impact on your ability to live the quality of life you want to. It's a conflict for me, because I always think, isn't that enough? Knowing that this is the right step to take to make good policy and to improve people's lives, isn't that just enough? But no, we have this policy, we have the public process, we have perceptions, we have all of these other things that we have to sort of navigate around. So community conversations are really powerful, and usually they come from nonprofit organizations or community development organizations or community groups, or to start those conversations, because you reach out to a much broader group.
So just to piggyback off of what Brett just said, public perception is huge. And there is a perception by some in at least in Fort Myers, where we have our share. We have enough. Let somebody else. So that's out there, and that's something we have to work to overcome. What is the real need? We talk about low income, we talk about the middle income, the missing middle, workforce. So we really need to define what are the real needs in your community. We have the tax credit developments. We're pretty successful with helping those in the city. We get a lot of those that come in applying for tax credits, and those are great. Those projects that don't get those doesn't get the assistance, the middle income developments, that's what we've been trying to target in Fort Myers, that they don't get those subsidies, but they're still not affordable. So those are the ones we've been trying to kind of hone in on, is that segment. It's a little bit more probably palatable to a lot of people to say, well, that's your workforce, that's your nurses, your doctors, your teachers, that's who we're focusing on. When you put it in that kind of perspective, oh yeah, we want to help them for sure, but they can also be low income as well. So it's kind of defining what the need is in your city. Is it low income? Is it the middle? Most of it's for the city of Fort Myers, that missing middle, which we try to focus on. But your elected officials are challenged because they have groups coming to them that are pulling them in different directions. We have already too much. We don't have enough. We don't have enough of this. We have too much of that. So they're being pulled in all kinds of different directions. And so they need some consistency in the message. They need the real data to help them make their decision, to say, yes, we do really have a need here that we need to address. And I think when most people see that, they get behind that and support it. But when it just kind of appears that there's an agenda or there's something that's not really to the benefit of the city, people won't support that. But when you can really show that there's a need there that we're trying to fill, then I think your political figures, it can help them get behind that and support that better. But it's a challenge for sure.
So I have a comment and then I have a question for the panel. The first comment is, over the past few days, we've been talking a lot about stigma, regardless of the topic that we're addressing. And we all know that stigma often is an opportunity for education, right? And education also happens from proximity. And so my comment is, we're looking at, and so another comment in full transparency, I used to work with the city of Bonita Springs as a planner, and I applaud everything that they did. But one of the challenges that we had, and this is part of the question, is the education of our elected leaders and council people. It takes time to understand this. You need the institutional knowledge of the context of the culture, the city, where we're going, where we've been, to be able to make those appropriate policy decisions that lead to solutions. But my question is, and also another comment in regards to the historical and the cultural and the arts piece that we talked about very much earlier in the week. Within Bonita, we look to our arts community to help us design the elevations and the exhibits to showcase what a new downtown would look like. So it's another way to embrace and cater to that storytelling and the narrative of where we're going. So my question to the panel is, how do we face the education of our elected leaders and our policies within the term constraints that we have created for them? And how does this reduce the potential for education when often these elected leaders are looking to fully represent the community that they are serving without the institutional knowledge, or only looking to the outside experts to help them make that choice, and not valuing the staff who have the institutional knowledge, the education, the life experience of the context of our communities? I know it's a big one, but go for it.
Boy, that's a big one. I want to go back to a couple previous comments. To Steve's point, we need to be equipped with this data to understand where's our workforce actually live, how many of them are in town. We did a housing affordability study for the city of Naples last year. We could guess, right, that a percentage of the workforce was commuting into the city of Naples. Turns out it's over 90% of the workforce commutes into the city of Naples. I'm willing to bet, having done this study now and looked at city and county trends and even the region, probably every city in the region is importing more of its workforce than lives locally. It's just cheaper to live outside of city centers. So, there's a data point for us that we could share with our elected officials. To our colleague from Bonita Springs, one of the interesting things that emerged out of that Naples study was a suggestion to consider measuring density in terms of floor area ratio, right? How much building square feet is sitting on how many square feet of land, as opposed to how many dwelling units are sitting on how many acres of land. Because if we take a large, town center kind of development that has 2,500 square foot luxury condos on it, the number of dwelling units per acre may fit with whatever that context is. But I could take the next block and build the exact same building with 800 square foot workforce units and have 3 times as many units. And it would look the same from the street, right? You drive by it and you wouldn't know anything different, except that it would fail the test of, well, it's too many dwelling units per acre, so we can't have that density, right? So there are other ways, if we think about what our yardstick is, that would probably be pretty helpful. One other thing on the process that I think is useful, I mentioned this in the first session this morning, that Montana has done some pretty aggressive work on housing in this legislative session. One thing I didn't mention this morning, though, that I think is pretty interesting is they have worked really hard to prioritize shifting the public input period to the planning phase at a general level, right? So we want the public input for sure, but we want it when we're laying out, how do we accommodate all the needs that we have within our city, not at the project phase, right? By the time we get to the project phase, this is by right and it's staff approved. It may go through a city commission, but it's not going to public input on a project by project basis because there's where the NIMBYs show up, right? So public input, but public input at the right time.
I think it still goes back to Jennifer's comment though about education. Because I've worked in a lot of these environments, and when you're talking abstractly, everyone's with you until the first project comes in the door. Then they're like, whoa, wait a minute, that's not what we thought we're going to get. So with civic education, I've seen people do land use schools for their elected officials, be it on planning board or city council. We still need to portray a positive vision of development.
Right. And I think to this point in this conversation, so we've heard some examples from Brett out of town. We've heard some examples from Terry from out of this community. We've heard some examples from Tampa Bay, from Benita, from Fort Myers. My question that I would pose is, we have all of the leaders of our community development departments either here or on Zoom. Is this an opportunity? Is right now the opportunity for us to have a different cross-jurisdictional conversation of how we address things like this? Because Benita is not going to address our housing problem. The city of Fort Myers is not going to address our housing problem. So is this the opportunity to actually have that multi-jurisdictional, cross-jurisdictional approach, leveraging a disaster to think about what does the future look like for how we do that? And then what does that solution look like? Look, for anybody that's lived in this community long enough knows the challenges that come with permitting and development. Anybody that's been in that environment at all, we know what those are. Those are going to exist. But what are the opportunities to minimize them or eliminate them where possible to actually solve for the problems that are affecting our community?
I guess I'll wade in. I'm going to put on a different hat. Before I started with the city of Sanibel, I worked for a local engineering firm representing private developers and worked on many housing projects, not necessarily affordable housing. Some of them were affordable housing. And the ones that were easy to get approved or easier to get approved because your neighbors are always concerned about new houses going up, density, neighbors, height, all of those things, whether it's affordable or not affordable. The projects that were easier to get approved were ones where we worked with a community and had community support. So to Jennifer's question about how do we educate public officials, the easiest way for a public official to know, do I want to vote for this or do I want to vote against it, is do the neighbors like it? So if you have your community on board, if you have the neighbors on board with your design, it's going to be much easier to get approved. And just in my experience, one particular project, the community wanted new development. It was underserved by commercial. They didn't have a lot of new housing. They really wanted the project. And then the other one, to Mary's point, their concerns were more about design. What is this going to look like? What am I looking at? And so being able to provide them with that information got their support.
It's like an old question about, are politicians leading the crowd, or they see where the crowd's going and they beat them to that spot?
Depends
So
on the
building that,
politician,
right? Yes, that's right. Building support in the community first maybe opens the door for that political support that might occur.
So I may be the only elected official in the room. Anybody else elected? Okay, so I am elected to the Lee Health Board, but wearing and I can say any other elected official that I know, we are trying to do the right thing. And we do, Jennifer, to your point, we do lean in heavily to our experts. So we have several here for Lee Health to guide what we do as a board. But what I want to talk about is the education piece, because the other hat that I wear, before the Live Local bill came out, I approached Senator Pasadomo and I said, I really want to have some time. And so she's like, absolutely. And I was representing Lee County Homeless Coalition. I knew to bring my counterpart in Collier County, a regional approach. Homelessness is a regional problem. We had a 20-minute slot. She gave us an hour. We were prepared. We brought the data. We had a very, started with a high level conversation that she drove into a deeper dialogue. And so there was definitely things she was unaware of. And I like to think hopefully we contributed to what that live local, what came out of that. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know, but I do know I like every bit of that live local bill and support it fully. So there is that opportunity. I cannot stress enough that that's what I see these folks doing is, do you have governmental affairs? I have one of my Lee Health governmental affairs people in the back there. They do an incredible job educating the public. Do your municipalities have inside governmental affairs people? I'm not talking about contracted, homegrown, know your community that can get out there and educate your elected officials. I think that could be some low hanging fruit.
So Therese, just to add to that and discuss further about the live local, we have planning people here who have the right to make it really difficult for NIMBYism to occur, depending on what they're directed by their council on how to address it, right? So there's no public input required under the Live Local Act. So not to be rude to the NIMBYs, but candidly, they don't have a say. If you don't want them to have a say, it's partially a function of how you guys address it and how you engage with it. And it is a people conversation. I mean, somehow we end up talking about this being about buildings. It is a people conversation.
That's right.
And so how do we activate around the tools that you guys have been granted with this act to make it activate?
So just kind of back to what John had mentioned, you know, we talk about at the city that obviously it's not just a local problem, it's a regional problem, it's a national problem, obviously. And so I think, you know, individually, we all do our part, we try to do our part. But I think to really be effective, we need to work together in a regional perspective, a county perspective, and come together and have these types of discussions on a more regular basis. And try to share what each of us are doing and best practices maybe, and things that we can collaborate on and work together to do to solve it on a regional level rather than just on a local jurisdictional level, because we're not going to solve the problem. None of us individually are going to solve the problem, but at least working together and having these types of maybe ongoing meetings like this can help us to feel further along in a more efficient way.
One of the things that maybe you should go first, because what I want to say is like, is going to shift. Well, it's a question of maps, right? So we've been looking at data and we just look at, you know, numbers and that sort of thing. We can look at statistics. You can have a developer and you can bring up your own studies, your pro forma, whatever it is that you have to provide. But in the context of the land use planning and all that, it's also a context of quality of life, right? So when people say, I don't want that in my backyard because I don't want a bunch of apartments, and it's because of traffic, and it's because of, you know, how am I gonna, whatever the idea is, that through maps, we have the ability to show people something. So what I've seen is that through Lee County Economic Development Office, there is development maps that are out there through GIS. And so we tell people the new developments that are coming. There is no story to tell us how are those developments tied to all the other assets that the community has around. And so through GIS, we have the ability not only to analyze the data and show where things maybe need to go, but also an opportunity to do some storytelling. And I had asked Jason to come and maybe you can share a little bit of how that can look like, because I think that's a easy opportunity that it can be on a website, just like we're showing people that new developments are coming in. So just.
I guess you're talking about like a story map. Because I'm not.
Yeah, doing like looking
So-
at data and looking at story
Yeah.
maps.
So one of the ways that you can do that to kind of tell what's happening or what the development is bringing to the table is there's things such called story maps. And then you can build a story map where it's first thing is it's like it would show, you know, I guess, sorry, in my head, I'm trying to picture this, but you'd have all your developments that are coming into the county or wherever, your municipality. And then you click on it and then it will start, you can start scrolling through and it can give whatever information, whatever story you want to tell, how many jobs it's bringing, or, you know, how many, if it's, I guess, mixed use development, or basically everything you want to tell the public or your officials or everything to educate them, to give them a better idea of what it's really bringing to the table. It's not just 2,500 single family units and with 500 multifamily and things like that. You can have, you can put anything in there from videos to photos to links to probably other developments like that around the country to show them what exactly this is.
I think
So-
Dan's comment earlier about it's about people. When developers put out brochures for their new development, they don't necessarily talk about, you know, it's $200 a square foot. It's, you know, they're showing people in their lifestyle and the couple sitting by the fireplace and blue skies. They're telling a story about the quality of life of living in that community. And do we as public, or do you as public agencies put forth that same kind of ideas about the quality of life that you're pushing forward? Yes, ma'am.
But I don't want to be, I guess, the anti-person in the room here, but I think what you're saying is great. But I think if you get, you know, you're talking practically speaking, you can tell the story, you can tell the story, you can tell the story, but until the residents around there see some kind of solution to the traffic problem or some kind of solution to the water pressure problem, they are still going to be very concerned. I mean, I'm telling a story Tuesday night. I'm telling the story. I've got the Dover coal plan. That was the Lee Health property. It's beautiful. It's a mixed use. It's exactly what the village wants to see. But I've got neighbors that are going to say the traffic is level service F. What are you doing to fix it? Nothing. Why are you doing this? So storytelling sounds great, but I think when you get right down and dirty, it's a little bit tricky.
Gary, you had a comment.
Yeah, I think this is consistent with what we just said, but and it's repetitive, but I want to say it. It's fascinating. This session is so focused on communication. Not exactly what I was expecting, but that it's, I think, on the right direction. I'm going to pick on John. You said leveraging the hurricane to get this done. I do think we have to be very careful in the words we choose, because you're in one respect, you're right. In another respect, someone can twist that to say they always wanted this before. Now they're using the hurricane to get something. And that's really not exactly, that's not what we're doing. I wouldn't want to be a part of that. What we're doing is we're recognizing that we have a responsibility to build back. And we're going to build it back in a responsible way. So we're not using it. We have to build back, but we want to build it back in a way that's better for our community and that's going to benefit the community. It's the same thing you meant, but the words are harder to twist by those who are going to be against us.
Right. Yeah. It's leveraging the resources.
Exactly.
Because
we have to do this.
Correct.
It's going to get built back. It can either get built back in a way that doesn't solve any problems, or it can get built back in a way that really solves problems. And that's what we're here to do. So that was one thing. And then the second part had to do, I guess, with some of what you were saying with trying to think of how to put it to make it clear. The way people get on your side is they see how it benefits them.
Right.
You know, human beings tend to look out for themselves first and their family first. And so when I tell the story about why this is important to me, I talk about my kids, because that's important to me. And my kids have gone through a heck of a time mostly in Orlando and West Palm Beach. But if we can make the story about the people, and I love the story about it, because you're absolutely right. Whoever said about if you go to dinner and you can't find wait staff, it's a workforce problem. The workforce problem is probably tied to the housing problem, et cetera. Same with if you can't get a dentist appointment, or if you can't get an appointment to get an MRI. It's probably a workforce problem that was exacerbated by a housing problem. And we've hired 2 solid HVAC technicians in the last 4 months that were coming and they didn't because they couldn't find a place to live. That's a real story. So if we can make it about their experience, then I think we got a chance to get the NIMBYism to a minimum.
Before you jump in, Frank, I know we have development represented on, I mean, from a land perspective or from a development perspective, you know, there's also messaging and communications and stories that need to be understood a little bit more fully.
I mean, that's probably some of the hardest part. I mean, there's no cross collaboration between any of the municipalities when you're doing mapping and trying to showcase sites. So, you know, when a landowner wants to sell their parcel, we have to convince the developer there's an opportunity and kind of showcase the opportunity via all the statistics that are out there and what's available. So I think one of the more difficult things is that Lee County's EDO does have that mapping that shows all the development activity, but there's not one for Bonita, there's not one for Estero, or that's unified. So you have to keep switching back and forth. So I think just showing that unified would be very, very helpful, especially to help developers get activated on some of these sites.
To that point, is there interoperability between the tool, the mapping tool that EDO has and the asset mapping through HVS? Or no? Is it the
It's
same?
GIS.
It's just GIS. So is there a way to showcase the impact, right? So we have the EDO of what could be or what's coming. We have asset mapping there was a very robust dialogue about asset mapping a few days ago or yesterday. And if we were to overlay that, leveraging the friction points, the pressure points to create the what could be in a visual manner, it would seem to be that you would be able to carve out Bonita, carve out and create almost like a buffet of options where the individuals in the communities could see themselves in solving their individual problems. So is story mapping a part of that?
It could be. I mean, you can make it whatever you want. And you can, like how you said, you'd like to see them all together. Everything could be put together and then you press a button and it filters stuff out just with a touch of a button. I mean, it's just getting people to say they want to do that.
So, and maybe like geolocation data, like showing those cell phones moving, you know, like at 8 a.m. Here they all come from these communities to these communities. That's very simply done. I mean, there's all kinds of services out there you can buy that on. And, you know, I think that tells a really powerful story about how far people are commuting to work and the challenges faced there.
To Gary's point a minute ago, about getting rebuilt and rebuilding with equity. One of the projects we're working on right now, in partnership with DataKind, which is a global NGO that works on applying data science to social challenges, funded with a Rockefeller grant, is to look at not just how many housing units did we lose with the storm, but what was the economic value of those housing units, who was living in them, how many of them were homesteaded, because we have really good counts of what units we lost. We don't have really great data on, was there a $180,000 house that sustained major damage, and 5 days after the storm, knock, knock, investor with a checkbook from Miami to say, I'll buy your house unless you want to wait for your FEMA check for a year. But what's coming back when houses like that are replaced is not another $180,000 house that a teacher could afford. It's a $380,000 house that somebody moving here from New Jersey is going to buy. So we're very concerned about how to understand the data in a way that helps us rebuild in the most resilient way. To the point of community input earlier, I'm often think about Henry Ford's words, right? If I had asked my customers what they wanted, they would have told me a faster horse. So sometimes we have to kind of lead the conversation. That goes back to Jennifer's earlier point about education. And Dan, to your point, Live Local doesn't require community input. True, Live Local actually doesn't allow community input. It's a requirement that you have to be, like, if you meet all the requirements, then you have to be approved. I met with the state senator to clarify that, and she said, please, when you're out meeting with folks, help them understand this is a non-negotiable point from the state legislature's point of view. We'll stand on the side of the development community to get this stuff built. We're trying to get the process out of the way of getting built what we know needs to get built for our workforce.
Yes, you know, it take me a minute. I'm a country boy, so I have to try to listen and put things together in my head. Basically, what I'm hearing is that in most of these cases, we have to go out in these communities and educate folks on what we're doing. And what I learned in doing this, and also being a minister, when I preach to 10 people or 200, I have to speak in a way that the least of those can understand what I'm saying, even though they may be understanding part of it. But I have to understand I got people out there has no clue of what I'm talking about. So I have to speak to them more so than the ones that's high level. And I'm gonna share this with all you folks. I'm trying to insult anybody, but all of you are professionals in your area, and every area you're in has its own language. So you're talking to people who have no clue half the times when you got GMS. What's that? They don't know what that is, a GMI or GMS, whichever that mapping thing you're talking about. They have no clue what that is. So you're telling and explaining things. You're talking about density. We went over in the Dunbar community about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and we were trying to do a rezoning effort over there because when they widened 82, they cut off all the frontage of the land on the south side of that road. So we had to go do silhouettes and all this stuff in the community about redeveloping and what we need to make this zone change to get the people with us. Only thing that old lady realized, we said mixed use development. And we said commercial. All she can think about was the fact that we finna put this big building right next to her little old house and gonna drown her out and gonna push all these people in these homes that's been here for 100 years out of the community. There's no way to explain that to them. No, that's not what we're doing, because they don't want to hear it. That's what they think because of what we said. That's how they interpret what we said, and that's how they walk it. One of the reasons last week in the Economic Development Committee, we had a presentation by these 3D people. What, Steve, you remember the name of them? Most of you probably know them.
Yeah, Gary Hoyt.
Yes. And about 15 years ago, Dan Everloff and I and Rachel Bush was in Orlando where we first met those folks. And Rachel used them to do a presentation for North Fort Myers redevelopment for the county's incentive program to do facade money. They put $2 million up in the fund, and they used that program to show the people the impact of what they would look like after they did that. They can do it now in real time. Mm-hmm. Tampa, Sarasota, all these cities are using this concept. I don't know why we're not. Because you can put that video on the screen. You can put any building you decide in the middle of downtown Fort Myers, and you can see the impact of that in real time. Traffic, sun going up or down, what's next to it, what's next to that. You can show people that they can see what you're trying to get done. They can see what you're saying and what you mean by mixed use. They can obviously see that. And that to me should be, right now with this program, should be something we should all be looking at. Say, how can we incorporate that here? Because this will give you a way of exactly seeing what impact of development, how it's going to impact the community, how it relates to the old lady with the little house in the mixed use community. She can actually see this working. She said, oh, now I see. And I think that's a huge, may cost a few bucks, but I think that's well worth the investment. I'm tired of working with you city folk, county folk with no vision. This will give you an opportunity to produce that. You can make it tangible, hands-on, and all that good stuff. So I just want to throw that out there so they can understand that kind of language without you guys using your acronyms and all that stuff that nobody knows but you in your arena. Yeah, it goes, well, I'm being funny.
No, that's real.
But I'm being real too. This is what we need to understand. That's why a lot of folks have problems understanding and following us when we make these presentations in these public arenas, but they really don't understand half of what we're talking about.
The other thing that we're dealing with a lot of times when we're advocating in these housing issues and developments is misinformation, especially on Facebook. Like there is an ordinance the county is going to look at next week that's going to change the height requirements for South Seas. And everyone in this whole county thinks it's changing the height requirements for the entire county. It's not. It's changing it for one little area on Captiva Island. And people just don't understand the process. They don't understand what's in the ordinances. And misinformation on Facebook is just destroy. Like for someone who advocates in front of local government, I'm advocating. It doesn't matter what I say or what staff says. They just don't believe you.
I like using this phrase and I didn't come up with it. The past is always present. When you're working in public sector, when you walk in the door, there's someone who remembers 10 years ago how you didn't, the zoning happened and you didn't listen to them. And so the fact that you're new staff or you're the new elected official, all that history of what's happened in the community is right there with you. And sometimes that's a difficult thing to deal with.
Lee, I just want to make sure that we capture what you said, because I think there's some, and it sort of came from the development side of like, there's this need for this universal language. Like that's probably common. Like there's the technical side of how we get there. Like when you go to the doctor, they don't tell you like all the pieces and parts of your entire working body. If they have to do surgery, they tell you they're going to fix your knee, right? And so it's just, how do we build a common language across jurisdictions? So some sort of shared language opportunity. Similarly to the tool side, like what are the shared tools we can be using, whether it's things like GIS or this, digital imaging sort of way of doing, like what are these sort of common tools that we could leverage to also help start to be part of that story. And I do know we do have one branch member that has a comment in the chat.
So this is Maya Roberts, branch member. There are also funding opportunities to utilize land that have environmental remediation needs that can be taken into account by local governments using resilience and upcoming grant funding, because those have less competition for upscale development. And then also, I guess, from Kara, panelist, if doing a housing needs assessment, it may be helpful to consider the additional squeeze of flood hazards and future flooding. And she provides a
brownfield development, in other words. I'm sorry, John.
No, I was going to say Brett has his hand up
okay,
as well on Zoom as a panelist.
I just wanted to say that part of that is not just a conversation, but it's empowerment. I think it's empowering communities and empowering all of the people we want to be participants in that conversation to actually have a voice in decision making. And you see that all the time, right? You show up and people are disengaged because they feel like they've been mistreated in the past, or they feel like you didn't do what you said you were going to do in the past. And it's not just about talking to them. And oftentimes we see this all the time where you only come into the community when you need something from me and then we never hear from you again. It's about actually genuinely engaging with those people and those communities and finding ways to elevate that level of empowerment to the place where those 10 people that show up to the city council meeting every week or every month they have that power. I think that's how you really create communities that are engaged and willing to learn and participate. And really they're bespoke conversations, right? There are conversations with community members that are different than conversations with politicians. And the last thing I'll say on that is the conversation that was talking about, how do you educate the decision makers or the politicians? Part of that has to be consequent. There have to be actual consequences to inaction or action that produces subpar public policy. Otherwise, there's really no incentive to make that leap and educate yourself and really commit to that effort. And so, there's a lot of ways you can do that, but I think you all speak the language of housing, and I think you understand that when you think about and you talk about housing as a human right, it sounds different than housing is just a big building where it's going to block light or it's going to create traffic or it's going to do some other thing. So I think really I've forgotten who said it, but connecting that back to these conversations are about people, not physical structures.
Since we circled back to the elected officials through that comment, which I appreciate, I think one of the things that we have to remember as staff and in general, and one of the things I try to, people will say beat into elected officials' heads, is I start every conversation about affordable housing with this same exact PowerPoint slide. And it says, you have an obligation under chapter 360 of the Florida statute to provide for the affordable housing needs of your current and your future residents. How are you going to do that? So every time you just say, you have an obligation, you have to do this. How are you going to do it? I'm going to tell you how we're going to do that. So, but they will tell you, they see that slide every single time. And our Citizens Academy sees it every single time I do an affordable housing presentation. And it's always really well received. Our Chamber of Commerce leadership, same slide is in there, because as long as they know, you have an obligation to the public, you have an obligation under state law. What are you going to do?
There's a comment that this young lady made a few minutes ago, and I want to bring it back to this issue about public policy and how we operate. And it gets to the sort of quality of life issue, because all these are so connected. And it's about expectations. When a new development comes in, one of the typical responses is it's going to bring more traffic. So the level of service on this roadway is going to drop from C to D. Why is there an expectation that it should always be at C? So we've created an expectation in our community. Like, I go in a parking lot, my expectation is I'm going to find a parking space. Well, if it's a successful business, maybe not. So should we build more parking? Should we widen more streets? And then to this gentleman's point, I want him to sort of respond to, how do we pay for this stuff? I mean, public policy, we're talking about, the development side of it. There needs to be roadways. There needs to be water and sewer and the infrastructure necessary to support development. What's our response to that? What's the public policy? Should, their development fees, but let's be honest, most of the time, if it's a regional sewer system, one guy developing, or even a sidewalk, where sidewalks don't exist, then you have a mismatch pattern of one guy builds the sidewalk, the property owners on either side, they're not redeveloping. So now you got 50 feet of sidewalk. So my question to you is, relative to the public policy component, what land use policies do we have, or should we have, that deal with the issue of development, and development providing the foundation of infrastructure, or rather providing the foundation of infrastructure for housing development to occur? What's the public policy issue there?
Well, we have our comprehensive plans, and we have our future land use elements, and we have our policies, and we have our level of services. And every time we go to a community meeting or a council district meeting, and when we cite these policies, because the questions get asked to us, well, why are you allowing this development to take place? It's adding more traffic to the roads. And we give a good technical answer, kind of getting back to Lee's point, and cite a policy and cite a level of service, and the road's not failing, and blah, 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 blah. And we do that, and we can answer that question in a technical manner and be accurate with that question. So it's definitely a challenge, but a lot of the people that are complaining moved here from somewhere else. And we don't point that out, but I'd love to, but we don't. And so we have thousands and thousands of people that have moved here, and they've added to the demand on the infrastructure. And now they want us to stop and not let anybody else come in, because, now the roads are full. Well, why are the roads full? So it's a debate we have. We try to, there's not really an answer that can satisfy the public fully, to say, okay, I understand now, because they have a mindset that, there's too much development taking place. We need to, and really, no matter what policy you cite or answer you give them, it's not really going to satisfy some people.
So how do we address the expectation issue that I should be able to drive out of my driveway and the road, there shouldn't be anybody else on the road. I should be able to go to the grocery store, should be parking spots right in front of right in front of it. I should be able to have sunlight to my house or the view to the ocean. Apply it to any amenity that brought you to this community, knowing that change, any kind of change, impacts that, as you said. How do we deal with that on a public policy?
It
perspective?
requires a transformational shift in how we think about the problems. So as we saw in our transformation or transportation workshop, it's not a matter of more cars or faster ability to get from point A to point B. It's transforming how we think about moving people. It's leveraging the tools that exist. I'd like to hear more about, sustainability, walkability, complete streets, yes. Mixed use. Because just like transportation, housing, it's a people issue.
I have a question for each of you at the cities. Accessory dwelling units. Can you tell me if your city has them? And if they don't have them, can you tell me the barriers of why you don't have them?
We do have accessory dwellings that were kind of grandfathered in from years ago, and so we don't allow any new accessory dwellings. We did bring an ordinance forward to city council a couple of years ago to enact a new accessory dwelling unit ordinance. They turned it down. There was concerns with, neighborhood compatibility and things like that. And so, we brought it forward with the intent of, well, this is another way to kind of address that affordability issue. And, it's like I saw the problem, but it does add a piece to it. But I think there was a bigger concern of the what would it do to your neighborhood, allowing these accessory dwelling units in a nice single family neighborhood. So I'd love to bring it back another time, but yeah, we tried to do that previously and it was turned down.
In Estero, we do allow accessory dwelling units. We have the same ordinance as the county, basically. But we have a lot of gated subdivisions, planned developments, and so a lot of them, of course, don't allow it. But we do encourage it where we can.
And to be clear, as we work against vernacular and jargon, I had to ask. Accessory dwelling unit is the mother-in-law suite or the pool house or the cabana house. Garage apartment. Thank you.
So the city of Sanibel does not allow accessory dwelling units. And I'll just throw this out here as another barrier against affordable housing, is balancing some of the issues that we have. The Florida Building Code, City of Sanibel is entirely within flood hazard areas. It's in a coastal high hazard area. The cost of building a structure is much higher there than in inland Lee County. And the other thing, when the City of Sanibel incorporated almost 50 years ago, they were looking at how Fort Myers Beach was developing and saying, hey, we don't want all those high rises. We want to protect our beaches and our nature. 60% of the island is in conservation. And so how do you balance those needs for, yes, we want to accommodate people who come here and visit and love the island and want to move here versus protecting what brought them there in the first place. And I think that is a big struggle that we have regionally. There's a reason we moved here, for our beautiful beaches, our wonderful waterways. How do we protect that and allow development? And
my hope on Sanibel would only be give proximity to the jobs. The reality is to own real estate there it's expensive, and it should be, because you can't insure it and you can't protect it because it can't be protected. So we shouldn't be putting individuals below 160% income into an area that their home gets knocked down and they can't insure it, right? Like that's just reckless engagement. But you can allow for proximity to jobs. So engaging your commercial zoning in place could allow for less traffic and still provide housing for jobs. And that's back to my integrated zoning that allows for different uses would be the hope in all those scenarios. Just add the ancillary housing to the commercial zoning and only in the commercial zoning and nowhere else.
And the other thing I just want to say for the record, the city of Sanibel, the city council, planning commission, they are all very supportive of affordable housing and want to bring workforce housing to the island. I mean, back in the day, you could afford to live there and be a normal, everyday, average earner and live on Sanibel.
So I think that I mentioned this in the previous workshop, but the city of Cape Coral does not allow accessory dwelling units. We also made an attempt in 2019 to allow for accessory dwelling units. And that and a number of other, what the city council at that time deemed community values issues, were removed from the land development code at that point. I believe now, I think we're starting to see some conversations about bringing some of those community value issues back forward, as they call them. So every year when our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee meets, we talk about these. And every year we have a very vibrant discussion about them, but a lot of the time we had this exact same conversation that the city of Fort Myers had about the concerns.
I understand those concerns, but with Lee County having so much pre-platted land mass, I mean, we're unlike a lot of other counties in the state where we have, you know, almost 100 square miles in Cape Coral, almost 100 square miles in Lehigh of pre-platted land masses, single family. That's why the addition of the ADUs would complement all this platted.
And the 120 square miles and then doubling the density really scares people.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
Well, in those
Hold on, but hold on, I'm gonna give other folks, I'm sorry, Gary, go ahead.
I did want to ask a question specifically about Sanibel. I was told by an advocate for housing on Sanibel that part of your city charter requires Sanibel to have a certain level of investment in affordable, or I'm not sure what the term was, but in workforce housing. Do you know what that is? And is there an opportunity there? Because I'm also told the city council has not made good on that requirement.
We do have, as I mentioned before, the below market rate housing program, which has been in existence almost as long as the city. So it's been an issue that the city has been concerned with since its inception.
But does it actually require, or is it just encourage it? I was
So-
told it's required, and that again, and I don't know if that, again, with misinformation, maybe I was given misinformation. That's what I'm trying to vet out.
So city council does have an obligation to help fund, or not fund, but work with a community housing partner to provide affordable housing. We have about 80 units right now that are in that program. But again, as I mentioned before, we also have very strict limitations on density. There is an exception for and only for below market rate housing to increase density. Otherwise, it has to go to a charter amendment, which goes to the voters in a voter referendum. So, yeah.
So we've talked a little bit about this, and I think Dan might have mentioned this a second ago. How has Hurricane Ian, or how do you anticipate it will impact land use policy? You know, because, you know, to your comment, Sanibel's in, you know, a high risk hazard zone. As we've discovered, there are other areas that may not have been identified prior to the hurricane, who now have been identified as being in high risk zones. So how do you anticipate your land use policies being impacted by this disaster?
So I'll speak to that real quick without wearing a government hat any longer.
Sure.
Watching some of the discussions that have happened pre and post Ian, there was a resistance regionally to work collectively. I'll say that. After Ian, there was a support from some of our elected officials that yes, we must work together to build back better. I will also say that a lot of the work that has been done regionally through different envelopes like the Regional Planning Council no longer is supported. And when I look at that from a social capacity, a community development perspective, it concerns me. And so I think when we are looking at how we can build back better, how we can somewhat start the conversations back, some of the things that we had in the past need to be resurrected in order to have that more regional conversation.
I want to piggyback to what Jen said back in maybe 2010, 2012, the Department of Community Affairs was killed by the governor at the time. When that happened, local governments didn't have to report their comprehensive plans any longer to the state. So everybody just kind of did whatever. And as a local government is your choice. to be part of the Regional Planning Council. And so I believe the Regional Planning Council in our area only has like 2 municipal entities that are part of it. So when we do that and we choose as a government entity not to support a Regional Planning Council that can help us put these efforts together, we're doing a disservice. We have someone with the Tampa Regional Planning Council area, and maybe she can speak to that a little bit because it is a need that we have. The other thing that I wanted to say is kind of going back to what Stephanie brought up about moving people, right? It's like the transportation piece that keeps coming back and forth. And it is a question to the panel, like how many of our municipal entities that are being represented here have a vision for transportation that supports multi-use transportation, that has a vision of how we creating a network that is going to support future developments. Because if we have this as a vision and it's put somewhere, this is something that we can show people how we alleviate traffic and how many of the entities have an updated parking study that supports, like how we can think about creatively about providing parking that is concentrated in a particular area, so you lower the cost of development. So all of these are kind of part of the land development code, and those are solutions that need to be actively implemented, so.
I can talk to the city of Cape Coral, kind of related to the transportation question. As I was told recently, if you add up all the roads in Cape Coral, it can go from Cape Coral to Chicago. So we have a lot of roads. And so we are just starting off and just recently kicked off our first multimodal study. And it's really, we're going to start having community workshops later this month on that. So I think as a result of that, you're going to kind of see a shift in some of our focus. We're very roadway heavy. We're only served, a quarter of our city is served by Lee-Tran. And we know the constraints associated with the paratransit. So I think you're going to see our programs become a little more robust as time goes on. We're actually very excited about this multimodal study and we have big hopes for it.
I think one of the things that concerns me the most about how land use, so far at least, doesn't seem to be changing after the storm is every house I see that took on 4 or 5 feet of water that's rebuilding exactly where it was. I go, well, that's my insurance bill going up, right? Because we're letting you rebuild in a place that we know at some point in the next 20 years is probably going to flood again. I think here we are sitting right on a resilient new task force. Like, can we have that conversation?
No.
Well, insurance is certainly going to impact your land use policies. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, and I was going to say exactly what I think the point you're trying to make, which is one, it's a big deal. And a lot of people are building back, not understanding what's probably going to happen to them in a couple of years, and their property is going to become less and less affordable for them. And people just either don't want to accept that or they can't figure it out. But I don't know that we need to address it. I don't know that it's certainly not a county issue, but we still need to address it if we can, or at least come up with a way to educate people, because it's going to explode, I think, for some people.
I think it's going to affect affordability of housing.
That's my point.
I'll speak for myself with my $12,000 a year insurance bill now. That before Ian, what happens next? How do I retire with that hanging over my head that this is doubling every 2 years? This is a real problem. I mean, we have found our community was underinsured for sure. We're going to talk about people not being able to afford insurance at all.
Can I speak about the land use issue? As a planner, I sit back and I think, okay, when I look at this for land use decisions and you look at where we were impacted and people come in to get the permits to build back and you go, you really shouldn't be building back. We should be buying some of these floodplain areas and not letting people build back. Then you get the poor people coming to your office. They're 80-something years old. They've had the property for 40 years. They're crying, so you've got that human element of the people whose life savings are and they're just trying to find a place to live. So, you know, you're torn between the land use policy and then the human aspects. And then when you think about, you know, like elected officials with the people crying in their offices, I mean, how do you balance that? It's heartbreaking.
Mary, that's the problem. That the reason I say no isn't just to be a jerk, which is my natural state. It's more a function of the ones that can't are the ones that are still stuck doing it, right? So it's, if you're well insured and you have sufficient funds to fix up your house and execute, fine. But examples are Harlem Heights, where 80+% are homeowners and have multiple generations, and we allowed building to occur, and there is absolutely no way that they have another option. And even if you tell them, I promise you, your home will be buried in water at some point over the next 100 years, their response is, well, so I can get $110,000 for my nothing now that I can't, who's going to pay them that even? And then I can go where? Like, there's no other alternatives unless we provide some mechanism for that. So I don't know how to navigate those things other than not allowing back to build back and then have a buy program in place.
But that is such an interesting comment you just made, because knowing that you've got these populations that are vulnerable and at risk, what is the plan to try and keep them in the community to areas or parcels where there's adequate infrastructure to support it and land use policies that accept them, and a sharing of property tax revenues? So you're not at a loss because people have moved out of your community, which really pushes this issue of regional planning and cooperation, it seems to me.
So thank you for that. That was a great transition to the last question and close out, because, you know, Tessa's not here today, but she would want us to make sure we end on time. So I want to be respectful of all of your time. But I think as we close this out, so we heard a few things. There's this idea of some common language. There's this opportunity, didn't get a whole lot of bites, but there's opportunity that you mentioned, Terry, around this. How do we start looking at, you know, I have all of these different comprehensive plans. You have all of these different sort of things that exist in the county. What are those opportunities to maybe start looking at, like, how do we start working on those at a actual comprehensive plan perspective for the whole county and then ultimately the region? There's this idea of some level of education and awareness and leveraging tools and resources that maybe one municipality is using that other municipalities could use, whether that's code types, whether that's digital tools to visualize what we're trying to build in a neighborhood or at a community. Like, there's all of these sort of little like things that are already working in our community that we could leverage across the broader. There's this whole conversation around ADUs. We've been talking about ADUs, I don't know, a decade at least. We've been talking about accessory dwelling units. And so this idea of like, how do we actually think about what does an accessory dwelling unit look like? What is it? How does that affect Cape Coral that has roads from here to Chicago? From a density perspective, what does that do to our community? So there's all of these things. So I guess the last question that I would pose, and I'm only posing it to those that work for the public sector, and Brandon, I want you to weigh in on this too, virtually, is what do we think as a result of Ian, our individual municipalities, the county, whatever it might be, is willing to put on the table as it relates to an initiative around land use policy, so we can start to think about how we solve for housing in Lee County. Steve, I'm going to start with you.
Thanks, John. Well, that's a huge task for sure. You know, we all have our jurisdictions we work in, and that's what we focus on primarily. And we have our own elected officials we have to answer to, and they have to answer to the public in their communities. So that's where we start, is at that point there. And so kind of what I said before, I think the more we can communicate together with each other and have those conversations with each other, we're not going to agree on everything, and we don't have to, I don't think, because if we think we're going to, then it's not going to work. But I think the more we can talk together and find some shared and common interests, goals, and try to move those forward in a realistic way, I think that's kind of where we have to start. I think there's always going to be things that, as a city of Fort Myers, we're going to do that Estero's not going to do, and vice versa. And we just have to recognize that, you know, we have our own kind of different values, cultures, and we recognize that, but I think there's some shared values, shared things in our cultures that we can identify and use those and highlight those and move forward with those. But it's a very long process, but I think it's one we have to undertake, if we really want to kind of be successful in tackling these problems.
Mary?
What Steve said.
So there is an interest that we have our own individual sort of municipal or county, unincorporated county and community sort of identities, but there is an interest of how are some of these bigger that impact every community, policy changes or land use changes or conversations that we can have that there would be a potential to have a unified conversation.
And actually, you probably need to even look beyond, because somebody brought up, I think it was Jen maybe, Naples, or maybe
Yep.
it was you, people commuting from Naples. So I mean, it's an even bigger issue, but you might have to tackle small bites.
Thank you, Paul.
So I would say what's changed for the city since Hurricane Ian, well, lots of things have changed. But realizing, as I said before, this has been a priority for the city since its inception, but realizing now, we have 80 workforce housing units on the city of Sanibel. That's a drop in the bucket. That doesn't really address the issue for the city. So it does really need to be looked at regionally. How can we have this conversation, continue this conversation into the future about how to address this regionally? And then my last, just as an affordable housing, I work for the city of Sanibel. I live in the village of Estero.
So you're aware. So you want to live on Sanibel and work in Estero, or you guys just want to trade jobs? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, Cape Coral.
I'm going to agree with the rest of the panelists. I think there is definitely an opportunity, actually, not only in our future land use and our land use elements of our comp plans, but also for us to really take a hard look at our housing elements of our comp plans. I know a lot of us haven't really taken a strong look at our housing elements probably since 1989 when they became required. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to just have mutual goals within the housing element that we can work towards.
Great, thank you. And before we get to Brandon, Jacqueline, are you still online and would like to share from Benita's perspective?
I agree with Steve's first points. It's every community is different. We have our own community vision plans, and the council sets the policy. So we are definitely there to provide them the best information and recommendations available, but it's the council that sets the policy. And I guess that's really what I would add at this time.
Thank you. Brandon?
I guess first, since I haven't said much during this, I would like to say that I've agreed with generally everything I've heard today about what the issues are facing, attainable housing. But as far as coordination and working together, as Jackie and Steve had said, we work and we support our policymakers. We don't set the policy. But I see a lot of opportunities here just listening to the conversations had and listening to the different strategies that people have developed to help fill out our communities, that I do think a continued conversation at this level I would benefit from just knowing, how do we look at density equivalence? That's not something we really do in Lee County, but it could be a helpful tool for us. So I would like to see continued collaboration maybe at this level, just to share strategies.
Great, thank you. And before I turn it over to public comment, any other last burning thoughts from the panel or from the branch members? Do we have any other comments or chat in the chat? Nope.
Chime in one thing quickly. When we talk about the cost of infrastructure and new development, I think it's worth keeping in mind that the cheapest development we can do is redevelopment, where we've already got sewage and we've already got roads and we already have electrical and every time somebody says to me, well, there's just no land left here, I go, may I invite you to walk outside with me and look at the 2 acres of parking that we were sitting in the middle of, and just imagine what those 2 acres might turn into if we drop them into Sanibel right now, where 2 acres of parking might turn into something a little more economically valuable. So we got to get a little clever about what we can do with what we've already got, right? 1-story buildings and parking lots. We could densify on top of existing infrastructure in a way that would reduce a lot of costs.
Thank you, Frank. Any more comments from the branch members? We have one in the chat.
Sandy Stillwell, who is the lead of the Planning Capacity Branch. This workshop has been very helpful to and in learning about the various cities and how we need to coordinate and work together. It is a good starting point. Now we need to come up with a clear plan.
Great. Thanks, Sandy. All right. Before I close out the conversation of the branch and the panelists and open up public comment, this is available, this QR code, or if you just go to resiliently.com, this is where you can put in initiatives. I heard lots of different things of opportunities here. We've captured all of that as best as we could. But if there are initiatives or ideas that either panelists that are joining us virtually or folks have throughout the community want to share, please put them in there. So what are the ideas of how we make Lee County more resilient? And then what are those specifically related to this workshop topic conversation? What are those ways that we can really start to change land use policy or adjust land use policy, or what land use policy do we already have that we really need to capitalize on? So those are some of the things that we would want to hopefully get from this workshop there. Terry, do you have any comments before I close it?
No, I think, well, I guess I do then. I think Frank's comment is a good one. There's lots of investment in what we already have, so let's reuse what we already have. The idea about recycling and adaptation, et cetera, is important because we can't keep building new.
Great. Thanks, Terry. And thanks to the panel and to the branch. I'm going to open it up to public comment. If there's anybody from the public that has a comment, please state your name and your organization. And sorry, Tessa, we're not going to get done.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be the person standing in between lunch, but my name is Jessica Turner. I am the coordinator for the Regional Housing Coalition, and the backbone organizations for that are Collaboratory and Bright Community Trust. And I am, first off, I learned so much today. Thank you guys for your thoughtful questions and the discussion. And just on Steve's point, and then it seemed to be everybody's point at the end, we do need to have a more unified conversation about how we're going to be planning and moving forward with affordable housing in our area. There are members that are on the branches that are partners on the coalition, and I just wanted to introduce myself so you could see my face, and I wanted to make sure that maybe I could meet with some of the panelists in the future, because we would love to have your expertise on the coalition moving forward as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Hi, my name is Marcia Ellis, and I apologize for the late entry. Trust me, I've wanted to be here so much. I've literally spent the past couple of weeks in deep dive research about the multi-residential market here locally, how that works with global investment, the rampant profiteering of these multi-residential units at the expense of our residents who are paying in excess 30–50% of their median income, and really trying to examine also the insurance implications in that multi-res and commercial market as we're bearing the burden as single residential holders, and trying to grasp this picture. Very concerned about the underprivileged and underrepresented populations in this community having future access, and super suspicious about the poster that was brought forth to the public, and with those options of deregulation, of changing zoning, smoothing the way for developers, and providing incentives in a market that is already yielding profits in the apartment building that sold next to me with an appreciation of 1,335% over 18 months. So this is global investment opportunity in this market. And One of the things I'm most excited about are some emerging models, the community ownership, emerging models and roles of philanthropy, which is being organized by the indigenous communities in this country to try to get more community ownership, property ownership, and have community engagement through some novel models. That I found that on the EPA site for affordable housing. And I think that that's part of this picture when we talk about incentivizing. I was at a zoning hearing that was approving a rehearing on the Greenwell 31 project that has multi-housing in the high coastal hazard area. All right. So I had to make a decision on how to use my time. I think that as a housing branch, that examining the appropriateness of multi-residential in a high hazard a coastal hazard area, that is very, very much important. So we already have enough people at risk in this community without putting more there. And I look very much forward to hopefully, I mean, maybe there's going to be video, PowerPoint, et cetera, and trying to get caught up and find that point where we can bring things together. Because I don't think it's appropriate to ask community members what's more important to your family: deregulation, changing the density and zoning plan, or more incentivizing for profiteering. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yeah, it seemed like one of the common topics. Oh, sorry, Kyle Doyon, developer. I live in Cape Coral. I'm originally from Michigan, and most of my development's been up there, and I sat on DDA boards and stuff up there, Downtown Development Authority. It seemed like the NIMBY was one of the big things that really was across the board here. You know, whether you guys are trying to change your, land use policies or even just utilize the land you currently have, you fight the NIMBY, and we fought that up there. The perception that everyone gets to put out there by coming and doing that and having the loudest screaming voice, being the keyboard jockeys, it takes 10 times saying something positive before one of those negatives gets pulled back. And one of the things that we started doing in the community up there was putting out the positive information campaigns, where every time you could put something on a billboard or on a bandit sign or hanging on a post somewhere, it was welcome to the community. Hey, we're redeveloping for you. We're glad you're coming here. Live closer. We don't live close to where you work, whatever it is. Figure out those little messages that you want to put out and put them everywhere.
Thank you. And I just I do want to clarify that all of these have been recorded, and so they will be available on the Resiliently website for anybody that may have missed a workshop and would like to watch it. All right. Any other comments in the chat? Great. So thank you all. Thank you to the panelists. We really appreciate all of you taking your time today. To the branch members that were here and to the panelists and branch members on Zoom, thank you. Can we get a quick round of applause for everybody for being here? Thank you. And for those that want to talk about permitting for 2 hours, we'll be back here. We'll be back here at 2:30. See you then. Thank you. And I know everybody is really, really anxious to talk about permitting. Dan Oberski. I love you, Dan. I know I can say that to you and you'll be okay with it. All right, we are going to get started. Do you need to have you hit record yet? Great. I don't know, 3, 4, 7, 10. This will be 13th. Actually, I've only missed the opening for one of them because I had another meeting. So, but awesome. All right. Well, welcome back to the last conversation workshop today about housing. The topic of this one is 100% focused on permitting. And we'll, have a facilitated conversation around some of those opportunities for lessons learned both before the storm and as a result of Hurricane Ian, of what we can think about related to some solutions for permitting and all of the different aspects of that for our community and how that helps us get to more attainable and resilient housing. Before we jump into some introductions, I just want to do a couple housekeeping items. So we do have folks joining us virtually. and this is streamed live and being recorded. So you all have microphones in front of you, the branch here to my right, and then the panel here to my left. Please make sure you hit the button, turn the light from red to green, and speak into the microphone so folks on Zoom can hear us. The other thing is we have branch members joining us virtually as well. Please jump in or drop your questions or your comments into the chat. We are monitoring that in order to make sure that those things get addressed to the panel. And then for branch members that are attending in person, this is intended to be a dialogue to learn more, to inform the initiatives and the solutions for the overall resiliency plan that we will get to in a minute. I do want to make sure that we keep this on the solution side. We know there have been some challenges post storm related to things around permitting, but we want to get to what are those solutions so we can solve for some of our housing challenges and our other challenges in our community. So we will make sure that we understand the complexity of what has happened and what's happened before, but we want to make sure we're driving towards solutions as well. So with that, we're going to do some welcomes and introductions. Real quick, my name is John Roma, and I'm part of the support team for the Resiliently Recovery Task Force. I'm also a team member here at Collaboratory. And what we are really hoping to get to here in a little bit is a facilitated back and forth conversation and dialogue to understand some of the things and opportunities related to permitting. So I'm going to, we do have a couple panelists on Zoom. I'll get to you at the end, but I'm going to start with you. Quick introduction, name, organization, and then we'll work our way down the line.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm the senior planner for the town of Fort Myers Beach within the Community Development Department.
Hey, everybody. Frank Wells, President, Bright Community Trust.
Amy Yearsley, Planning Manager, City of Cape Coral.
Terry Ware, Senior Manager at Haggerty Consulting.
Hi, I'm Harrison Newton, Haggerty Consulting on the Resiliently support team. I lead the Resilient portfolio for Haggerty. Thanks.
Thanks, Harrison. All right, we have Jacqueline from Bonita Springs and Audra from Lee County. If each of you could come off mute and introduce yourself, that would be great.
Hey, good afternoon, Jacqueline Ginson with Bonita Springs Community Development. I'm the Planning and Zoning Manager.
Audra Ennis with Lee County DCD. I am the Regulatory Review and Permitting Manager.
Great, thank you. And so first, I just want to say thank you for taking the time. I know it's Friday afternoon. Really appreciative of, oh, we have one more. All right. Craig Chandler from Sanibel.
Yes, hello. Craig Chandler, Deputy Director of the Planning Department for the City of Sanibel.
Great, thank you. So we will be monitoring the participation from folks on Zoom. And so panelists, please use the raise hand function if you want to chime in on a specific conversation. So again, my gratitude for you all being here and taking the time on this Friday afternoon. And for those of you who have participated in most of the week. I want to give you a high-level overview of what the Recovery Task Force is for those who may not be aware. So Recovery Task Force are created, after disaster events that occur in communities. This is based on a FEMA framework, happen around the country. This one specifically in Lee County is chaired by the County Commission, specifically Commissioner Kevin Ruane. And then the remaining 12 members come from the different elected entities across Lee County as a geography. So you have the municipalities, you have law enforcement, the fire districts, the school board, the health system, a representative from our legislative delegation, as well as a representative from the constitutional office. The task force itself is broken into 8 branches. So you have planning and capacity, which is really looking at a higher level overview of the county as a whole and what are some of those policy adjustments that may need to be made for the entire county. Things like they're talking about like a resilience overlay, economic recovery, education and workforce, health and social services, infrastructure, housing, which branch member Gary Griffin leads that one, natural resources and cultural resources. And today, while a lot of the conversation around permitting is around housing, It's also thinking about how it connects into all of the other things that we've discussed earlier in the week. We've been on a very, very aggressive timeline. It's getting more aggressive as I feel the week goes on. And we started late February, early March, and in those earlier few months leading up to today, we've really been gathering information from the community, gathering information from the branch members, which are made up of members of our community, but ultimately driving towards what are the solutions to make Lee County more resilient. And so the idea is that this is an inclusive plan to address some of the challenges that we may have had before the storm, but challenges that we've definitely faced after the storm. And so how do we, to Gary's earlier point, how do we leverage the resources that are going to be available and take advantage of the opportunity to make this community more resilient for the long term? And so we did just exit a robust community engagement. I'll touch on some of the input from that, or the participation from that. But for the next couple months leading up to late summer, early fall, we will be gathering solutions and defining what this actual plan will be that gets voted on December 5th by the Board of County Commissioners. It will go back out for community engagement before it is adopted or voted on. And so that'll be where the community can give another look of, hey, what's missing? Where did we get this right? And where maybe we need to make a couple adjustments to make this the plan of our community. So as it relates to community engagement, we hosted 17 town halls. 2 were virtual, 1 in English, 1 in Spanish, and then 15 were throughout the community based on the planning communities of Lee County. And so these were in community, in person, in English and Spanish, to really understand what are the priorities of the community. And as we know, this storm hit the coast really hard. And inland, it didn't hit as bad. There were still impacts, but there were impacts from Irma in 2017 inland that we didn't experience maybe necessarily on the coast. So how do we understand how to make those communities more resilient all of the time? We had a little more than 1,000 people participate in those town halls. And then in addition to that, on the resiliently.com website, there's a survey. It's still active, still live. If you know folks that haven't completed it, please share with them. But about 5,000 folks have shared what their priorities are and what their ideas are for this plan. And then on March 30th, throughout the region, so an additional 4 counties of Charlotte, Collier, Henry, and Glades, there was an on the table event, which was a day-long opportunity for folks to gather around a meal or coffee, or just sit around. I went to a barbershop and have a conversation about what are the priorities and the opportunities for our community. And we had a little over 1,000 folks participate in that survey as well, to sort of inform post-Ian, specifically the Lee County opportunities for our community. And as I've shared in both the workshops today, housing is the #1 priority for everywhere in Southwest Florida. So this isn't something that I think surprises anybody that's in this room. So this week has been all about workshops. And so we kicked it off on Monday. We had a conversation about critical infrastructure. We discussed everything except power on Monday. That workshop will be on June 21st here at Collaboratory at 2 o'clock. And then on Wednesday, we moved into this conversation about supporting business and workforce. Yesterday, we talked all about community resilience, and then today has been all about housing. And you probably aren't surprised, in every one of those workshops, didn't matter what we were talking about, there was a housing conversation component to each of them. So housing has definitely been the conversation. Today, for this workshop, for the next couple hours, we have subject matter experts in person and on Zoom that were identified by branch members and others from the community, of folks that could help maybe answer questions, get into some further detail about what are the opportunities and what are the solutions, and maybe some of those challenges to get to those solutions that we can start to prioritize for the Resilient Lee plan. So that is what we hope to get out of this conversation. And as I shared, branch members on Zoom, please drop your questions or comments in chat. Branch members in person, just try to get our attention and make sure we can make this a back and forth dialogue to understand what you need help with. This whole process is a public community input process also. And so at the end of all of at the end of this workshop, we have opportunity for public comment. Branches, they meet on a monthly basis. They actually all meet next week. Those are also have an opportunity for public comment. And then the Recovery Task Force meets the fourth Friday of every month, also opportunity for public comment. So again, these opportunities exist in order for people to participate in the process to make sure that this plan is driving towards what makes sense for the community. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Terry, and we're going to have a little conversation around permitting and housing.
Thanks, John. I'm going to skip most of these because fortunately, this is a pretty focused discussion. You know, I think it revolves around just a couple of issues. What role does government play in the development process? Obviously a pretty important one because specifically to the permitting process, it's about public health, safety, and welfare. And it doesn't exist outside of a context, the context being those codes that have been adopted over time. And, you know, for those of you who know, zoning and particularly building codes have been around since the days of the pyramids. As a result of that concern about public health, safety, and welfare. And so, we've got a millennium of experience in trying to identify what that comprises. So we've got, the International Residential Code, we've got the UBC, we've got a variety of codes. Layered on top of that, plumbing, fire codes. You've also got, if depending upon the region you're in, related to earthquake, preparation. So there are a variety of codes that are out there. And the question, and the issue. So I brought this up when we talk about, as John said, we've been talking about housing. How do we encourage and incentivize housing? These are the ways that typically that pop up in just about every study and effort that's been identified. And so in this particular one, you see right at the very top, creating a streamlined entitlement process. Let's remove zoning from the discussion because that's really a different issue. What we're talking about with the application of these health and safety codes is how do you streamline a process that is a necessity and that continues to grow as our understanding of the risks tend to increase. So the purpose for doing that would be to reduce the risk to the developer, lower the financing costs because you're taking less time, and then of course faster delivery of the units. So I'm going to leave this up here. For those of you who haven't been here, welcome to Survivor, the public workshop series. There'll be adult beverages if you make it through this this session later. So I want to thank you for coming and get right into the subject. So let's start with the first question. How is the process working before the disaster? Because we need a baseline to start from. And since the disaster, we anticipate there's going to be a surge of building permits. But then, so all right, we throw more staff at it. But how well was it working before? And does the institution of additional requirements create more problems? So I'll tell you a quick story. In Colorado, we had a wildfire last Christmas, as a matter of fact, because the conditions were ripe in December for wildfires, destroyed 1,000 homes. So, these were relatively affluent population. So immediately, let's start rebuilding. Well, during that period of time, right before the fire, the municipalities had adopted new energy codes. All right, so now you push the cost up just a little bit there. Makes sense. We'd all say we need to use less energy. Immediately, they got pushback from the community. Hey, that's going to raise the cost. We just want to rebuild. We understand energy, but we just want to rebuild. We want to get back to where we were before as soon as possible. So what do you think the response was? Okay, well, we didn't really need those energy codes because we understand you're in a bad situation. So now they've deferred what was initially identified as a community desire, more resilience, better energy codes. So in that kind of context, when we talk about streamlining the permitting process, where were we before? Where were you before? And where do you anticipate you'll be after this is over? Jump right in.
Okay. Let me just preface this with I'm the planning manager, but I am on a leadership team in development services department. And as part of my gray skies roles is in recovery. So I dealt a lot with the post-disaster permitting. But I think our permitting situation was well known. I don't think I'm saying anything that nobody in the room knows, or if I am, well, we're about to learn. We had, the city of Cape Coral had a transition to a new permitting system that occurred in February of 2022 that was particularly challenging for us. So we went into the storm in kind of a fix mode of our permitting system that we had implemented. We had significant delays in permitting at that time. And it wasn't just the new permitting system at all. We have unprecedented numbers of permits. Last year in 2022, we did 46,000 permits. And those were all types of permits, not just, everyone likes to talk about single family permits, but re-roofs, fences, all accessories, all of those. So we weren't having a great time prior to the storm. So, but we were well on our way to fixing the issues we had. And we did so kind of by our council really recognizing that our staffing levels weren't where they needed to be, specifically in our development services department. And they took kind of really aggressive action to give us extra positions, more permitting techs, more plan reviewers, new types of plan reviewers to deal with zoning reviews, a deputy building official position. So we contracted out with some process improvement agencies. So while we weren't in our best position, we were getting better at that time, but it's been a rough go for a little bit, and the actual hurricane actually kind of made us have to switch again. So we are doing the best we can.
Of those things, which had the most impact?
I think actually what has had the most impact for us right now is actually kind of having that process improvement person who can look at the system as it was designed and really say, you know what, why are we doing it that way? The system can't handle it. Let's work the process. Let's change the process where we can use the system effectively. So for us, that was the biggest thing. The bodies is always great, but let's be honest, it's hard to hire. It's even hard to hire when you're offering benefits as well as, pension. It's still hard. So we still have open positions that we just cannot fill. And that's really been a challenge for us.
So it's a workforce problem? Okay, just making sure we.
Yeah.
So again, I'm going to preface this by saying prior to the storm, I had just come to the town months, less than a year prior to the storm. So I can't really speak to what it was previous. But when I showed up, I think we obviously had staffing issues, mainly in that, again, it's hard to hire. Especially when you're on a barrier island and most people are going to have to travel more than an hour to get there. I do personally, but I think most of our staff also has to come from outside the area. But I would say in my experience, a lot of our town's issues stem from a constant churn of the staff. We have a tough time perhaps holding on to some of that institutional knowledge, the historical knowledge. We are lucky to have some consulting help that does sort of bridge that gap. But for the most part, you just see a lot of churn in that area, whether it be just people retiring out of the system or being headhunted from other communities. It's tough to keep those people there. And it can be a little bit daunting when you have an entire team of developers across the table from you, and you kind of feel out on an island, pardon the pun, making sure that you're not going to be taken advantage of, and the town's not going to be taken advantage of.
That last comment is a good one. I've worked in and around government for a while, and the easiest thing for most government employees to say, no. Because there's no risk. I'm not going to get yelled at. We're not going to do something that's going to be so radical or different that people are going to be bent out of shape as the result of it. And so getting to yes is a much harder thing to do from the public. You have you know, people who are elected officials, other officials breathing down your neck, the community breathing down your neck. And so it's just so much easier to maintain the status quo. And I think that's a challenge that we have in these communities is how do you push the envelope? How do you begin to, you know, be proactive in these circumstances, Frank?
I want to chime in on this issue of churn. A few of us were having a conversation over lunch and about how frustrating it is from the developer side of the table that you're working your way through the process and then somebody from the staff leaves and you have a new staff person and we're going right back to start, right? It's not, we're 2/3 of the way through and we're not going backwards. We're going to keep going. We had this happen with a townhome development. The new permitting person who came in said, oh, I don't think townhomes should have front parking like that. The parking should be rear parking. So you're just gonna have to reconfigure the whole development? Yeah, because that's how it should be done. Can you please show us in the code where it's required? Well, I'm just saying that that's how the city now prefers that it be done. Okay, we're back to the drawing board, thousands and thousands of dollars of, new design work to be done. The same thing can happen occasionally with elected officials, right? That we've been through a cycle and now we have new folks who want to go back and revisit all the design choices that their predecessors chimed in on. So we've got to figure out how to ensure that we don't lose progress even when we have turnover on staff or on the commissions.
Thanks, Frank. And before we change gears, would love to hear from Sanibel, Benita, and Lee County, who are all on Zoom.
I'll go ahead and jump in. This is Craig Chandler from City of Sanibel, Planning Department. I'm not going to say anything that we haven't heard already, but from my perspective, it is a staffing issue predominantly. Having more people able to work at, and make progress at once is going to help. And we've had staffing issues, personnel issues, hiring challenges, all of the same things that have been raised already. Of course, Collaboratory's been speaking a lot towards housing affordability, and that's been a big issue for us as we try and bring in new staff. It's difficult to find places to live right now, especially after the hurricane, but it's certainly been that way in Southwest Florida for several years. And that's something that we're experiencing. And in addition to the challenges that we're experiencing with the new online permitting system, similar to Cape Coral, ours launched in August of 2021. And I'll be honest, things have been smoother in the last 6 months than they were in the 6 months following the launch of that permitting system. So that kind of, I think, emphasizes some of the challenges in the learning curve when you go from one way of doing things to another.
Thanks, Craig. Jacqueline?
Hello. So I too, I'm just with planning and zoning, but I deal, we're a small enough department where I'm very involved with the permitting department for the building side. And I would share too, we've had some turnover due to a variety of reasons. And we do agree that salary sometimes is one of those obstacles. We are a very small department. The city is a very government-like philosophy. We're very good at our inspections, but because we are such a small team, sometimes the intake and the plan review are a little bit longer than usual, but we don't have electronic plans fully implemented yet, which is sometimes might be a good thing from what I understand with some other jurisdictions that are kind of struggling with that. We do still accept a lot of hard copy submittals, which sometimes allows for those permits to get through the process a lot quicker than some of other jurisdictions that have full-blown e-permitting. So, and sometimes our residents really do appreciate that, especially because we do have an elderly population. But other than that, some of the same sentiments that the others have already shared.
It seems as though part of the challenge, even if you provide an electronic system to submit plans and reviews, someone still has to do the site inspections. I mean, and code, and as it relates to housing, code enforcement because there's affordable housing out there, but is it quality affordable housing? So in addition to just sort of the plan review component, you've got the code enforcement flip side of it, as well as site inspections that go along with that whole process. I mean, has technology really shifted the table? I'm sorry.
Audra, do you want to share from a Lee County perspective?
I think that those challenges that we're facing have already been discussed. We did have the advantage that we did our software conversion in 2018, which was a little bumpy, but by now we have all the kinks worked out, but we are facing the same challenges. We have staffing issues. We have just sheer volume issues. In March, we had 95% of our prior fiscal year volume. So there's just no function that's going to help to correct that until you can get the bodies in order to turn it over.
So does technology help? I mean, is that going to get you over the hump?
I think the technology helps. I don't think it's enough on its own, but we do have very effective in-house individuals working on our technology system that we've been able to do a substantial amount of automation since the storm hit. And it also does help that it helps our inspection site as well. We've got some virtual inspection processes in place. We've automated the issuance of our roof permits. We've automated the issuance of our demolition permits. So all of those automations do help, but there's still some that fail the checks that are built into the system to approve that automatic issuance. So then you're still having to have someone put eyes on those permits. So it does help, but it isn't an all-inclusive solution.
So I have a little bit of experience coming from another barrier island that had recently gone through a changeover in the system. And the one thing that always sticks with me is no matter what system you have, you end up having to have somebody dedicated to that. You need to have a liaison that can work with the group or the actual implementers on the side of the technology company. Also having less than clear understanding of what those ongoing costs are going to be. It all looks so great when you get the shiny trifold, but at the end of the day, you really have to have a 5 and 10 year vision about what's our storage going to be? What do we expect volumes to be in the worst possible scenario? And is that something that we're okay with spending the money to house that in the cloud exclusively or offsite? Or does it make more sense to invest in your own internal IT departments, set up your own mini server farm? The problem with technology is as soon as it becomes a bit more ubiquitous, everybody wants to start dropping everything in their phone and their computer into it. So you get tons and tons of pictures. If you allow for videos, people are going to find a way to shove videos in there that may or may not be relevant. And you got to figure out how to not only store that, but do you have a process to go in there and work with the technology company that you're leasing or purchasing that piece of software from to go in and sort of weed out some of that stuff? Do you have somebody at the absolute desk level in your office who understands the technology well enough to talk to the back end people? Have they been through enough problems with memory leaks and random other stuff that pops up? And can they speak the language of people to try and fix that and keeping that sort of institutional knowledge going as those people come out of your institution and you bring up new people in it?
That's internal. You've got people on the outside, architects, engineers, average homeowners who want to submit for the fence permit. I mean, so there's that whole other side of understanding the technology well enough. Okay, it's there. How do I, what's the format I'm going to put in there? So you've got that in addition.
So I have a clarifying question. Do all of the municipalities use the same software?
No.
And I think we have a question in the chat from Sandy. So there's something there, especially when we have churn of what is possible by using similar systems.
Yes, also relevant to this conversation, Sandy Stillwell Youngquist, who is the branch lead for planning capacity, Could an inter-county or inter-municipality agreement be formed with Florida and or other states that have their same software for permitting? It might be the other counties who get hit in the future and we could help them. With it mostly done online now, it seems that this should work. Perhaps funding could help pay for this, then for inspections, outsource that, then eventually move toward having same software.
Thank you, Sandy.
Yeah, let's see you go.
Me? Okay. Oh, I did have one right there. I wish I'm going to share some secondhand information, but I just learned about this last night. I normally wouldn't do that. And I do want to be careful because there's a specific company I'm going to mention that, and that's not what we're here for, is to advocate any products, but there are AI products out there to do plan review now. And actually, during the break, I've got a conference call set up with them for next Thursday. I'm told, and this is secondhand, that they're using it in Pinellas County. I'm told it works very well. They believe it's probably going to improve the quality of their plan review. So I'm going to try to get some more information on that, but I'm just curious if any of you heard of these products or aware of them.
No.
Heard of, haven't interacted with anybody that's using them.
Yeah.
And to maybe follow up on Gary's comment, that might not only improve it, but expedite the process, which is what's important. I have a couple of comments to make on this because I'm very involved in the permitting process and in the construction industry. And I want to preface my comments by saying the staff in all these building departments are doing a tremendous job considering the load that they're currently under. You know, the numbers that we're seeing going through the permitting departments are just record numbers by all accounts. Tens of thousands of permits that they have to deal with, everything from, as was mentioned by Amy, a fence permit to, you know, a new house or a high rise or whatever they have to deal with. But some of the real life examples and cases that I've seen recently, one of them was in Cape Coral when right after the hurricane, there was a tremendous need to issue roofing permits and re-roofing permits. So what did they do? They went to paper over the table, over the counter permit down at the cultural center, opened up a little annex there, and they were pumping those permits out. Very reminiscent of the days past where you go to the counter and get a permit right over the counter that day. It was a great move on part of the city. They had tens of thousands of permits or roofs to repair, and they issued a bunch of them. I forget what the last number was, but it was an incredibly high number, like 40,000 roofing permits that have been issued over there. With regard to Fort Myers Beach, recently we made an effort to try to modify one of the ordinances there to allow staff a little bit more authority in granting some administrative variances, because we have issues down there of non-conforming lots that do not meet today's standards or regulations. And it made a whole lot of sense to let staff make some of these administrative calls instead of having to go through the process of getting a full-blown variance for a setback. So right now that unfortunately didn't make it through the final hearing by town council and they voted it down, but it has just done nothing but slow the process down and make it more difficult for the people to rebuild down there. You know, the emphasis and the talk on the beach, including by town council who turned it down, was that they wanted to rebuild the beach and wanted to have the same character it had years ago. It's not going to be that way. We all know that. But at least there would have been maybe some efforts to restore some housing back to similarly what it was. This is just a roadblock, and it's now dragged this process out. So people who were interested in rebuilding and trying to recapture some of that vibe that's down there on the beach, they're losing that opportunity because as time goes on, two things are happening. The cost is getting higher, and those opportunities of rebuilding are going away because there's other people who are taking advantage of the opportunities down there and trying to amass properties and build bigger structures, high rises, condos, whatever, which is again going to defeat the whole purpose of trying to rebuild this beach community. So that was not a staffing issue. That was purely a political, you know, the town council made that ultimate decision.
but it's a real life example of some of the obstacles that we're overcoming. Lastly, in Lee County, and we just had a meeting to discuss permitting issues just yesterday, and the numbers and the times that Lee County is dealing with are exceptionally high. The turnaround time for a permit is almost 3 months. But what we found was that an owner builder has the opportunity to submit a paper application over the counter. That process eliminates close to a month of time. But yet a builder who's compelled to use the electronic filing system is actually, it's costing us more time. So there's obviously a disconnect there. I'm old school. I'm not a big computer person. I love the old paper process. I've been doing this for a lot of years. But, you know, we were always told, hey, you know, electronic submittals, it's going to expedite the process. It's going to make the process quicker and better, and truly have yet to really see the results of that. But these are things that if we're looking at this process, and I do agree, it's not just the process, but it is personnel. We got to get people in there to process all the paperwork, because as it was discussed at Lee County yesterday, it's all good and well that you get all these things uploaded, but who's going to look at them? You still need all those people to look at that thousands and thousands of permits that are coming across the desk. You know, maybe there's opportunities to look at that process in conjunction with adding additional staff and find ways of eliminating or streamlining some of the processes. Another example of that is when several months back before the hurricane, we were talking about a backlog of screen enclosure permits. Screen enclosures are just like a house. They're an engineered structure. When you apply for a screen enclosure permit, it comes with raised seal engineering, which for screen enclosure, that's pretty much over the top. I mean, it's a screen enclosure. Yeah, we don't want it to blow down in a storm, but it's just a screen enclosure. So the other part of that was zoning, having to check and make sure the setbacks are accurate and that, you know, it's going back where it needs to go. For the most part, we don't build screen enclosures just out in the middle of a yard. They're usually on a porch or on a pool deck. So when the pool permit is applied for, usually those things are checked. But to the credit of Lee County, the building official did decide, well, you know what, that makes good sense. Let's expedite screen enclosure permits because they do carry an engineer seal. And really what we just need to look at is make sure the setbacks are correct and let's get it out. And they had, I can't even remember the number, but it was also thousands of permits that were tied up in screen enclosures that they were able to then turn around and then quickly expedite and get those out of the backlog, because that's part of that total cumulative number of permits, you know, and if it's 10 or 10,000, it's that many less that they have to contend with. So it's a combination of getting good people, which is a challenge in the construction industry right now. It's like pulling hen's teeth to try to get good employees. And Lee County and City of Fort Myers, town of Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, Sanibel, they're all competing for the same building inspectors and qualified plan reviewers. It's a joke that they're out there, you know, obviously competing with each other and up in the bid every time they get a chance to lure one from the other departments, other municipalities. So it's a struggle for them to get them. They got to find them and then they got to train them before they can let them really work on their own. So that's not just a few days or a few weeks. It's a months and months long process to get these people up and running. So while we're doing that, adding staff, we need to definitely look at the process and figure out whether it's an AI solution that can do plan review in seconds versus days, or streamline the process and eliminating things that are redundant or not necessary. It's something that we really need to look at to solve this problem.
So before you, Amy, I know you have some great ideas. Before we jump in, so there's an opportunity to maybe start to identify what permits can be streamlined, and maybe to your point, Gary, AI might play a role in those, especially that can be streamlined that may not need an individual. We know we need some sort of, like, this has been a conversation for a while. Gary, you've been part of this, a sector strategy for workforce. related to the construction industry, which all of this conversation is related to the construction industry. I think it came up in one of the other conversations this week. I don't remember, but there is this ongoing conversation of what is the sector strategy for construction, the construction industry specifically, and that would include municipal plan review. That would include community development departments. That would include those sorts of things of how do we solve for that? And if automation is part of it, then let's figure out the automation that would help with that. Gary?
One more comment, and maybe if I can get some feedback from the building officials, I appreciate it. I've been lobbying with Associated Builders and Contractors in Tallahassee every year for the last 15 plus years. And every year we go up there and ask for some consistency from municipality to municipality in the permitting process. And every year we're at the throats of the League of Cities because they don't want that. And I get it, home rule. But I'm just going to point out, when we are in this situation, I will say this, Southwest Florida is one of the best places in terms of having user-friendly departments. If you go over to the East Coast to the Miami, Fort Lauderdale area, my God. So that's a compliment, but it would help if there was more consistency from a contractor's point of view in the way we go through a permitting process, because we do have to learn that. And we'd love to see you guys work together, maybe to create a little more consistency to make it easier for us.
Are you suggesting something along the lines of maybe some of the permits are universal permitting applications or universal
It's really-
process?
It's really
or
about the application and the process. And, and also about the cost. Senator Perry, who owns a roofing company in Gainesville, will tell you a story about bidding a roof replacement on 2 Walmarts that were prototypes, 2 exact same buildings. And in Southeast Florida, the cost for the permit was 2.5 times the cost of a permit in Ocala. And by state statute, you're not allowed to charge any more than it costs you to. So again, these are the types of things you see where they're using the permitting process, I think, as an impediment to development. And again, it doesn't happen locally, thank goodness, but it does happen in some jurisdictions.
Is part of, going back to the basis for zoning, but certainly building permits, the public health, safety and welfare, how much of this revolves around insurance and liability? Because the whole, the issues, back in another life, I was program administrator for the state licensing boards, engineers, architects, land surveyors, etc. And the vocabulary was really about liability, because if something, if the screen blows off and hits someone, then, well, what was the fasteners? Who approved it? So how much of this gets into that whole risk aversion component, which is what insurance really is all about? So, now that we're better, more resilient issues, how do you think that plays into this, Gary?
Well, I would not have tied what I was talking about and what Richard was talking about. I think we as contractors have that risk liability. I don't think the city or the municipalities have any of
Oh,
it.
yeah. Oh, yeah. If they approve,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. If they approve, if the spec, that's why they do site inspections. They come out and do foundation, yeah, they have.
I haven't seen that, but I'll take your word for it because I know they do come after us and because I think ultimately we are responsible. But I understand, you're right. If they were to be negligent, completely negligent, provably negligent, you're probably right.
Well, and I'm sure you've seen these situations, at least something fails in a building. I'm thinking about Honolulu. The contractor, the developer, to save money, went and replaced a lot of the piping with PVC. And so as soon as they pressurized the water system, it blew, flooded floors. And so now the contractors pointing at the developer's pointing at the architect saying, well, building inspection approved it. They got their COs. So, it becomes a mess. So, but from your experience, that's not
the issue I described, I think, is when elected officials use their building department to create NIMBYism is what I believe is the root cause. But again, I do hear your point. There's some liability there. And you do want, we want things built to standards. Certainly we don't want to reduce standards.
I think though that we should be careful when we're talking about what is, preservation of life and safety and what are aesthetic standards. because we talk about building code and permitting as if everything somebody's life depends on. And we went through this with the city of St. Pete 5 or 6 years ago to say, you're asking us to build affordable housing, but then you have this requirement and that requirement and this requirement and that, which are aesthetics. None of this is about safety. And you're adding 10% out of the cost of a house, which is in essence, you're saying this many people are out of the home ownership pool now, right? Because they can't afford that extra 10% jump in cost. You've already capped your subsidy program, so that's what we can do. Is that really, really necessary, right? And I think the same thing when we talk about our permitting process, right? You know, can we reconsider what we actually need from a safety perspective and what we just absolutely have to have from an aesthetics perspective? Because we treat this as a given, as if I should be allowed to chime in on what my neighbor's house looks like. But nobody calls up their neighbor and says, I don't like the car that you just bought. You need to take that back or paint it another color. Like, that's completely ludicrous. But we feel just fine to go to the city council and say, she's trying to build this house next to me and I don't like the window choices.
Amy, I know you've been patiently waiting. Thank you.
Well, no, I was just going to jump in on that. And I would just say, you know, I think the legislature actually did address that with their move that preempts local governments from any sort of architectural requirements on 1 and 2 family units. So that was a good move, I think, on their part to help with that particular issue.
Acknowledging we have folks on Zoom. Any comments from Sanibel, Lee County, or Bonita Springs?
So I wanted to take a step back to this this concept of the AI review. I think so. AI is obviously in its sort of infancy in its use in the wider public. I think there's probably a place for something like that when we talk about building codes and applying those codes. You've got a population of codes and books that are finite, and it's either right or wrong. You're using the right fastener, or you're not using the right fastener, right? I would be very afraid when we start talking about implementing that in the planning side. And that's only because when you have been in a planning position, you realize that the words on the page are only half of the story. What you really have is a whole codex of administrative understandings and local flavor that go along with how to do things. And from a staff level position, the effort to try and keep precedents consistent. You don't want, because one new person came in, an entirely radical reinterpretation of the code. And I say that because realistically, there are a lot of administrative understandings about how we do things and about what those terms mean, these planning and land development codes and how they're applied locally, that can't be reproduced from town to town, because it oftentimes comes down to, well, how did we interpret this before? What's our precedence from the town council? How did they interpret this code language? So it's harder for, I think, AI to really get into that, because you're going to end up feeding them some people's marginalia notes. You're going to be feeding them hours and hours of town council meetings or M&P meetings, things that are just not easily codified as you are going to use a red head to, put this thing in the ground and keep it there. So I take your point. I think we do need to try and leverage the technology, but I think we need to be very careful about looking at it as somehow the sort of panacea and the key to unlock what we believe our problems are going to be. There's still room for the human condition. There's still room for people to faithfully try and apply the codes with an understanding of what those codes have meant and will mean going forward in the local community.
going back to the kind of cross jurisdictional discussion, I think there is some value in having a discussion about how each of us permit different types of things. So if someone's saying, I can get a push button permit in Cape Coral for a fence replace, but I can't in another jurisdiction, like there's an opportunity to say, okay, why are they doing it that way? And why can't we do it that way? And sometimes you're going to find that there's a reason why you can't issue that type of permit, that something that's unique to your community that may not be in another. For us, we converted a good number of permits to push button, but then we had to, in some cases, walk it back because we're like, you know what? There's a reason why we were actually reviewing that permit, because we have a very strict burrowing owl ordinance. And we have a very strict bald eagle ordinance. The other thing with push button permitting that also is something you have to really take a look at is, what are your floodplain regulations, right? And I think you're going to find that, push button permits are great, but if it leads to you violating your own floodplain ordinance by saying, not being able to look if it's substantial damage occurred and things like that. So no, don't just think about churning permits out. Think also about what are the other regulations that you could potentially be violating that you didn't know you were.
So there's a building officials association of course. Asking the question, how do they interact, and does that provide the opportunity for collaboration? There's a Building Code Officials Association of Florida. How do they interact with local communities? I assume they're made up of local communities. And does that provide an opportunity to begin talking about some level of standardization?
Yeah, they do meet on a regular basis as a group of building officials, and it's to discuss, uniform interpretation for the most part. Maybe not so much implementation, but hey, this is the way the code reads and this is what I understand it to mean. Maybe to kind of piggyback on Amy's comments there with regards to what you were saying, Amy, about rolling things back after you maybe make a decision like that. I think what would be helpful for the industry would be for the building departments to explain that, why they're doing that. A lot of times we have no idea whatsoever why all of a sudden you've reversed a previous decision. The industry has been working for years for uniformity. And in earlier versions of the building code, it was prescribed that there would be uniformity, so that my company, I work in 5 or 6 different jurisdictions. Every one of them has a different application and a different application process and requirement for information. So it's extremely burdensome and stressful, particularly for my staff, because they got to remember, okay, this one wants it this way, this one wants it that way. You get a lot of rejections because of that you may not necessarily get if you had a uniform process. Sandy Stillwell Youngquist was speaking to that, I think, was that, let's have a uniform process. We would love to see that as an industry, but for some reason there's pushback on that. It may have to do with the programs they're using, trying to get all municipalities to use one program. I don't know if that creates some sort of a monopoly situation, maybe some antitrust laws involved in there or something, but certainly would be beneficial to the community at large and the builders specifically to have that, but we don't. It's very burdensome. I think to the AI side of this, not so much maybe planning issues, but just plan review, to look at maybe AI streamlining plan review, because plan review for the most part, either it's it's in the code and that's what you're conforming and applying the code, or you're not. It is kind of black and white. We've always argued for years that it really shouldn't be black and white, although it's written right there in specific terms in black and white. We always argue that we're trying to meet the intent of what the code is. We want homes that are strong. We don't want them blown apart. We do want them energy efficient. We want them built to the right elevation. Those have all come to pass to show that they're working very well. Houses that are built to today's standards, the right elevation and to the code, performed exceedingly well. But to an earlier question about the insurance industry and the role they play, quite honestly, they drive the car. Okay. Just a few years ago, there was an implementation of what they call freeboard, which is a total circumvention around FEMA. FEMA didn't change their elevations, but the building code adopted an additional foot above freeboard or above the base foot elevation called freeboard. Totally under the radar, totally surprised the industry, weren't prepared for it. Behind the scenes, the insurance lobby was driving that car because they want to get houses up higher. Now, you know, whether it's needed or not, well, I think it bore out in some cases here in Lee County that that extra foot of freeboard might have made the difference, but it's expensive. You know, a foot of fill on a typical house can be $10,000. So that additional fill doesn't come for free. There's cost. And what we're always concerned about is the cost versus the benefit. What are we getting for what additional costs we're incurring due to these stricter standards? Energy efficiency is ramping up every year. It gets more difficult every year to pass the energy code. And the end results of that is unintended consequences. We now have problems with air quality inside a home because they're too well sealed.
Right.
So now we're talking about sick homes because they're not breathing at all. Matter of fact, houses, you know, where we're using isonine spray foam insulation or whatever brand you may use, we have to introduce fresh air into the house to compensate for that fact that the house is too well sealed and it can't breathe. It seems counterintuitive that we'd want to drag hot, humid air into the system, but that's how it works, and it works well. But you know, there's these unintended consequences that come from some of these things, and more importantly, it affects the bottom line and affordability, which is what we were talking about in earlier sessions. So, you know, it's a complicated topic, and it deserves a lot more attention than it gets, unfortunately.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that. For those communities that use community development block grant disaster recovery funds, there are additional regulations in the consolidated notice that require multiple, you know, check boxes for energy efficiency. Obama administration passed the freeboard requirement requiring 1 foot elevation above, you know, FEMA identified floodplain elevation. That's in, you know, if you want to use this money, you know, accessibility, ADA code. I mean, so pretty much at every level, federal level, state level, local level, you're getting a combination of pushes and pulls on the system. So if you never adopted that, if you want to use these dollars, you know, a dollar in, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound.
But the code was always supposed to be a minimum code.
Right.
Not a maximum code. And what has become, it's become a maximum code.
Right.
And for that reason, you know, if you want to access these particular programs or funds, you have to maximize what you're doing, which just costs more. It's kind of counterintuitive of what they want to do. Years ago, the Lee County Electric Co-op had a program called the Good Sense Energy Program, and people could elect to do things, additional things to their homes to make them more energy efficient. And it was a cost versus benefit. You could clearly show the people for X number of extra dollars to do insulation or do other things like higher SEER ratings on air conditioning systems. You could see a direct connection with the payback in energy savings. Your electric bill is going to go down X number of dollars a month if you do these improvements. And we could rationalize that by saying that savings, you're going to recoup that expense in 5 years or less, which made sense because most people don't live in their homes for more than maybe 7 years on average. Nowadays, that gap is gone. There's no more, hey, I want to upgrade these things and get these benefits, because the regulation is slowly ratcheted up. So now that program is gone. They don't have it anymore because it was just a situation where the minimum standard became the maximum.
So apply that to multifamily housing, where you're a renter in a building, you know, whatever value might have accrued from energy savings, depending upon how the utilities are structured in the rental building, don't go to the renter. You know, if you add solar panels, that value doesn't go to the renter. You've made the building more resilient. That value doesn't go to the renter. And the question, you know, in terms of how the formula looks, how long, you know, the developer holds on to it and flip, you know, when you apply those same issues to multifamily housing, it becomes an even more difficult, because now you've added the cost. And then the question becomes, who achieves the value out of that additional cost that you've now, you know, put into that structure. And so as it relates to multifamily housing and building and the permitting process, because that's a lot of this discussion, how does that, you know, is there any impact there? So far, we've talked a lot about single family homes. That's kind of an easy one. But But as it relates to multifamily homes and the desire to build, you know, multi-unit structures, how does this discussion wrap into that?
I cannot speak to that, but I so wish Diana was still here. She could, because she wears all of those hats. And what I want to do is, I don't want to go down these multiple rabbit holes, even though this is like my jam. I love all this, right? But the task on hand is to look at streamlining the permitting process and how we can provide solutions in the context of housing. So we've gone through a major pandemic. We've gone through a hurricane that we've never seen the flooding before. It gives us many opportunities to look at the context of fire, building code. It looks at base floor elevation, whether we build or not in the coastal high hazard, whether there's insurance, all of these things. We're talking about all these things. But today, in order to provide solutions, whether it be within a jurisdiction or whether it be regionally, we're looking to cut out the red tape, the time that it takes to move a permit forward. So if we're coming back to the conversation at hand, I know we've had a question, and I think the answer is yes, a regional permitting process would be interesting to entertain. We have to figure out maybe something like AI could help us do a surface review of whether it's in an overlay, whether it files in the coastal high hazard, whether it is within the construction line, of development, whether it is in an agricultural area that now is being rezoned for housing. And now we have to figure out where we're getting our food from. Don't make me go down the rabbit hole of food systems. Okay. And I'd have to put on my ag hat and my extension hat, and we're not going to do that. But I will tell you, looking at a big purview of this, I think there is opportunity to have a regional permitting system. It's the weeds of how do you store the digital files, the paper files, where's the historical context? If you have a different permitting system in Bonita versus City of Fort Myers or Sanibel, you have a workforce development problem because people have to understand how to use every one of those different softwares. The softwares can't talk to each other. GIS has an issue. Yes, we can visibly map and tell stories across the board about the outcomes, the impacts, where we're going, where we've been. But the process is looking at how can we regionally reduce the permitting process, not only for development, but for the plan reviewers, the zoners, and the people designing the automation of the integral layers that have to go through that permit coming across the board. So I want to just try to get us back to that discussion of, with the experts that are in the room or online, or those of us who have experienced what it's like to be doing plan review, then going to an online system, then going to e-permitting, right? I mean, Amy, Jackie, Audra, my mentor when it came to zoning. These are the things we need to kind of figure out, what can we do within a systems perspective to automate things, to reduce the time in things that we have control with.
And Jen made a really good point, as we really ought to stay on the subject of how to move the for the attainable hat, and particularly the donut hole that we're trying to. But I do want to make one point that the Florida Building Code was written for two reasons. In the 1990s, it was written because Andrew proved to us that we had an inadequate code, and because the Florida legislature wanted consistency throughout the state of Florida, and the insurance industry wanted consistency throughout. And it was written that way. It was passed in 98, I think. I served on the Florida Building Commission for 7 years. The intent was one code. Now, and you're right, I think certainly city councils and they have purview over aesthetics, landscaping, those kinds of things, but there's one code. And even to do a local amendment, you have to go through the Florida Building Commission, and locally we don't have any. Miami-Dade has a bunch and some other municipalities have them, but it's one code. It really, the space is in the development order process, the planning side for non-building issues, which is why I started the day saying our buildings, if they're built to the code, to Richard's point, it's a solid code. It is those other things that are going to allow us to move the ball forward, I think.
As a builder of
I was a builder of affordable homes, and nowadays I don't know what can be affordable at the prices we have to pay for materials and labor. But how can we, I'm not a nonprofit builder, so I don't see those benefits of the streamlining of affordable housing permitting. And so I'm not actually knowledgeable about exactly what that means to somebody that is an affordable, recognized as an affordable housing builder. But how can we incorporate, like I've been left out in the cold there, and with this permitting taking so long, there's absolutely no way I can agree to, certain contracts, because when you're pricing something for somebody that's in $300,000 range, they can't afford a $25,000 increase. If it takes you 6 months to get a permit, now you say, oh, okay, we're ready to build now, but now the cost is this, and they can't afford it. So I've literally lost viable people that were wonderful and deserved a home, but I couldn't build it for them because by the time I got a permit, and literally I went through the process, and then when I adjusted my pricing and said, gosh, as much as I want to do this for you, I can't pull money out of my own pocket to build your home. So what can we do to, what are the processes? What does your municipality do for affordable housing and expediting permitting? And how can we, look at affordable housing and help that, that area out to get better permitting applications pushed through?
I'm going to say something that the building industry may not appreciate. Most of the time, when we turn down a permit, it's because we got bad packages. We got incomplete packages. We got somebody who's on the job for a couple weeks only and missed something. We get arguments about why do we have to give a stamped stormwater plan. Let's not get on the subject of water management districts and what they do and don't do and how useful they are. Lord help me, I hope they're not listening to this. But I think the point that we're making is, in my experience, we went from weeks and weeks and weeks of trying to get permitting rolling as quickly as possible pre-storm. Our new building official basically just said, no, we're gonna do these turnarounds in one day. You're going to review it in one day. That's a question of, do you have enough staff members to actually pick that up? If not, you're going out and you're getting consultants or outside groups to do that review for you. But again, my experience coming into it is that there's very little, there isn't enough pre-meeting with the communities that needs to be done. And I know you guys don't want to send somebody for a pre-application meeting for a single family home or any number of projects, but there's a lot of people that will submit packages that they think are right because it passed in another community. And when it gets to us, we don't have the capacity at the staff level to be as flexible as you want us to be, because you're asking people that are making $15 to $20 an hour, maybe, to go out on a limb and say, well, this makes sense. It makes this go quicker, but what's the outcome if it fails or if it doesn't mesh with the understanding of the elected officials? And I become the whipping boy for this. So maybe you're going to go back to the point. We really do need to sort of figure out regionally, how do we consolidate our information? What you should be able to walk into a community and say, I know that I need to give a site plan that includes an aerial view. I know I need to give a ferment for that lot. That is where we tend to fall down.
Well, one of the problems is you change the rules, and how do you notify people that you've changed the rules? If we didn't have building industry associations, nobody would know there was any change in rules. Now, for people who aren't members of those organizations, you don't know the rules change until you do a submittal and they say, oh, you're rejected for this. Oh, when did that change? Oh, that changed, So that's part of the problem.
So to keep us back on solutions focused. So I think there's this opportunity, and it came up, John Talmadge brought it up. So we have all of these opportunities where we can inform essentially the business community on changes in processes and things like that. So let's take the building industry as an example. You know, as a builder or as a developer, you have to have, if you're located within the city of Cape Coral or Lee County, you have to have some sort of business license. There are opportunities without being part of associations to inform those entities and those organizations. So there is a piece there. I think there is this opportunity. So to your point, these are folks making $15 to $20 an hour, maybe. On the front, they're the front lines of a plan review. There is this opportunity. Maybe that is where we leverage technology in AI or whatever it might be to do that initial like immediate rejection if you forgot to submit XYZ. That happens the moment you click the button. It's like you forgot these 4 things. And so I think those are some of the opportunities that we're talking about, the solutions that we're trying to get to, and what does that investment look like as a community, as a county, to ultimately create a model that does start to offset some of these things that are complaining. I mean, I would love, like, and we don't need to answer this today, but I would love to know, like, what is the number one reason that an initial permit is rejected? What doesn't matter, like, let's say a new single family home. What is the number one reason that it is kicked back immediately? You said they forget to submit a site map or they, whatever those things might be. Like, what are those things that AI would actually probably, or some technology solution would actually help catch, you know, out of the gate?
So I think that's going to be kind of dependent on the locality. And that goes back to making regional checklists of things that everybody can agree on they need to get, that every community needs. But, you know, I would say the biggest issue that we run into where stuff immediately fails, it's signatures in the right place. It's these state requirements that we have to, you know, have this thing notarized 3 times on this form. And we've sidestepped some of that post-storm. Our building officials done just yeoman's work trying to streamline this stuff. And again, we're getting initial reviews done within 24 hours. That is perhaps not sustainable without a real increase in staff. But I think it could be done. I think the state really needs to go back to a little bit of the drawing board and figure out what's really important. I'm sure there's reasons why we need 3 notarizations on any given form, particularly, or why owner builders can't be in LLCs. You know, there's reasons for it, I'm sure, but maybe we need to reassess from 30 years ago whether we're really scared of that happening again, or if we've got new strategies to solve those problems.
I think Gary has a response to that, and then Amy, I want to get.
It's very quick. I'm chuckling because that is exactly the fact that what you just said is accurate. It's usually a process problem, which is exactly why we would like to see the same process in every municipality. But unfortunately, every municipality reads the law, which was written by lawyers. And I'll stop myself from making a comment. And then they interpret it and make up their own unique form to meet that requirement. That's why we wanted consistency.
Oh, yeah. You know, one of the municipalities here, I won't name them, but they have their own notice of commencement form that's different than everybody else's. And if you don't use that form, they're not going to accept it. It's a notice of commencement. Okay.
Great. So we have some things that we can automate, notice of commencement being one. So Amy, you have.
I was just going to say, you know, I think from these storms, we actually can learn a little bit and start to ask those questions. One of the things that we recognized was a challenge for our backlog was having to put eyes on every NOC, right? That we had a backlog of like 3,500, don't quote me on that, staff, if you're watching, like 3,500 NOCs, and we had to open up every single one of them. And our attorneys were like, you have to open up you have to put your eyes on every one. So what we did was we reached out to the governor's office and we just said, hey, you know, can you guys consider, you know, putting something in the executive order that allows us to not have to put our eyes on this every time. We're going to take it for what it is. And, you know, this will immediately get rid of a huge backlog for us. And they were very receptive to it. And that, so taking that one step further and saying, okay, after the storm, after we get over this permitting issue, is that something that we need to change all the time? Like, not just in the disaster declaration. Is that something we can bring forward? So there's an opportunity there.
That's a perfect example.
So this is great. And what I would love to, yes, and I would love, to take this conversation. So we have a general idea of what makes sense on the streamline side for pieces and parts of this. So I think there should be, or maybe there's an opportunity for a dialogue here around, like, what are the steps to get there? That's what we're talking about. So if we're building a solution, it's not just automate everything, AI is the answer, woohoo. It's like, what are the steps that we need to take to get there in order for us to make that? I think what you did as a disaster declaration, how do we make that the actual thing that we do across all of municipalities, right? Like different NOCs, and like, what are all of these little steps that we can start to work through, and what are those solutions that we can establish? And are there other places that have already done this that we can recreate or build off of their model that they have? Jen?
Is it Jason? Okay, I just want to highlight again and make sure it's it's underlined and highlighted, the importance of a pre-application meeting. And again, I'm sorry, but I'm going to go back to my context here because that's what I always do. Yes, the savings may not be there for a single family builder, occupied person to go through and get a pre-application meeting, because it's pretty simple of what you need to do to meet the threshold. But I want to emphasize, and Jackie, I know you're there, but one of the things that we were able to do is cut down our permitting time in Bonita by having required pre-application meetings with developers or bigger projects. And we had fire there, we had building there, we had zoning there. At the time, I was the bike ped coordinator. I was there, and we were able to handle those questions at the forefront, which saves dollars and questions at the back end. So I just want to make sure that the importance, and every municipality has the potential for a pre-application meeting. In the last session, we discussed the importance of having perhaps a government liaison for public policy, right? Or things of that nature. It might behoove developers or bigger multifamily units to have someone that's familiar with not only the planning and zoning and regulations, but also how to automate the permitting process from the developer's side. So I just want to throw that out there.
So I'm sorry. So I have a comment and then a question. So a couple of communities I've worked in for major projects, we had exactly that. We had, we met with all the building officials, department heads. We had a handful of major projects that were going on across the city. We'd sit down and talk through each one of them. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? So I think that model has been done and works. Then the second is a question, because I hear this about the staffing and training. So my background is in architecture. I was fortunate that I'd worked on building sites, but many of the architects I worked with had never been to a building site. And so, even understanding how to put together drawings, they didn't understand line weights or the importance of that. Building official. So is training another component of this? Pretty much at every level. I know the Building Official Association, at least in Colorado and that region, got together and did training all the time with developers and builders and subs. So is training another part of it, from A to Z, all the people involved in the building process? Could they improve their level of intellectual capacity that would make this better?
I would love to hear from our jurisdictions, how many of us measure and then publicly report, like on a website, what our permitting times are for each of the steps of the process. Because, I go back to Peter Drucker's wisdom, right? What gets measured is what gets managed.
I know that, again, disclaimer, permitting isn't my division, but I know we have to, by law, have to do our permit utilization report has to be posted on your website on a monthly basis. As far as wait times, I don't know if that's part of what has to be posted or not. But the numbers certainly are, and all the charts.
Statutory requirements for timeframes for issuing permits, which I don't believe any municipalities in Southwest Florida are meeting currently.
Yeah, for single family, you have to have everything out by 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
So Jen, you had shared that Sanibel had changed. If you could speak to that a little bit, and then Craig would love your response to what Jen shared with us.
and I'm paraphrasing a different approach that the city of Sanibel has done, is they have started differentiating the silos of their departments and doing more of a holistic approach. So instead of having your building department, your zoning department, your planning department, you have a, comprehensive department where you have people that have multi-understanding of the different aspects that can make the process go smoother. And again, it's automating, but automating with understanding the regulations that come into play. And Amy, you can probably kind of speak to that a little bit from planning perspective.
And I was going to say actually, and then even take it a step further, where you have all of those departments working so closely together. But oftentimes your housers are outside of those departments. So we're a little bit luckier in Cape Coral because our housing staff are within our planning department. And so that in and of itself is helpful to be able to have that cross dialogue between different divisions, even though the building code is the building code. We regularly interact with our plans examiners. They come to our planners and talk about zoning issues. So it's having that cross collaboration extremely important for development services departments.
Great, thanks. Craig, did you want to touch on that from Sanibel's perspective?
Yeah, I'll follow up. I don't want to pretend like we don't have an advantage being a smaller community. I do think the fact that we do work in close proximity with one another. We do have smaller departments than other municipalities do, generally speaking. So we have opportunities to work together, maybe more so than in other places. Definitely do stress pre-application meetings. We try and involve all departments at that stage so that applicants are getting the feedback that they need to hear as early as possible. And that's definitely something that we're continuing to emphasize as we go through in the wake of Hurricane Ian. And the only other thing I'll mention, now there have been some advantages to having concurrent reviews. Although I will admit we have had some negative feedback on the downsides of concurrent reviews. So right now an applicant would have to prepare a full engineered construction set to have an application that's deemed complete for review. And again, this is where the pre-application meeting can become a very important step. It gives us an opportunity to maybe look at these concept plans, site plans before sending things to an engineer to do the final set. But we no longer have these staged reviews. And there has been, I think, a little bit of a pushback on that from the builders. They've obviously accepted the new way of doing things, but it hasn't been without bumps. I will say that.
Gary?
Kind of change gears a little bit, so we don't get too stuck on, to get back to your point of the multifamily, which is probably going to help us solve our problem a little more quickly than some of the single family discussion. More often than not in commercial, which most of the multifamily falls under the commercial code, more often than not, the problem is not the building official, it's the fire official. And they're not at the table today. So that's maybe a follow-up for us there. And there's a good reason for it. The fire official generally reports to, I guess, the fire marshal of the state of Florida, and there's really not a lot of accountability there. And there's 3 words that lead to this that unfortunately is repeatedly used in FPA, which is in the opinion of the authority having jurisdiction. So they have a lot of power to just use their judgment. And I do know safety is important, so I'm not belittling it. I'm just saying it becomes a huge problem, and it may be something we should address before we're finished with our work here.
It's a great point, Gary. And I think, similar to other things that have been discussed, the fire code isn't actually a code. It's, based on, it's a safety standard. And so, but it is applied as a code across communities and it's interpreted differently. So I do think there is a need to include, that's a great call out, to include the, we have the fire district as part of the recovery task force.
Represented on the bigger task force.
And they're on many of the branches. And so I think there's an opportunity to pull them into this conversation of streamlining processes, especially around multifamily and mixed use, where they will play a bigger role compared to single family.
Yeah, and I think we lost all of our our multifamily builders. I would love to hear if.
No, he's just tired. He's been here all week, so he doesn't want to, he doesn't have
Mixed juice.
mixed use, Dan.
I'll just chime in quickly on what Gary's saying, because, another observation. I hadn't really thought about it until you mentioned it, but the fire marshals that I know mostly came up out of the fire service, right? They're not builders by trade. They were a deputy chief or an assistant chief or something, and this is another step up the career ladder until a chief position opens up somewhere. So we're asking people to take on, responsibility for a piece of the building work who really have no background in that. And that's a really fascinating bottleneck you brought up. Definitely something that we should be looking at fast tracking.
Well, that's why I'm going to go back to the training component. I mean, overall, not just within that specialty, but across fields.
Does anyone know, does BOAF have training for the building officials? Because I think BOAF does have some, but I don't know if it's continuing education type stuff. But yeah, so that's not really training. That's sort of a check the box thing, unfortunately.
Make sure that there is some capturing of this idea of part of a what could potentially be a sector strategy around the construction industry. It's this all encompassing. It also includes things like building officials. It also includes things like fire departments and fire marshals. It also includes things like developers. It also includes things. So this is a multi-pronged approach for the entire, beginning to end of the construction sector or the building sector. That there's a strategy in there somewhere around how we would get there. Jason.
So I wanted to dovetail on one issue and then perhaps shift gears on something I've been thinking about this week in preparation for this meeting. I would love to have a sit down discussion on the pros and cons of concurrent review at the staff level. I see the benefits of concurrent review versus having a gatekeeper before it sort of opens up to a wider review. My experience has been that planning and zoning tends to be the gatekeeper model in as much as if you fail on setbacks or you fail in something else on your site plan, it tends to affect the building envelope or the physical building itself. So there's no real good reason to all of a sudden have everybody else review something if, oops, you're off by a foot on your setback and you've got to go back and re-engineer trusses, start talking about, does the homeowner really want to have that room on that side of the building anymore if they've got to lose a foot? So again, I don't know if today we can solve the world's planning problems of concurrent review or not, but I think it's an interesting discussion to have and see if there's a hybrid model somewhere in there that does work. To shift gears just briefly though, and one thing that I've run into after the storm, substantial damage estimation. The state of Florida, who I will say I used to work for in their floodplain management program, did yeoman's work. They did a really good job working with FEMA, coming up with this idea of having a substantial damage estimator. Nobody knows how to use it except for the state people. They're willing to send folks down to you that have used it in local communities after a storm, but there's not a lot of training time on the front end to get local capacity on how to use something like the substantial damage estimator. To the question earlier of what causes things to fail, in my experience after this storm, it was definitely accounting for substantial damage. And there's a lot of there's a lot of fear, I think, in the floodplain community about capturing these costs while also trying to make sure people can get over the counter permits and can keep moving, and that they aren't the sole person that's stopping a permit process from happening. And I'll tell you straight up, the floodplain code, a lot of its interpretation, a lot of its local interpretation. Go to the state and and ask them, what does this code mean? Well, they'll tell you, well, it's your code. You tell me what it means. That is to say, I think there really is an ability, if we're going to be stuck, well, not stuck, if we're going to have flood codes that we need to apply and that will constantly get a little bit more restrictive for good reason, something like the substantial damage and capturing those costs really needs to be looked at. And I think that honestly is a discussion at the state level and quite honestly at the retailer level. We need to have the ability, it's 21st century, everybody's got an app for everything. Why don't we have an app where no matter if you're going to Lowe's or you're going to Home Depot, everybody's information is working. You're getting NOAs that are auto-populated, and it spits out something that is universally usable, like in an Excel sheet. So I can take it to any community. I can go in and hand change things. Having the ability to come up with a general value of work that isn't guessed at by a community, or you don't have to have a full RS means, the ability to go look at what your local costs for labor are. We need to break down those walls. It should not be a matter of I have to pay for an RS means or whatever its equivalent to be able to know what it costs to hang sheetrock or what it costs to get a skilled tradesman in there to redo a panel. There really is an opportunity, I think, for the retailers, for the state, for the local communities to all come together to sort of refine this process from the substantial damage standpoint and take out some of the fear from the staff, make it easier for any contractor that's coming down here who may not have experience in Florida or may not have done a substantial damage estimation before, how to make that process streamlined and less scary. Because what we're seeing is, especially if you're owner builder, I have to sit down and I've got to spend 30 or 40 minutes, or my floodplain administrator's got to spend 30 or 40 minutes to you to explain how to capture these costs, why it's important, and how to avoid the appearance that we're phasing these projects to try and circumvent capturing those costs. I'd love to hear somebody up the chain tell me how we bring these groups together.
So this is a great idea, and this is exactly why we're here. And so I think this idea of, I don't know how you want to we've obviously captured what you said, but you can probably capture it in a little better detail. The QR code or the link on the screen, that's an opportunity to say, hey, as it relates to X, here's a way we can streamline part of the permitting process by doing some of these things. These are the groups we would need to bring together. These are the sorts of things that we would need to do. And so there is an opportunity as part of this process to figure that out. And this is why we're here today, because I do think there are these things that we do have a construction workforce problem, whether it's after a disaster or just in general. We have contractors and even designers that aren't from this community, and they don't, or aren't from coastal communities, and they don't always understand the process of what it takes. And so I would say put that in there as something that's not all initiatives and priorities or actions or projects have to be things that are physical built things. Some of them are programmatic. We've heard a number of times around this table today. We have a workforce sector strategy that we need to create around the whole construction industry, the whole building industry. What does that look like? How do we build that programmatically out? And where does that live? And where does that start and begin and end? And so I think those are the ideas that we want to capture. We obviously are taking notes. This is recorded, so we can capture it to the best, but you're the expert and you understand this tool better than probably any of us from your experience at the state. So how do we make that so anybody can understand it? How do we leverage that so it can be a tool that the community as a whole is able to use? So thank you for sharing that. All right, we have about 18 minutes left. I don't know how much people want to keep going, or if there's other things that people want to keep talking about. We can go to 4:30. We do still need to get to public comment. Are there any other? Oh, Frank, I know you have something.
Of course, yeah. I just want to throw in one other thing that we haven't really touched on, but as it was in one of your early slides, as we think more about modular building on the horizon, we see more and more of that. I think we should be thinking about how that plugs into the local permitting. The modular stuff is permitted essentially at a state level, stamped by a third party, but then it's got to plug into local, site and utility connection and all that. Where are the opportunities to start doing the education piece of that now so that people understand how to interact with that? And are there some things that we can learn from how the modular industry does third-party permitting? Essentially, can we use that as a way to fast track some of what we do, especially when we get bottlenecks behind a storm?
Got a question related to that. Mobile homes, quote unquote. I mean, you talk about affordable housing, there's an affordable housing model, it's mobile homes. And so, but given the challenges of resilience, climate, land use, how are you guys dealing with that issue or approaching it? Or are you just not? I mean, I'm asking as a neophyte to what's happening in Florida.
Well, I mean, mobile homes don't fare well in hurricanes.
No, I get that. but I'm
We've
just
seen
saying
over and
from a-
over again. And actually, some of our worst and our biggest loss of workforce housing as a result of the storm, whether it was flooding or blew away or surge or whatever it was in our coastal communities, the mobile home communities. And so we do have to come up with a solution as part of this conversation. And Dan, I know, has shared in a couple of the other, let's leverage those areas, because those are actually in many cases in closest proximity to where the workforce needs to be. So it solves some other things around transportation. So how do we start to look at those mixed use workforce centers, employment centers, as opportunities to reimagine how we get the sort of density that we were getting with mobile homes?
I didn't mean to open up a Pandora's box, but I was
No,
curious
I think
about that.
What we need to do is agree with John. Mobile homes don't fare well. Manufactured homes do fare well, and they are significantly less expensive, and they don't last as long, the life of a manufactured home. But if you look at Cudjoe Key, when Irma went through, the manufactured homes that were properly installed to the Florida Building Code did very well, and they're very cost effective. So it is something that should be on the table.
The other element of manufactured home and mobile homes is the permitting and approval process for design is one place, right? And it's one stamp that occurs. And so I think if we try and compare that to say, hey, can we aggregate to less number of eyes that have to look at something in order to get to an outcome, is part of the question of you need less employees if you can get streamlined.
And mobile homes probably wasn't the right term because they're really not mobile. You truck them to the site, they're put on a foundation, and that's kind of the end of the story.
Well, right. Are they built to the HUD code or are they built to IBC? There's a big differentiation. And then if they're built to the HUD code, are they secured to a foundation?
Right.
Or, you're going to put wheels on it and take it down the road. Pretty different. One of the things I think we should keep in mind about mobile home parks for workforce housing is they're already platted for very small lots. That in and of itself is just a huge win. If we could take an acre or two of straight up commercial dirt and lay it out for, mobile home size lots, we'd get a lot farther than what we currently do.
The only problem with that, Frank, is because they are so small and now they have to all be elevated. You can't get to them because you don't have any room for the stairs, or in some cases, ramping or whatever else you need. Because now they're all going to be required to be brought to elevation.
Right. As soon as you have substantial damage in there or repetitive loss, basically you're putting these things in cradles. Now, I'd like to dovetail off of that and say, what are we talking about with regards to backyard, apartments, or coming up with a way to transition what many people think is a problem of short-term rentals into longer-term leased workforce housing. We're in a community where we have no non-floodplain zone. So it's really difficult to talk about this alternative housing or mobile homes or homes that aren't site built, because it's just not feasible to do on an island or a coast, at least in Florida. But we do have a lot of short-term rentals in our community. And the question of can you sort of sand off some of the harder problems that come along with short-term rentals, VRBOs, whomever, and offer that to workforce housing in a way that the homeowners see a benefit to having those folks there, and still sort of give people the ability to have a little bit of their own living space. They don't feel like they're always living in a hotel. Maybe talk about what we can do about allowing for the accessory structures in backyards, like you're starting to see on the West Coast, to try and deal with some of those localized problems of housing unavailability. You know, maybe that first or second year teacher who just moved to the area would be totally okay in living in a carriage house in somebody's backyard if the zoning could figure out how to be okay with the carriage house, because the codes oftentimes are aesthetic in nature and don't want the bulk.
So you missed the last session, Jason. We had a whole conversation about accessory dwelling units.
There we go.
And it is something that, so this has been a conversation around Lee County as a whole for a while, around how do we, you know, some places allow accessory dwelling units. It gets back to this idea of that Terry opened up with, is it's this idea of political will. You know, ultimately that policy gets adopted or not. And so on a variety of opportunities in municipalities, it has gone to the council and they haven't been approved. Some of the communities do have accessory dwelling units. So there is an opportunity that we discussed in the last workshop to look at what does an accessory dwelling unit possibility or overlay look like for the entire county, including the municipalities, and then how would you be able to make that work related to infrastructure? So whether that's transportation. So Amy brought up, you know, you take Cape Coral and you add an extra unit to every single already, you know, 4 units per acre. What does that do to the infrastructure that was planned based on the initial, you know, and how do we start to solve for those things and plan in advance? So we did have a really rich conversation. So if you want, you can go back and watch it.
Gotcha.
If you have 2 hours this weekend, or you just want to listen to it, or, you know, you're having a hard time sleeping tonight. We did have a robust conversation about this idea of how do we get to accessory dwelling units as a possibility to not only solve some of our workforce challenge, we have to also remember we have an aging population here too. And so how does that become a mechanism? And we have wait times at all of our senior living facilities, and it's like years, not like months. And so how does this become also an opportunity to solve for our, not just our workforce, but our aging population that also lives here? So there are a number of ways that this can be framed. Messaging is part of it. Understanding the infrastructure and the capacity it takes is part of it. But, you know, when we have a 10,000 square foot home with, you know, 5 or 8 bathrooms, and we just want to add an accessory dwelling unit, I'm not sure where the additional draw is on the utilities compared to the other, you know, 5 bathrooms that already existed. But there is a possibility of how we look at accessory dwelling units as a different option, or you know, something we could consider as part of an overlay or part of a county-wide option for some policy change.
And if you're worried about flooding, put it up over a garage and we can get it 14 feet up in the air, no problem.
All right. Is there any other burning questions or comments from the branch or from the panel? I know everybody's ready to go home. I can just feel it. Permitting. I didn't think we'd go for 2 hours on permitting. So here we are, you know. I just want to highlight sort of the high level things that we sort of talked about. There's this idea of some sort of universal permit process, and I don't want to call it an application because every community has some differences, but there is some initial review options there. There's this idea of how do we leverage technology? What are the examples or technologies being used to maybe do that first permit review? There's some lessons learned from Cape Coral on some of their permitting processes that they've automated that they've had to pull back because of XYZ. There's some communication opportunities. There's a sector, part of the sector strategy around education workforce for the whole construction industry, not just the workforce within the construction industry, but the whole sector as a whole. What did I miss?
Mixed use.
Dan's, yeah, there we go. Dan, we have to end the week with mixed use. So those are some of the things that we touched on, and we captured today. But again, please make sure you leverage this as an opportunity. If there are things that you think about, or you know of other examples, like you can literally drop a link in there of, hey, this is how they're doing it in community XYZ. Maybe this is something that we consider prioritizing. The other thing we said was, what does it look like to have a universal permit review software, permit, whatever, I don't know what's e-permitting software that is used across the entire county. Did I miss anything?
I don't want to miss it because it came from the last land use thing as well. The idea about raising the level of knowledge and education across the board. You know, we talked about doing that like a planning academy for city council people or planning board members, but maybe, you know, carrying that over to, you know, the building officials and developers, et cetera, as it relates to the permitting process. So, yeah.
Jen, did you have something?
I just wanted to remember our friends online. If
Oh.
they had any questions, comments, closing remarks.
Do any of our panelists online have anything to add? So Craig, Audra, Jacqueline.
Yeah, I'll just add one more thing from Sanibel. So since the hurricane passed, we have made a big effort to try and streamline permitting processes, and a big piece of that was trying to take permits that may have required a long form application in front of the Planning Commission involving a public hearing, and taking that administratively. And in the context of the storm, I think it's been well received. And we expect that it's going to work as we hope. But of course, that's a loss in transparency with the public. And so I just want to throw that out there as an acknowledgement that if you're going to take transparency away from a permitting process, that there should be maybe a reciprocal emphasis on more transparency in public policy. So changes in the land development code, maybe more outreach to the community, more outreach to the builders and the contractors. And so that's really my closing comment.
Thanks, Craig. That's a good one.
This is Jackie from Bonita. I enjoyed the discussion today. I will agree with some of the participants that the idea of a uniform process does sound appealing, but like some of the other panelists suggested, there's so many different nuances through different jurisdictions because of zoning regulations, drainage regulations, and even flood ordinance regulations. I know for us, as part of the hurricane, the bulk of our plan review is just doing our substantial improvement analysis and just making sure that, you know, homeowners are, you know, when they want to rebuild, they're doing it properly. And then that too, that we are in compliance with our flood ordinance, because that in itself helps our residents get the best discount that we can provide them on their flood insurance. And then too, we just don't want to put someone in harm's way. So, but that's, you know, the bulk of our backlog is just the substantial improvement reviews. And definitely looking forward to seeing how we can all work together to help streamline things that we can streamline. I love the push button terminology. I think, you know, we have a couple things that we try to do over the counter or electronically, but I do look forward to seeing how we can also enhance our service to the community.
Thank you. Audra?
The struggles that we're having are certainly mirrored by our peers here in Lee County. And I just wanted to throw out there that we're always on the lookout for ways to improve. And I did take some notes today, and I'll be happy to share those with our leadership as well. And I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right. If there aren't any other comments, I'm going to close out this portion of the workshop and we will move into public comment. So name and organization.
Oh, yes. Hello, Marcia Ellis here, speaking on behalf of myself, Interloop Working Group, Responsible Growth Management Coalition. And I'm just going to say that I think that the idea of the regional planning makes great sense. I don't know why that we moved away from that. And the use of the permitting app or a consistent tool makes great sense as well as you have people move. I'll point out that the differences that we have in permitting are because we have different geophysical properties and hydrology in different areas and regions of the county. And even within Lee County unincorporated, there are different areas that have different planning objectives and goals. So it's always place-based because buildings are attached to land. So you have to look at those characteristics in making these decisions. You can't just rely it's specific. I think that restricting permits to recovery or moving them in two different directions makes a lot of sense. And if growth is being managed and you're having to utilize the workforce for recovery, that makes sense to me. And then maybe if there's a financial hardship on development, you know, having money, suspending interest payments, a pool of money to help offset those delays for growth that would have occurred. I'll also say that it's a different experience for a single user versus someone who's a builder or making big developments. And that also do all of the reviewers have to be on site? Why not utilize reviewers that can work remotely or come in and respond to disaster, like traveling nurses, you know, that we get having people move into disaster places to help with some of this stuff. That this is a resiliency initiative is an opportunity to reconsider things. And if you don't have enough workforce to get stuff done, then you can't reflect to create any kind of situational analysis of what's happened. I also say that modular working with extruders, systems, precast, all of those are ways to build resilient housing quickly. And we always have to ask ourselves if we're building in ways that reduce future risk. Having exit surveys for employees that are leaving or satisfaction surveys about what part of your job you don't like. The ERP and the permitting processes of the agencies and those pre-applications, those are the timing and ordering of those things, there's a problem. Permitting cheap stuff is going to result in millions of cubic yards of debris, which are later going to cost us money down the road. And rushing through permitting in areas where it's not appropriate is also going to create debris. And then incentives to exceed those standards and codes are important, as well as prioritizing developments that have a mechanism for permanent affordability. I think those people should go to the front of the line.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, great. Well, thank you all very much. I just want to say thank you to our panel and to the branch members who've been here all week. Next week, for those of you who want to attend, is branch week. It'll be here. In case you were wondering, I'll be here all day, every day. So there are all 8 branch meetings are next week, and it will be there will be public comment at the end. So if you would like to attend those as well. And so with that, Terry, you have anything to close out with?
Just want to thank you for allowing me to participate. I appreciate it. Thank you.